Chapter 45:18. Screech. Screech. Two incomparably shrill screeches rang out. From the two giant ferocious beast stars in front of them, two gigantic figures soared into the sky. After rushing out of the atmosphere, they did not stop at all. Instead, they headed straight for this intermediate supreme being, one on the left and one on the right. They shot toward the edge of the forbidden land. This was clearly the rhythm of wanting to seize the opportunity to escape. The two figures were only 30,000 feet tall. Obviously, they had deliberately shrunk their bodies, but the aura of cultivation emitted from their bodies was that of a universe master. One of them was at the early stage of this realm, and the other was at the 9th stage of this realm, which was half a step into the supreme level. It's too late to think of leaving now. Seeing this scene, the mouth of the violent ape immediately let out a chilling voice. Without any hesitation, its terrifying body, which was as big as 60 million miles, instantly transformed into a fine ray of light and shot out. In half a breath's time, it had already blocked the path of the figure on the right. The one who had chosen this side to escape was the space blue wolf. At this time, its body had shrunk to around 30,000 feet. Compared to the 60 million miles huge violent ape, it was simply less than an ant. In reality, this starry sky blue wolf that was completely blue in color was just like an ant when compared to the current violent ape. As the violent ape's body swayed and blocked its path in front of it, the momentum of the space blue wolf's dash came to an abrupt halt. Two traces of despair shot out from its eyes, and there was also a faint sense of confusion, as if it was in a dream. At this moment, he stared at the violent ape in front of him, and in his heart, there was indeed an illusion that he was in a dream. Thinking back, not long ago, he and the other 8 universe masters had set up a trap and besieged this violent ape. The other party was just a beast in a cage, and it was not even possible for it to pull out and escape. At that time, they could be said to be complacent, and they even began to look forward to killing or capturing the violent ape later on. How would they distribute the benefits? However, the changes in reality were shocking. In a short period of time, the other 8 universe masters were killed one by one, and only he managed to escape. Furthermore, if there were no accidents, even the universe supremes who were invited later would most likely have fled in embarrassment. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a ferocious expression appeared on the face of this space blue wolf. He glared fiercely at Yi Xian, and the voice of his consciousness transmitted, "Bao Yuan, I just want to know one thing. After I left, which universe supremes were invited? How is it now?" Although he's still alive, he used a secret bloodline technique to self-destruct and escape. A light flashed in his eyes as Yi Xian's voice sounded out from the mouth of the violent ape. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be hiding in a nest that can't be seen in the light right now and think of a way to reconstruct his treasure body. As for his cultivation strength, it must have fallen to the point where it can't be seen. Now that he's in the venerable realm, he's not much different from a semi-cripple. Screech. Hearing these words, Space Blue Wolf finally lost all hope, and a dim light appeared in his eyes. He raised his head and let out a shrill cry, revealing an endless sense of grief and indignation. Even a true universe supremes had such an ending, and he was only a half-supreme at the 9th level of a universe master, so what could he do? Today, he was bound to die. "Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time, Peng." After the ferocious roar, the expression of the starry sky blue wolf instantly became extremely ferocious. Knowing that there was no hope for him to survive, he finally roared angrily and directly self-destructed. The huge body exploded into a blue blood mist in the blink of an eye and spread out. Ka-cha! Ka-cha-cha, peng peng peng. This was a half-supreme at the 9th level of a universe master, and at this moment, both his godly soul and body exploded at the same time, and he died just like that. However, the powerful destructive force that was produced as a result also instantly annihilated all the large and small stars within a radius of 100 million miles. Even the void space was shattered inch by inch. At the same time, dense crackling sounds rang out, and at the same time, endless turbulence of the void space also appeared. Turbulence surged out. With the appearance of these turbulence of the void space, the cloud of blue blood mist that had exploded from Space Blue Wolf's body scattered in all directions in an instant. It looked like it was about to be swept into the raging turbulence of the void space. This is a piece of supreme-grade blood essence of a universe master. How can it be wasted like this? Seeing this scene, a cold light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. At the same time, he waved his hand and wrapped up all the spreading blue blood mist and sent it into his body. After doing all this, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He turned his head and looked in another direction. Over there, the Universe Master, who was fleeing at top speed like a stray dog, was only at the initial stage of this realm. Even if he unleashed his top speed and fled for a while first, to the raging ape, it didn't affect him at all. Even the half-supreme self-esteem of a Universe Master at the 9th level of a Universe Master self-destructed. You. Don't tell me you still think you can get away by luck. Bao Yuan's words were filled with endless disdain. With a shake of his shoulders, his enormous body that was 60 million miles long disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already close to 10 billion miles to the left. Coincidentally, he was 200 to 300 million miles away from this initial stage Universe Master, blocking his path, Li. This initial stage Universe Master's body came to an abrupt halt. His eyes were filled with intense despair as he raised his head and let out a shrill howl. Pang! There was no suspense in what happened next. A huge rumbling sound rang out from the void space. Bao Yuan's body flashed, and he threw a punch. This initial stage Universe Master did not even have the chance to howl in grief before his enormous body exploded with a loud bang. In an instant, his 30,000-foot-tall Universe Master body completely exploded into a dazzling bloody mist and spread out. Xiao! After ending all this, Bao Yuan waved his hand at the first instant. An incomparably majestic, formless force rolled out from his body and enveloped an area of 10 million miles. The majestic bloody mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into his body. Immediately, it was sent into Shen Cauldron by Yi Xian to begin the blood essence condensation process. Xiao! Xiao xiao xiao! The next instant, as Yi Xian pushed his godly consciousness to the maximum, it enveloped the entire boundless intermediate supreme forbidden area. In an instant, everything within the 2-star nests of Universe Masters, regardless of whether it was big or small, was clearly reflected in his godly consciousness. Within. A piercing sound rang out as streaks of light rushed out from within the 2-star nests. They pierced through the atmosphere of the star nests and headed straight for the gigantic space violent ape. Chapter 45-19. Before embarking on this hunt, Yi Xian had never imagined that he would be able to collect so much essence blood of eternity lords before the first refinement of the level 27 supreme treasure pill. It was important to know that every essence blood of eternity lords represented a powerful universe master, and it could only be refined with the help of the Farmer God Cauldron's Farmer God Strange Flame after the complete explosion of the universe master's body. As for Yi Xian, although he could already possess the powerful battle prowess of a second-level Universe Supreme under the state of the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, his true cultivation level was only at the first-level Universe Master level, and he had just made a breakthrough. He had just entered this state, and yet he was able to kill more than a dozen Universe Masters of the same level who were several levels higher than him in terms of cultivation level. Such a feat was unimaginable to anyone else. It was precisely because of this that he was able to use this to rapidly increase his cultivation level. Time and time again, he was able to smoothly and effortlessly break through the bottleneck of the various levels, which was why it was so rare. Currently, other than Yi Xian, there was probably no one else who could refine the various levels of treasure pills. He was definitely the only one who could do so, and there was no other. On one hand, this was because he needed the Farmer God's Strange Flame to unleash the refinement, and this alone limited everyone else because Yi Xian was the only one who possessed the Farmer God Cauldron. On the other hand, it was because he possessed the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. If he didn't possess this heaven-defying bloodline ability, and if he hadn't deduced it to the 9th transformation, which allowed him to instantly increase his cultivation level by 1 level after fully activating it, even if Yi Xian possessed the farmer god cauldron, he wouldn't be able to kill a powerful ferocious beast of the same level. It would also be futile to refine the essence blood of a ferocious beast. A level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill could allow a Universe Master, who was a half-step Supreme at the peak of the 9th level, to smoothly break through to the level of a Universe Supreme in a short period of time. Such an item probably didn't exist even during the Great Wilderness era of the previous Primordial era. At most, there were some innate treasures with similar effects or treasures of the Primordial Chaos level. But now, the old Primordial era was about to end and the new Primordial era was about to arrive. This heaven-defying Supreme Treasure Pill was about to appear in Yi Xian's hands. Of course, if he wanted to refine a level 27 Sovereign Supreme Pellet, there was still a crucial problem that needed to be solved immediately. That was the perfect pill formula for the 27th grade Supreme Treasure Pill. This time, it was indeed quite embarrassing. The blood essence of the Eternity Lord needed to refine the 27-level Supreme Treasure Pill had all been prepared, and the amount had far exceeded his expectations. But even now, Yi Xian still hadn't been able to deduce the perfect pill recipe for the 27-level Supreme Treasure Pill. During this period of time, I've been preoccupied with hunting down Universe Masters, especially when I was trapped by the 9 Universe Masters. I forced myself to make breakthroughs 3 times in a row. After all, I was in too much of a hurry. Yi Xian muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming. Now, I can make use of the opportunity to deduce the perfect pill formula for the 27-level Supreme Treasure Pill to consolidate my state of mind and strengthen my foundation. At this point, he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately shrunk his body to a height of about 3 feet. However, he didn't release himself from the bloodline ability of the 9th transformation of the demonic ape. Instead, he merely used the Blood Sea secret technique to shrink his body. Hence, even though his body had shrunk to a height of about 3 feet, the power within his body didn't change. He was still at the level of a 2nd-level Universe Supreme. The only difference was that the majestic power of blood and energy within his huge body gave his overall combat power a boost of 1 level. That was all. Xiao. Even though his body had shrunk, Yi Xian still had the power of a 2nd-level Universe Supreme. Once he activated the power within his body, he unleashed his extreme speed. Compared to before, it was obvious that he was much faster. A ray of light streaked across the void at a speed far faster than lightning. In an instant, it was already far away and disappeared. After leaving this intermediate Supreme Forbidden Area, Yi Xian directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system within his body. With a sway of his body, he instantly transformed into a ray of light and disappeared. This time, the coordinates he locked onto were still near the source nest star that nurtured Yi Xian's most powerful body. This was necessary. With his current power, which was at the level of a 2nd-level Universe Supreme, even if he used the method of crossing the void to arrive here from the intermediate Supreme Forbidden Area, it wouldn't take him much time. However, above the Supreme level, there were still Supreme Beings of the Primordial Era and Supreme Beings of the Primordial Era. Yi Xian couldn't be sure if he had been targeted by such beings. Even with the protection of the Farmer God Cauldron, it was still better to be careful. After all, now that the Space Blue Wolf had been killed, and the bloody greedy wolf's body had been destroyed, it probably wouldn't appear again for the next 100 years. In this part of the Chaos Void, there were no external enemies who knew that Yi Xian possessed the Farmer God Cauldron. It was naturally best not to expose this, lest some beings coveted it. Xiao. After arriving near the source nest star, Yi Xian's body transformed into a ray of light and disappeared, heading toward the giant abandoned star in front of him. With familiarity, he directly entered the core of this abandoned star and summoned the Farmer God Cauldron with a wave of his hand. Of course, it was in its shrunken form. Otherwise, even this giant abandoned star was only comparable to the complete form of the Farmer God Cauldron. It wouldn't be able to contain it at all. After that, Yi Xian's body flashed, and he directly rushed toward the mouth of the cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog and sat down cross-legged. After adjusting his state of mind, he quickly collected his thoughts and combined with the devouring system in his body. He pushed the system's calculation and deduction ability to the extreme, and with the help of the terrifying divine consciousness of a second-level Universe Supreme, he began to analyze the level 27 treasure pill. He fully deduced the perfect pill formula. Previously, when he was deducing the perfect pill formula of the level 26 treasure pill, Yi Xian had spent nearly half a year. This time, on one hand, Yi Xian's current cultivation level had reached second-level Universe Supreme, and his divine consciousness was much, much more powerful. On the other hand, it was because he had already deduced a part of the perfect pill formula of the level 27 treasure pill previously. Therefore, this time, it only took him about 3 months to successfully deduce the perfect pill formula of the level 27 treasure pill. After a short 3 months, Yi Xian opened his eyes, and there was a flash of passion in his eyes. The perfect pill formula of the level 27 treasure pill. I've finally completed it successfully. After deducing the perfect pill formula, Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief. As he muttered to himself, an incomparably excited light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Although my current cultivation level is only at the first level of the Eternity Lord Realm, and I'm only at the first level of the Eternity Lord Realm, there are still 8 levels to break through before I can consume a level 27 treasure pill. After calming down his excited emotions, Yi Xian fell into deep thought. From time to time, a faint light flashed in his eyes, and he softly muttered, "But I'm afraid I can't hunt for Eternity Lord Blood Essence in the short term to avoid attracting unnecessary attention." Chapter 45-20. With a gleam in his eyes, Yi Xian made up his mind. Without further delay, he would make use of this opportunity to refine the level 27 treasure pill he would use to break through to the Universe Supreme level in the future. Xiao. At that moment, Yi Xian was still sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the Shen-Nong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, 14 drops of Eternity Lord Blood Essence the size of an infant's fist appeared in his right palm. Among them, 2 of them exuded the aura of an Eternity Lord, and it was especially strong. These were condensed from the majestic aura of the 2 Universe Masters, who were half-supreme beings at the peak of the 9th tier. They were condensed from the majestic aura of Eternity Lords after their bodies exploded. If nothing unexpected happened, just these 2 top-grade Eternity Lord Blood Essences would be able to allow Yi Xian to refine 2 to 3 more level 27 Supreme Treasure Pills when they came out of the furnace. However, it was still unknown how many Supreme level Treasure Pills would be produced from this cauldron. These 14 drops of Eternity Lord Blood Essence would be the basic ingredients for Yi Xian's refinement of the level 27 Supreme Level Treasure Pill, along with a large number of other top-tier precious materials and treasured bodies of primordial creatures. Besides these 2 most important basic ingredients, Yi Xian would also add in some all-evil liquid and top-tier resources he had found in the Hongmeng Void. When everything was ready, Yi Xian waved his hand abruptly and took out all the resources and top-tier precious materials required for the formula. Then he closed his eyes. The next moment, in the internal space of the Shen-Nong cauldron within his body, in the flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano. Xiao! 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 Along with the sound of the air breaking, various colored lights shot out from the mouth of the cauldron in the sky above the central region volcano. They appeared directly above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano and stopped abruptly. They were all the top-tier materials and training resources that Yi Xian had prepared for this level 27 Supreme Level Treasure Pill. Who? Immediately after, a sound like the howling of a violent wind sounded. Almost in the next instant, below these top-grade resources, from the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, a majestic Shenong 9-colored flame roared up. In the midst of the violent wind, the 9-colored flames sea instantly condensed into a 9-colored furnace that was about 10 feet in radius. Cauldron. The entire cauldron was small and simple. It gave off an extraordinary aura. As this small cauldron formed from pure Shenong 9-colored flames took shape, the materials and resources that had been prepared earlier all flew up automatically. Entering this small cauldron that was only a few feet wide, the refining of the first batch of level 27 pills officially began. Just one level, 27 treasure pill was enough to make a 9th stage complete level 9 Universe Master become a Universe Supreme Master in a split second. Its importance and value could be imagined. Moreover, this was the first time Yi Xian had refined a level 27 pill, so he didn't dare to lower his guard in the slightest. From the very beginning, he was wholeheartedly controlling everything. Very quickly, one medicinal concocting technique after another was formed by Yi Xian's hands. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into incomparably obscure and mysterious runes that entered the 9-colored cauldron at the bottom of the volcano. Unknowingly, half a month passed in the blink of an eye, hung. Right at this moment, above the flame pool at the bottom of the central region in the space of the cauldron, there was a loud roar. The furnace condensed from pure Shinong 9-colored flames dissipated instantly. The 9-colored flames rushed back to the flame pool at the bottom of the cauldron like a river. What remained above the flame pool were 14 round beads the size of an infant's fist. The surface of the round beads glowed with 9 colors, and there was a layer of dreamy halo around them. They gave off an ancient and heavy aura. They were level 27 supreme pills. Just one pill was enough to allow a 9th stage consummate Universe Master to achieve a breakthrough within a short period of time and directly enter the 27th level of the Universe Supreme Realm. This was the Supreme Treasure Pill. There are 14 of them. Looking at the 14 supreme pills floating in front of him, emitting a strong supreme aura, Yi Xian gasped. As he muttered to himself, his eyes blazed with a dark light. Under normal circumstances, there should be about 10 level 27 supreme pills produced from the 14 drops of blood essence of Eternity Lord. Other than the 2 top-grade blood essences of Eternity Lord, the additional 4 pills were mostly due to the Shinong 9-colored flames. In this way, apart from the one he swallowed, the remaining 13 pills would allow Yi Xian to have 13 more powerful Universe Supreme Beings among his subordinates in the future. Universe Supreme Beings guarded Senior Forbidden Lands, but in fact, an ordinary Senior Forbidden Land only had 3 Universe Supreme Beings at most. Even in a top-tier Forbidden Land guarded by a great being from the primordial era, the number of Universe Supreme Beings guarding it would never reach 13. At most, there would be less than 10. In this way, if all of the level 27 treasure pills in Yi Xian's hands were consumed, then the combined strength of him and his subordinates would even surpass that of a top-grade forbidden area. To the current him, all of this was simply like an unreal dream. However, Yi Xian believed that this day, it wouldn't be too far away. However, at the thought of the level 28 supreme pills, Yi Xian's joy vanished instantly. A deep sense of helplessness appeared on Bao Yuan's face. A level 28 supreme pill could allow a 9th stage consummate Universe Supreme Being to break through to the primordial era in a short period of time. As for the raw materials used to make the level 28 supreme pill, other than the other supplementary materials that would be derived in the future, at least 5 pieces of supreme blood essence would be required. That was supreme blood essence, which could only be condensed by killing a Universe Supreme and using the majestic blood essence formed by the explosion of his complete body. Compared to Universe Masters, there were even fewer Universe Supreme Beings. Even in the most powerful forbidden areas on both sides of the vast Milky Way star field, the total number was probably not too many. In fact, even if Yi Xian really encountered a Universe Supreme Being, with his current power and techniques, he would not be able to do anything to him. For example, the blood-greedy wolf from before, Yi Xian's true battle power was comparable to a third-order Universe Supremacy, and he even used the Blood Sea secret technique to activate the power of his avatar and condense 3 Blood Sea avatars of equal strength. It was equivalent to 3 third-stage Universe Supreme Beings besieging and killing Bloody Greedy Wolf alone. And Bloody Greedy Wolf was only a first-stage Universe Supreme, but in the end, he still managed to escape. Chapter 45-21. It's not just the minimum requirement of 5 pieces of Supreme Blood Essence. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to deduce the perfect formula of the level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill. As he muttered to himself, the look of helplessness on Bao Yuan's face grew stronger. The primordial era is different from the Universe Supreme Realm. It's beyond the current starry sky realm, and it's related to the Chaos Era that ended in the last Primordial Era. If that's the case, it won't be easy for me to break through the shackles of the Universe Supreme Realm and reach the desolate Antiquity Realm with just one elixir. Just based on this, I can see that the difficulty of deducing the level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill will surpass all the previous ones. I'll need to have a breakthrough in quality to complete it. As for the time, it's needless to say. I'll be lucky if I can successfully deduce it within a year. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to transfer all the system's ability to deduce the perfect formula of the level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill. This matter had to be carried out with all its might from now on, so that the system was in the process of deducing at all times. Otherwise, when it really came to the time when he needed the level 28 pill formula, it would be too late to make a last-minute effort. After doing all this, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out 14 small jade bottles. He stored the 14 pieces of supreme treasure pills floating before him and kept them in his undying world. Then he stood up and walked out of the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he kept the cauldron in his body and disappeared. After that, Yi Xian fell into deep thought. He was considering his next step. He had already refined a level 27 Sovereign Treasure Pill, but his true power was only at the level of a first-level Universe Master. Even if he swallowed a level 27 Sovereign Treasure Pill and became a Universe Knight, he would still be able to do so. It was too far away. Under such circumstances, the 5 pieces of Supreme Blood Essence needed to refine the level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill wasn't necessary to hunt now. In fact, with his current strongest combat power, which was only at the level of a 3rd-level Universe Supreme, and with the techniques that he currently possessed, it was basically unrealistic for him to kill a Universe Supreme. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. His eyes flashed as he muttered softly, "It seems that I can take advantage of this time to make a trip to the Mosquito Forbidden Area." He was talking about the ferocious Mosquito Forbidden Area that Shui Ben had gone to. It was a senior forbidden area with a Universe Supreme being guarding it. Previously, Yi Xian had already decided that once he had the battle prowess of a Universe Supreme, he would immediately set off for the ferocious Mosquito Forbidden Land. Now, in the state of the 9th change of the demonic ape, his cultivation level had reached the level of a 2nd-level Universe Supreme, and his combat power was comparable to that of a 3rd-level Supreme. Thus, the journey to the ferocious Mosquito Forbidden Land was laid out before him. This time, he wasn't going to the ferocious Mosquito Forbidden Land just to find out Shui Ben's whereabouts. More importantly, he wanted to see if he could find the ancestors of Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the original body of Mad Mosquito Emperor, as well as the descendants of the mysterious guest from the home planet that they followed. Down. This person's identity was too mysterious. The bloodlines left behind by his followers in the 3 main dimensions of the starry skies were beings at the level of Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the original body of Mad Mosquito Emperor. One could imagine how powerful he was. Now, Yi Xian could basically confirm that the original bodies of Mad Mosquito Emperor and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher had already entered the Hongmeng Void. Among them, the original body of Mad Mosquito Emperor, like Yi Xian, had entered a nest star to steal the Hongmeng fate of this Hongmeng era. When he was reborn, he would transform into one of the chaos demon gods that was born with the Hongmeng fate. As for the original body of Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, his whereabouts were still unknown, but according to Yi Xian's guess, he was either like the original body of Mad Mosquito Emperor, stealing the Hongmeng fate of a certain nest star. Or, he was in the hands of a supreme star domain that was controlled by the remnants of the primordial era. After all, he was a demon, not a ferocious beast, and should not be in a supreme forbidden land where ferocious beasts ran rampant. In addition to the 2 of them, the father of Mad Mosquito Emperor and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, as well as the mysterious old man that they followed, was most likely in the ferocious Mosquito Forbidden Land. After all, Shui Ben had said before that he felt the calling of 2 bloodlines in this Hongmeng Void. One of them was confirmed to be the Source Hive Star, where the true body of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, Shui Ben's father, was sleeping. The other was even more intense and ancient. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the primordial ferocious beast that followed the mysterious old man. Mosquito. In other words, Shui Ben's grandfather. The reason why Shui Ben had decided to leave alone and enter the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was also for this reason. Since Shui Ben's grandfather was in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, then the mysterious old man should also be in the same situation. Although Yi Xian still did not know the origin of this mysterious old man, he only knew that he was a guest from the mother planet who had entered the three main starry sky planes of the current era. One of his descendants had left behind the demon bloodline there, and the other had followed him. The primordial ferocious mosquito had left behind the mad mosquito emperor's bloodline. Since then, this mysterious old man had left the three main starry sky planes of the current era with his descendants, as well as the primordial ferocious mosquito race. They had entered the Hongmeng Void and embarked on a journey to find the way back to the mother planet, but for some reason, Yi Xian always had a very strong intuition that this mysterious guest from the mother planet should be inextricably linked to him in some way. He even felt that many of the doubts in his heart would be answered one by one after meeting this mysterious guest from the mother planet. According to the information obtained previously, the ferocious mosquito forbidden land is a senior and supreme forbidden land, and the strongest person guarding it is only a universe supreme. As for the location, it is in the area behind the right half of the right bank of the Milky Way star field, and from here, it is at least a few trillion miles away. After making up his mind, Yi Xian immediately fell into deep thought. With my current speed, if I rush at full speed, I can reach it in a dozen days or so. Saying this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he rushed out of the star where he was cultivating in seclusion and entered the Hongmeng Void outside the star. Xiao, an extremely sharp sound broke through the air. At this time, Yi Xian was still in the 9th form of the 9-demon ape transformation bloodline technique, and his power was at the 2nd level of the Universe Supreme. Chapter 45-22. The reason why the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was named ferocious mosquito beasts was because more than 60% of the ferocious beasts that lived in the countless inhabited stars in this high-level forbidden land were ferocious mosquito beasts. As to why this happened, no one knew. No one could even be sure whether the strongest person in this mosquito forbidden area was a powerful mosquito beast or not. Even the outside world had no idea whether there was one or two universe supreme beings guarding this senior supreme forbidden land. However, one thing was for sure. Not only was there a universe supreme being guarding this advanced forbidden land, but this supreme being was definitely not an ordinary supreme being. This was because thousands of years ago, two powerful ferocious beasts at the level of Universe Supreme had come together and entered the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. No one knew what their purpose was. However, the cultivation level of these two supreme-level ferocious beasts was publicly known to the outside world. They were both at the 6th level of the Universe Supreme level. Level 6 was the pinnacle of the intermediate stage. One more step, and he would be able to enter the final stage of the Universe Supreme. At that time, when these two powerful peak middle stage supreme beings entered the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, countless ferocious beasts from other forbidden lands had witnessed it with their own eyes. Not long after, the sound of an earth-shattering battle could be heard from this mysterious forbidden area, and it lasted for a full month. No one knew what was going on inside, and no one knew whether the two peak mid-stage supreme beings were fighting against a single existence of the same level, or more. But after that, the two supreme being ferocious beasts at the peak of the middle stage never appeared again, and the news that came from the ferocious mosquito forbidden grounds was that they had died in the battle. As soon as the news spread, all the forbidden lands and star areas on the right bank of the Milky Way were shocked. That was a supreme being of the universe. Beings of this level all had powerful life-saving means. Even a first-stage supreme being would be hard to kill. What's more, two peak mid-stage supreme beings of the 6th step were killed in a single battle, at the same time. If this news was true, then the strength of the mysterious existence in this forbidden mosquito ground was simply shocking. However, no one was able to confirm the authenticity of the news. After all, even if these two universe supremes at the pinnacle of the middle stage didn't die, they wouldn't end up well. They would either be imprisoned in fierce mosquito forbidden land, or he was forced to use some kind of life-saving trump card, paid a huge price, and fled in a sorry state. if even they were like this, who would dare to easily enter the ferocious mosquito forbidden land and take the risk to seek this matter? It had been thousands of years since that incident. Since then, the already mysterious mosquito forbidden land had become even more mysterious. Basically, outsiders would not easily step into the starry sky territory of the mosquito forbidden land. Even when they were close to the edge of this high-level forbidden area, they still had to be cautious. However, in fact, although the ferocious mosquito beasts were the most numerous in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, other ferocious beasts of various races were not rare in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. Furthermore, in this mysterious high-level forbidden area, there were even tribes and planets that belonged to the survivors of the primordial era. All in all, the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was a place where there were a lot of different races in the starry sky. However, the beings that lived in this high-level forbidden area, whether it was the ferocious mosquito beasts of other races or the survivors of the primordial era, basically, they rarely went out, even if they wandered to the edge of the starry sky outside the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. Very few of them. Yi Xian had already understood all of this beforehand. Hence, although he wasn't a ferocious mosquito beast, as long as he was discreet when he entered, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. As long as he entered the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, everything would be fine. This was a rare and mysterious forbidden land where there were a lot of different races in the starry sky. It was obviously named after the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, but there were even survivors of the primordial era inside. Yi Xian entered in the form of a ferocious ape, so he wouldn't attract too much attention. That's right. He didn't plan to enter the ferocious mosquito forbidden land in his human form. Although there were actually star tribes of the primordial era in this high-level forbidden land, and there were probably quite a lot of them. After all, it was a high-level forbidden land, and the territory was too vast. Just the various life stars alone, there were probably dozens or hundreds of them. 10,000, however, it was still somewhat inconvenient for humans to walk around in their human form. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not possess the bloodline of the vicious mosquito race. Even if he changed his appearance, it was only in appearance. He did not possess the bloodline aura of the vicious mosquito race. Otherwise, he would have turned into a primordial mosquito like Xue Ben and entered the place. However, although Yi Xian did not have the bloodline of the ferocious mosquito, there were tens of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts in his blood mosquito war scroll. Moreover, after the last great leap in the life level of the war scroll, there were tens of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts in the blood mosquito war scroll. The mosquito beasts were no longer weak in terms of cultivation and strength. There were even many official level undyings, and hundreds of emperor level undyings. Although this bit of strength was not significant in battle, it was more than enough to use these tens of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts as scouts to gather information or to carry out some arrangements when entering the vicious mosquito forbidden land. It could be said that the existence of the blood mosquito war scroll and the tens of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts in the war scroll gave Yi Xian more confidence in entering the vicious mosquito forbidden land this time. Xiao. A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard, and an extremely fast beam of light shot over from the distant end of the void. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived and stopped abruptly at the back of an abandoned star. A space raging ape appeared. It was only about 3 meters tall, but the aura of cultivation that emanated from its body was extremely powerful. It was a second-level universe supreme. This raging ape was Yi Xian. In front of them was the border of the vicious mosquito forbidden land in another few billion miles. Due to the outstanding reputation of this supreme forbidden land and its mysteriousness, very few outsiders came near it. The ferocious mosquitoes, other ferocious beasts, and the survivors of the primordial era that lived in this supreme forbidden land rarely came out. Therefore, this supreme forbidden land was very long. The border of the starry sky territory had always been deserted. In this sort of situation, even if Yi Xian had shrunk his body to only about 3 meters tall, if he were to approach and rush in like this, he would most likely be exposed and be targeted by some powerful existence within the forbidden area. Chapter 45-23. Whoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian, who had used the Blood Sea's secret technique to transform into a tiny drop of blood, directly rushed into the fierce mosquito forbidden land. Because it was only a tiny drop of blood and Yi Xian had used the perfect vibration secret technique of mental power, although there were still some fierce mosquito beasts wandering inside the fierce mosquito forbidden land, none of them discovered Yi Xian's arrival. It had arrived. This tiny drop of blood, which had used the perfect vibration secret technique of mental power to conceal all of its aura, did not stop for a moment after entering the fierce mosquito forbidden land. It kept moving forward at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed the border area and entered the fierce mosquito forbidden land. In the hinterland of the forbidden land. Along the way, Yi Xian saw many indigenous fierce beasts in the fierce mosquito forbidden land. In addition to the fierce mosquito beasts, there were also some fierce beasts of the starry sky of other races, including the fierce apes of the starry sky, which made him quite speechless. But his heart was more at ease. He even saw a few battleships of the ancient survivors in the void, which showed that the situation here was the same as the rumors outside, and that the fierce mosquito beasts were the main force. But there were also many fierce beasts of the starry sky of other races and the ancient survivors. In this way, whether Yi Xian appeared in the form of the fierce ape of the starry sky or as a human, there would be no problem, and he would not attract too much attention and suspicion. Soon, a star area with many planets of life appeared in front of him. Looking around, there were at least hundreds of planets of life in the distance. Going in and out of these planets of life were not fierce mosquito beasts, but other kinds of fierce mosquito beasts. Fierce beasts of the starry sky of different races. Among them were the fierce apes of the starry sky. With a thought, Yi Xian's tiny drop of blood, which was moving at an extremely fast speed in the void, slowed down in an instant. He chose to appear in this area in the form of the fierce ape of the starry sky, but in the beginning, his cultivation and strength should not be too high to avoid attracting too much attention. Finally, after figuring out the general situation in this area, Yi Xian would choose a target to kill, transform into his appearance, and replace his identity. In this way, in the future, he would be able to move freely in this mosquito-forbidden area. Even if someone started an investigation, he wouldn't have to worry about his identity being exposed. Yi Xian had never been so cautious before, but this time, it was different. This ferocious mosquito-forbidden land was too mysterious, and the most powerful being who was hibernating within it could even kill a universe supreme being. Even Yi Xian had to be cautious. At the very least, even if he activated the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape transformation in his body and pushed it to the 9th form, his power would only be at the level of a 2nd-level universe supreme. Even if he used the power of the Blood Sea's secret technique to form 3 Blood Sea bodies, it was still impossible for him to completely kill a universe supreme. Not to mention that there had been 2 powerful universe supreme beings who had entered this place, but there had been no news of them ever since. That was definitely something that the current Yi Xian could not achieve. Yi Xian observed for a while. Of the various races of space beasts entering and exiting the atmosphere of the hundreds of life stars in this area, basically all of them were at least at the undying level. And the ones with the highest power were at the level of emperors. Every time an emperor walked out of a life star and rushed into a distant void space, the surrounding space beasts that sensed his aura would all stop and respectfully wait in the void space until he left. Of course, this didn't mean that the emperors were the most powerful beings within these hundreds of life stars. At the very least, within a short period of time, Yi Xian saw a few emperors enter these life stars, which meant that within these hundreds of life stars, even though emperors were considered the upper echelons, there were still quite a number of them, and they definitely weren't the most powerful beings. If there were no accidents, there should be at least a universe knight guarding these hundreds of life stars. Although it wasn't certain that every life star had a universe knight, there should be at least a few of them. And, if there were no accidents, within these hundreds of life stars, there should be at least a few universe masters. From the looks of it, if Yi Xian were to appear with the strength of an immortal emperor, he would definitely attract the attention of all the fierce beasts nearby. At that time, once they saw that he was unfamiliar with them, they would immediately become suspicious. However, the number of emperors was much higher. Within a short period of time, Yi Xian saw at least a few dozen of them. When an emperor walked out of a life star, even though there would be space beasts nearby watching, the ones far away wouldn't. This was enough to prove that the emperors here were only small leaders and didn't have much influence. This meant that any emperor wouldn't be recognized or recognized outside his own territory. That was completely understandable, as he wouldn't attract the suspicion of any of the beasts. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian instantly made a decision. He would show an undying starry sky berserk ape in this area, then investigate and roughly understand the situation in the entire area. Then he would decide on the next step and the follow-up plan. Screech. After making the decision, Yi Xian didn't have time to do anything. He didn't even have time to release the blood sea technique and transform into a drop of blood. He didn't even have time to remove the perfect vibration of his spiritual energy. In the distance, in the direction of the extreme end of the forbidden mosquito land, there was an earth-shattering, ferocious howl. The oppressive aura emitted by this violent howl was too shocking. Even Yi Xian, who was currently maintaining his cultivation as a universe master, felt his mind tremble as soon as he heard it. Without exception, the hundreds of planets with life in the distance all trembled slightly in the violent howl. Although the situation inside the stars could not be seen, all the ferocious beasts in the universe void outside the atmosphere of the stars, after hearing this roar at the same time, instantly crouched down in the void, trembling slightly. Even the emperors in sight were doing the same. Yi Xian was stunned for a short while. His heart was beating wildly, and his expression changed drastically. He almost cried out in alarm, a primordial great being. He was all too familiar with the force emitted by the howl. It was a primordial great being. After all, at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Shenong cauldron within Yi Xian's body, there were still quite a few corpses of the supreme beings of the primordial era and the supreme beings of the primordial era within the giant sealed caves. How could he not recognize such an aura? Chapter 45-24. In the depths of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, an earth-shattering roar was heard, and the one who made the roar was a powerful being from the primordial era. All of this caught even Yi Xian off guard. He was stunned on the spot, and it took him a long time to recover from the extreme shock in his heart. A powerful being from the primordial era guarded a top-tier forbidden land. And the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was a top-tier forbidden land, at least that was how the outside world saw it. Within a senior forbidden area, the strongest being guarding it should only be a universe supreme. But why was there a powerful being from the primordial era here? And judging from the anger in the roar, there might be more than one powerful being from the primordial era in the area where the roar came from. After all, how could a mere universe supreme be able to infuriate a primordial god to such an extent? Most likely, it had to be a being of the same level. In other words, there were at least two powerful beings from the primordial era in this ferocious mosquito forbidden land. How was this a top-tier forbidden land? This was clearly a top-notch forbidden area. Even among the top-tier forbidden lands, this ferocious mosquito forbidden land was definitely one of the best. After all, some of the top-tier forbidden lands only had one powerful being from the primordial era guarding it. But here, there were at least two of them. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood why the two universe supremes who entered the ferocious mosquito forbidden land together had died here. It was indeed difficult to kill a universe supreme. For example, Yi Xian had used 3 third-level universe supreme blood sea bodies to besiege a first-level universe supreme enemy, but in the end, the enemy still used a secret technique to escape. But if the one who attacked was a powerful being from the primordial era, it was a different story. The two universe supremes had died here because a powerful being from the primordial era guarding the ferocious mosquito forbidden land had attacked. In other words, even at that time, this ferocious mosquito forbidden land was already a top-tier forbidden land guarded by a powerful being from the primordial era. This meant that at least one of the two powerful beings guarding this ferocious mosquito forbidden land was a veteran powerful being from the primordial era, and his cultivation level was definitely not at the early stage of the primordial era. The reason for this situation was that the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was a top-tier forbidden land. But the ferocious mosquito forbidden land was a top-tier forbidden land guarded only by a universe supreme. The reason was simple. Ferocious beasts from the outside couldn't get out once they entered. They were either killed or imprisoned. The ferocious mosquito beasts from the primordial era resided in this top-tier forbidden land of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, as well as other races from the primordial era, and the survivors, basically wouldn't get out. Even if some of the stronger existences went out occasionally, they would not come into contact with other existences outside of the forbidden area. So, the news was cut off, and no one knew that this was actually a top-rate forbidden area, so it was completely understandable. What the F***ck was this? Originally, Yi Xian thought this was a top-tier forbidden land. Even though he wanted to come in and check it out, he waited until he had the power of a universe supreme under the 9th change of the demonic ape transformation bloodline technique. Take action. This was because the most powerful beings in the advanced forbidden lands were all universe supreme beings. With the same level of power, Yi Xian had the confidence to deal with any unforeseen events calmly. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. But now, the situation seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. There were powerful beings from the primordial era here, and there was more than one of them. One of them was at least at the middle stage of the primordial era, even under the 9th change of the demonic ape transformation bloodline technique. Yi Xian's power was only at the 2nd level of the universe supreme. Compared to the powerful beings from the primordial era who were at the middle stage of the primordial era, he was more than one level weaker. If he was targeted by the primordial era, it was still unknown whether he could successfully activate the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body and escape. After all, it wasn't the first time such a situation had happened before. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian fell into deep thought. Now that the situation had changed, and he had only just entered this mosquito forbidden land, he hadn't started his operation yet. It could even be said that he didn't even have a plan for what to do next. Since he didn't go in deeper, it wouldn't be a problem for him to leave quietly again. So, he was now faced with two choices. One was to continue moving forward according to his previous plan and appear in the form of a space-violent ape with the power of an emperor-level undying. He would figure out the general situation of this area and then decide what to do next. What should he do next? Otherwise, he would simply leave as he came and take advantage of the fact that he had yet to show himself and quickly leave this forbidden area for ferocious mosquitoes. When he had the 9th change of the demonic ape transformation bloodline technique in the future and had the power of a primordial era supreme being, he would enter to explore. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind as he considered these two options. For a moment, Yi Xian was in a dilemma. Whatever, since I'm already here, I'll just take it as it comes. So what if this is a top-tier forbidden land? As long as I don't provoke the two primordial era supreme beings and keep a low profile, there shouldn't be any problems. After some hesitation, Yi Xian finally made a decision. He decided to grit his teeth and take the risk to stay and act according to his previous plan. On the path of cultivation, if I consider everything thoroughly and hesitate in the face of a little danger, how can I have the heart of a great being? When he spoke up to hear, he didn't hesitate any longer and immediately withdrew the blood sea secret technique with a single thought. The originally weak drop of blood instantly vanished and transformed into a 30 m tall starry sky ferocious ape. However, the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique was still activated, perfectly concealing the aura around him. After doing all this, Yi Xian's attention shifted to the outside world. He found that in the surrounding void space, the various space beasts that were lying on the ground and shivering had all returned to normal one after another. Because after the roar of the desolation era almighty being sounded, there was no follow-up movement. The powerful pressure in the void gradually dissipated, and only then did the ferocious stars beasts break free from their trembling state. After a round of investigation and confirming that all the surrounding space beasts had returned to normal and that there were no longer any abnormalities, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He still maintained the perfect state of the mental energy secret technique and quickly rushed to the back of a life star. Chapter 45-25 Xiao. A weak breaking sound resounded as a 30-meter-tall space berserk ape rushed out from the back of a life star, appearing in the environment of this region. The aura emitted from his body was impressively that of a rank 3 emperor. This berserk ape was Yi Xian. As soon as he appeared from the back of a planet with life, some of the ferocious beasts of different races in the vicinity sensed his aura. Very quickly, these space beasts looked at Yi Xian. Those with cultivation levels lower than the undying emperors had even stopped moving. Among the ferocious beasts of various races within a radius of several 100 million miles, there were 2 emperor-level insectoids and 2 emperor-level ferocious apes. They didn't stop when they saw Shi Yan appear. They continued to move in the same direction. However, they all turned to look at Yi Xian and nodded slightly, as a form of greeting. Yi Xian was slightly nervous. He naturally wasn't afraid of these ants, but he was worried that he would be seen through and attract the attention of the ancient beings in this mosquito-forbidden zone. Carrying this nervousness, he mimicked the 4 emperors and slowly walked towards a life star. He didn't stop and only nodded at them as a form of greeting. Very quickly, the 4 emperors were far away, and the surrounding space beasts within a few 100 million li of space returned to normal, no longer paying attention to him. The first time he made his debut, Yi Xian easily withstood it. This caused his confidence to instantly soar, and he was filled with confidence. However, this was only the first step. It was merely a transitional step. It was impossible for Yi Xian to merely use the strength of an immortal emperor to walk through this forbidden area of mosquitoes. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to find the whereabouts of Shui Ben or find out anything related to the mysterious visitor from the mother planet. These weren't things an emperor-level undying could come into contact with. If he wanted to come into contact with these things, Yi Xian had to at least have a reasonable identity as a universe knight, preferably a universe master. Moreover, it would be best if the owner of this identity was a starry sky violent ape like him. That way, there would be no need for him to change the aura of his bloodline. That way, even if the 2 primordial era almighty figures in this ferocious mosquito-forbidden land noticed him and began to investigate him. However, he couldn't expose himself. This was because he had the demon ape bloodline in him, which was the same bloodline as the space berserk ape. Although there were hundreds of planets with life in this area, they were not crowded in one place. Instead, they were scattered. Basically, there were only 3 or 4 planets with life in the void of the universe within a radius of several 100 million miles. The space beasts entering and exiting these life stars were of various races. This was something Yi Xian had noticed before. Among the various space beasts in the entire area, there were starry sky berserk apes. Yi Xian had long since noticed that the starry sky berserk apes that appeared in the void were basically entering and exiting the atmosphere of a few of the life stars. If he wasn't mistaken, the most powerful beings guarding these life stars should be space berserk apes. After all, although this mosquito-forbidden zone was like a hodgepodge with all kinds of space beasts and even ancient survivors, they were basically all living in groups. At this moment, the target star Yi Xian was heading toward was one of these life stars where a large number of space berserk apes were entering and exiting. He was looking for a powerful space berserk ape, which had to be at least a universe knight, preferably a universe master. Then he would find a way to get close to it, kill it quickly, and replace it. After doing all this, Yi Xian would have an official and reasonable identity in this mosquito-forbidden zone. This way, when he carried out other operations later on, he could avoid all kinds of troubles as much as possible. Shio! A faint air-breaking sound was heard, and Yi Xian transformed into a beam of light. After arriving at the target star, he didn't hesitate at all. He passed through the atmosphere and entered the star. Everything in front of him suddenly became clear. The spirit energy of this star wasn't considered dense. There were green mountains and rivers, and it was full of life. Although there were some space beasts of other races in this star, at a glance, more than 80% of them were space berserk apes. Of course, even space berserk apes had different sizes and appearances. For example, the human race, although they all had 1 nose and 2 eyes, their appearances were still different. After entering, Yi Xian was even more inconspicuous. An emperor-level undying was probably just a small leader in this top-level forbidden zone. Yi Xian looked around. Even within this star, there were many emperors. This scene was definitely not something the beginner and intermediate Forbidden Zones Yi Xian had encountered before could compare to. Even the so-called senior Forbidden Lands guarded by Universe Supreme Beings were far inferior to this. However, the star field within this star was a bit strange. Yi Xian tried, but his Emperor-level spirit energy couldn't envelop the entire star. This was most likely due to the fact that the soil contained too many magnetic minerals. If that was the case, it would be a little troublesome for him to investigate the details of this entire star. He had to go to more places and investigate separately. However, Yi Xian didn't choose to do so. After pondering for a while, he secretly activated the bloodline ability of 9 Devil Ape and performed it to the 9th form. Of course, at the same time, he also activated the Blood Sea technique and the Perfect Vibration spiritual power. Hence, although the bloodline ability of 9 Devil Ape was performed to the 9th form, Yi Xian's body didn't change. He was still only 30 meters tall. Although the cultivation level within his body had instantly reached the 2nd level of the Universe Supreme Realm, due to the perfect spiritual energy concealment technique, the current Yi Xian's cultivation level aura was still the same as before. He was the Emperor Realm. Level 3 Undying. However, in fact, he already had the terrifying spirit energy of a Level 2 Universe Supreme level. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian activated his spirit energy to the maximum. Under the premise of concealing his aura as much as possible, he completely enveloped the interior of this life star. Almost instantly, the entire situation of this life star was recorded in Yi Xian's mind. His spirit was instantly shaken because he had discovered the strongest expert guarding this life star through his divine sense. It was indeed a space-raging ape. Under normal circumstances, it wasn't very big, only about 1,000 feet tall. However, its power was extraordinary. It was a 6th-level Universe Master, and it was only one step away from reaching the advanced stage of this level. Chapter 45-26. As Yi Xian silently activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape within his body to the 9th transformation, everything within the life star beneath his feet was instantly stored in his mind. In practically an instant, Yi Xian had already locked onto the position of the strongest person in this life star. It was a vast valley sandwiched in the middle by 3 huge peaks. This space-raging ape with the power of a 6th-level Universe Master really knew how to enjoy life. It was like spring all year round in this valley, and on its left, right, and back were towering mountains with countless spirit fruits. One could enjoy them at any time with a wave of the hand. And in front of the last valley, there was a vast sea. Although the ocean was undulating, there was not a single space beast to be seen, both on the surface and under the water. Obviously, this expanse of sea was used by this formidable violent ape to admire the scenery. As a Starsky violent ape with a violent temper, this fellow had rather refined interests, and the places it chose for its lair were all valleys with a seascape, and it was truly beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, all this was meaningless, because he had been targeted by Yi Xian today, and he was destined to die here. Although the current Yi Xian was only 30 meters tall, he had given up on his enormous body of 60 million kilometers. It could be said that his boundless vital energy and blood had the effect of increasing his cultivation by 1 level. Even so, on the surface, he was only a 3rd-level Undying Emperor, but the power surging within his body was still at the terrifying 2nd-level Universe Supreme level. Compared to this 6th-level Universe Master Raging Ape, who had not even reached the late-stage Universe Master level, he was much stronger. He only needed 1 strike to kill his opponent instantly. After retracting his spirit consciousness and making sure everything was normal, Yi Xian immediately made the decision to take action. Xiao. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yi Xian disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, when he reappeared, he was already in the valley with a view of the ocean. The valley was vast, and there were no other ferocious beasts inside, not even a raging ape. There was only one blood-maned raging ape that was 300 meters tall, and it was taking a nap in the depths of the valley. This blood-maned berserk ape, whose entire body was like blood, was Yi Xian's target. It was a powerful existence that was overseeing the life star beneath his feet and had reached the 6th level of the universe master level. Although Yi Xian had perfectly concealed the power of a second-level universe supreme level in his body with the perfect vibration of his spiritual power, he still showed the power of an undying emperor on the surface in order not to attract attention. This level of power was not concealed at all. Therefore, the blood-maned raging ape, who was taking a nap in the depths of the valley, immediately sensed his arrival. However, it obviously sensed the bloodline of the raging ape in Yi Xian's body, so it was not alarmed. It didn't even care. It didn't even open its eyes, as it was still taking a nap. After all, in this life star, it was the ancestor of the raging ape race. Since he was an ancestor, how could he possibly have any so-called vigilance towards an ant-like junior of the same clan? However, although it wasn't alarmed, this powerful raging ape, who obviously liked peace and quiet, was obviously dissatisfied with the sudden arrival of Yi Xian, who was only an emperor-level undying, who was like an ant. His figure didn't move, and he was still leaning against the huge green stone that was like a throne, pretending to sleep. He didn't even open his eyes, but a voice filled with dissatisfaction instantly spread out and resounded in this vast valley. "Little brat, you're already an emperor-level undying, yet you still don't know my rules? Scram, go to the space above the ape sea and self-destruct." Even though they were of the same race, space beasts rarely cared about blood ties. What's more, there were too many space berserk apes here. Any random emperor-level space berserk ape, even if it had blood ties with him, would be extremely insignificant. Weak. Perhaps it was because of this reason that the blood-maned berserk ape sitting on the azure lustrous stone throne didn't have the slightest bit of pity for the clan's younger generation that had suddenly arrived and disturbed its rest. For such a small matter, it actually wanted Yi Xian to self-destruct, and he couldn't even do it here, in case he dirted the place. He had to go to the sky above the ape sea outside the valley to self-destruct. He already wanted someone to die, yet he still wanted him to go to the designated place and commit suicide. Without a doubt, this raging ape was not only cold-blooded, but also extremely cruel. Even Yi Xian couldn't stand it anymore. "Seeing that you're a raging ape," this star master felt a little uncomfortable, "but now it seems that you only have yourself to blame. You deserve to die." As the words that were filled with endless disdain came out of its mouth, the violent ape's shoulders shook, and its figure instantly disappeared from its original spot. When it reappeared, it was already inside the valley. It was only a few meters away from the blood-maned violent ape that was taking a nap on the green lustrous stone throne. "Only 5 kilometers, you." At this moment, the raging ape finally realized that something was wrong, and its eyes that had been closed tightly suddenly opened, and 2 rays of blood-red light shot out from them as it glared at Yi Xian. Moreover, a strand of extremely powerful and terrifying aura instantly effused out from within its body, and it enveloped the planet beneath its feet in the blink of an eye. It caused the countless ferocious beasts in the other areas of the valley to lie prostrate on the ground in fear and shiver. Unfortunately, that was all. Even though it had realized that there was something wrong with Yi Xian, it didn't have the chance to make a move at all. Bang! There was no suspense in what happened next, and an enormous rumble resounded from the valley. As the raging ape's figure shook, it directly smashed its fist forward. The raging ape didn't even have the chance to wail before its enormous body instantly exploded with a bang. In an instant, its body that was only around 300 m tall had completely exploded into a dazzling mist of blood that spread out. Swish! After it finished all of this, the raging ape waved its hand at the first possible moment, and an extremely powerful and invisible force swept out from its body and enveloped the entire valley. The boundless mist of blood that had just spread out was swept over and absorbed into its body, and then it was immediately sent into the farmer god cauldron by Yi Xian to start the refinement of blood essence. At the same time, there was even a strand of the raging ape's soul within the spreading mist of blood, and it was directly absorbed by Yi Xian before he immediately started to search its soul. After a short few breaths of time, Yi Xian opened his eyes once more, and bright light flickered within them without end. Even though it was merely a strand of soul and didn't obtain much information from the search, Yi Xian still didn't know much about the situation in the ferocious mosquito-forbidden area. But at the very least, he had a sufficient understanding of the raging ape that he'd just killed. Chapter 45-27. After killing the blood-mane raging ape with one punch, Yi Xian gained another drop of blood essence from Universe Master. However, he didn't care about it anymore. Ape Demon King was the name of this blood-mane raging ape. In fact, he wasn't just the most powerful being on the planet he was standing on. Within a radius of 10 billion miles, there were dozens of life stars, and he was the leader. Of course, within these dozens of life stars, there were other Universe Masters and Universe Knights. Among them, there were 3 Universe Masters, all of whom were 2 stars of this level. As for the Universe Knights, there were 10, and their cultivation levels ranged from level 1 to level 9 complete. It could be said that Yi Xian was quite lucky this time. He had randomly picked a life planet, and it was the best target. After sighing inwardly, he quickly transformed his body to a height of 1,000 feet. As he was originally in the form of a raging ape, he didn't need to change anything else. He only changed the ape mane on the surface of his body to the color of blood. This way, he looked exactly like the blood-mane raging ape he had just killed. Of course, there was also the cultivation level. Yi Xian's original cultivation level was at level 1 Universe Master. After activating the 9 Devil Ape Changes bloodline within him, he became a level 2 Universe Master. Now, he needed to reach the power of a 6th level Universe Master to activate the bloodline technique of 9 Devil Ape to the 4th transformation. After all this was done, Yi Xian was no different from the blood-mane raging ape from before in terms of body size, appearance, cultivation level, and even the aura of the raging ape changes bloodline. Although other Universe Masters, such as those from the Bug Clan, could also transform into this form, they couldn't withstand detection, and the great beings of the primordial era could still see some clues. However, this problem didn't exist for Yi Xian at all. He had the raging ape changes bloodline within him, so everything was very real. After everything was done, Yi Xian lowered his head and looked at himself. Everything was flawless, without a single flaw. At this moment, his heart, which had been in his throat all this time, finally settled down completely. As his heartstrings relaxed, even his state of mind subconsciously improved a little. After a long period of high tension, it was understandable that his heartstrings would suddenly relax. However, to Yi Xian, this was a pleasant surprise. This was because the improvement of his mental state meant that his opportunity to make another breakthrough had arrived. "That's good," said Luo Feng. "I'm only a 1st level Universe Master now. The sooner I break through to the 9th level Universe Master level, the sooner I become a Universe Supreme Master, the sooner I can become a Universe Supreme Master. The 9th transformation of 9 changes of Demon Ape will allow me to possess the power of a great being from the primordial era. Combat power. In this way, even in this forbidden mosquito ground, there is no need to be overly cautious. Even if I still keep a low profile and be careful, at least, my confidence is completely different." At this point, Yi Xian didn't say anything else. He suddenly decided to take advantage of this opportunity to start another round of closed-door cultivation and break through to become a 2nd-level Universe Master. Swish! After making his decision, Yi Xian's figure flashed and directly entered a huge cave at the bottom of the mountain behind the valley. This was obviously the place where the blood-mane ape was in seclusion. However, it had now fallen into Yi Xian's hands. The space inside was very large, and there were many top-grade treasures, medicines, and equipment refinement materials. After all, the blood-mane ape was a 6th-level Universe Master and was only one step away from becoming a late-stage Universe Master. It was still very rich. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian waved his hand and swept up all the treasures, keeping them in his undying world. Then he waved his hand and sealed the cave entrance. After setting up layers of isolation seals, he took out the Farmer God Cauldron. Of course, it was a smaller version. Shape. Swish, swish, swish. With a step, Yi Xian entered the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Then he waved his hand, and in an instant, the sound of air breaking rang out. Rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. They were all cultivation resources he took out from his undying world. Origin. Including the blood essence of Universe Master that he had obtained from killing the blood main ape. He also took it out and prepared to consume it as a cultivation resource. This way, he could guarantee a smooth breakthrough. In any case, he already had enough level 27 supreme pills, 14 of them, so he didn't need to store the blood essence for the time being. Very soon, Yi Xian activated the power of the farmer god Cauldron's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them into his stomach. Walala, as expected, the sound of chains covering the sky and earth instantly rang out in his body. However, this time, there was still only one shackle that appeared. Yi Xian concentrated and activated the large river of energy that had just formed in his body. He began to circulate it in his 100 meridians, accumulating power. A heart-wrenching pain instantly engulfed his entire body and mind, but to Yi Xian, it was still nothing. He had long since gotten used to it. Time slowly passed. Under Yi Xian's wholehearted attention and full circulation, this time, it only took him about a day and a half to completely refine the large river of energy in his body. Yi Xian only had to attack once, and this incomparably thick shackle had already broken. When this shackle was completely broken, the anticipated system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind very quickly, ding. Congratulations, host, on a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 2nd level Universe Master. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a breakthrough in the realm of the physical body's blood essence. Current realm, 2nd level Universe Master. 2nd level Universe Master. This breakthrough had undoubtedly caused Yi Xian's combat power to soar again. Previously, his original body's power had been at the 1st level Universe Master level. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could climb to the 2nd level Universe Master level. And if he used the 9 demon ape transformations again and reached the 9th transformation, his combat power would immediately soar to the 2nd level Universe Supreme level. But now, with the completion of this breakthrough, Yi Xian's power would instantly reach the 3rd level Universe Master level after activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 demon ape transformations again, he would directly enter the 9th transformation. His power would reach the 3rd level Universe Supreme level. This was already the pinnacle of the initial stage of this level. If he went one step further, he would be able to step into the intermediate stage of the Universe Supreme level. In fact, if one were to include the terrifying power of blood and energy in his enormous body under the 9th transformation of the violent ape, Yi Xian's true combat power would basically be comparable to that of a 4th level Universe Supreme level. In other words, at this point, any initial stage Universe Supreme level who encountered him would end up dying or fleeing in a sorry state. Even if it was an intermediate stage Universe Supreme level, whether it was a 5th level or 6th level Universe Supreme level, Yi Xian could already fight head-on and ensure that he would not be defeated. Chapter 45-28. In just 1.5 days, Yi Xian successfully made another breakthrough. Now, his cultivation level had reached the level of a 2nd stage Universe Master. If he were to perform the 9th transformation of the bloodline technique of 9 demon ape, he would instantly possess the terrifying combat power of a 3rd stage Universe Supreme Master. Xiao. After calming down, Yi Xian waved his hand and stood up. He walked out of the entrance of the Shen-Nong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he put the Shen-Nong cauldron into his body. Immediately after, he removed all the layers of isolation restrictions that had been set up previously. After opening the cave, Yi Xian stepped out. The aura of a 7th stage Universe Master in his body was instantly activated to the maximum. How, after walking out of the cave on the mountain wall and into the valley outside, Yi Xian raised his head and let out a ferocious roar. He was filled with boundless joy. Since he had made a breakthrough, he should let the outside world know. At this moment, as the powerful aura of a 7th stage Universe Master in his body completely spread out, the star beneath his feet trembled slightly. Countless space beasts within the star all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. At the same time, light exclamations of surprise resounded throughout the star from time to time, and they revealed joy and excitement. Their ape demon emperor had finally made a breakthrough. From a 6th-stage universe master to a 7th-stage universe master, he had become a powerful late-stage universe master. This was naturally something to be happy about. Yi Xian was extremely satisfied with such an effect. However, after letting out a roar, he ignored them and sat down on the green lustrous stone throne in the valley. He was thinking about his next move. Although he had successfully obtained the identity of the demonic ape king, it was only a foundation for everything that came after. He had 2 goals for entering this top-tier forbidden area, and one of them had yet to be carried out. To be honest, there was no progress at all. Naturally, he couldn't delay for too long. At this moment, there was a familiar throbbing in his body. It was the movement of Yen Luo. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. With a wave of his hand, he immediately took out Yen Luo. Xiao! A weak sound of breaking through the air rang out as Bao Luo whizzed out and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a pink silk that was over 300 meters long. It slowly rose and fell in the air in front of Yi Xian, emitting an extremely powerful and mysterious aura. Almost at the same time Bao Luo was summoned, Fairy Zi Xia's voice rang out. It was gentle and pleasant, and it made one's bones feel lighter. Master, the gains from this time's seclusion are too great. My sisters have all broken through. At Universe Night level. What? Yi Xian stood up in shock. He stared blankly for a moment, then an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. The 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era in the Yen Luo were Hanba Corp's ancestor, Ho Qing Corp's ancestor, Desolate Electro Lady, Fairy of the 9 Heavens, 9-tailed Celestial Fox, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Zixia Fairy. The 7 of them were once the most beautiful in the primordial era. They were known as the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era, and they were famous for a time. Later on, the Great War of the primordial era broke out, and the 7 beautiful cultivators all fell. However, each of them had a trace of consciousness origin sealed within the primordial treasure Yen Luo. Countless years later, this treasure was obtained by Yi Xian. During that time, they went through various dangers and obstacles. Until today, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era, who were once famous in the primordial era, had finally all become universe knights after reuniting. Of course, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era were all powerful beings of the primordial era. Although they had now recovered their powers of the universe knight level, they were still a distance away from the primordial era. He was still a distance away from the pinnacle of his previous life, but he was not too far away. After all, after becoming a universe knight, he would become a universe master, a universe supreme, and after that, he would be able to reach the primordial great power level. In other words, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the Yen Luo were only 3 realms away from recovering their powers of the primordial era. With the amount of top-notch resources that Yi Xian had provided for them, in addition to the speed of their recovery, it was possible that they would be able to reach the primordial era in just 3 sessions of deep sleep. Thinking up to this point, Yi Xian's breathing became heavy, and his chest rose and fell. He was obviously very excited. He was looking forward to that day. Once it came, he would have 7 powerful beings of the primordial era under his command. This would definitely be a terrifying army that could sweep across the primordial era. Throughout the ages, it was rare to see such a luxurious scene. Xiao! Xiao xiao xiao! Just as he was feeling excited, a series of weak sounds broke through the air. From the space in front of him, 7 figures rushed out of the Yen Luo. In the space in front of Yi Xian, they lined up in a row. They were the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era. These were the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era. No matter which one it was, they were all extremely beautiful and had outstanding figures. At this time, at a glance, they gave people the feeling that even if they grew a pair of eyes, they would not be enough. Although they'd already come into contact with each other quite a few times, Yi Xian still couldn't control himself. His heartbeat faintly accelerated, and even his breathing quickened. His nose seemed to be slightly itchy, and blood seemed to be about to flow out at any moment. "Greetings, Master." As their bodies appeared, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era smiled and bowed to Yi Xian. They softly called out, "Master." Shortly after, they discovered Yi Xian's current level of power. Thus, one after another, soft voices sounded like a tide. "Rise, see. Master, your power actually improved so quickly. How long has it been since we last met? You actually soared to the 7th level of Universe Master. Originally, I thought that just recovering our power from our previous lives was already considered extremely fast. Who would have thought that compared to Master, it was not enough at all?" That's right, that's right. We swallowed so many 9-colored godly medicines and tried our best to break through in our sleep, but we only recovered our power to the Universe Night level. Master has already become a late-stage Universe Master. This is obviously not the same speed. It seems that staying by Master's side will make us cultivate faster. Sisters, why don't we not sleep in the primordial era anymore? Why don't we just stay by Master's side? Perhaps it won't be long before we recover our power to the pinnacle of our previous lives. After saying a few words, the group of girls started chattering and laughing from time to time, causing Yi Xian to be speechless. "Stop fooling around. I know what you mean." Depressed, Yi Xian helplessly rolled his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he took out a large amount of 9-colored godly medicines from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the Shin Nong cauldron. Just like last time, he divided them into 7 portions, each of which was tens of thousands of cubic meters. This way, the batch of 9-colored godly medicines that Yi Xian had refined previously was suddenly reduced by a small half. It was like a huge weight, and this was the second 1/5. Xiao. Chapter 45-29. It had to be said that even Yi Xian himself felt the pinch when he gave away these 7 pots of 9-colored godly medicine that were tens of thousands of cubic meters. Although it was not a problem to refine the 9-colored godly medicine, every time it was refined, it had to consume the remains of many powerful primordial beings. Although Yi Xian still had quite a few corpses from the primordial era in his possession, there weren't many supreme beings from the primordial era. Unfortunately, it was the remains of a primordial being at the level of a quasi-primordial being, which was a 9th-level pinnacle universe supreme being. If he were to use it to refine the 9-colored godly medicine, he was afraid that the efficacy would be slightly reduced. As for the more powerful primordial supreme level remains, although he had some, the headless infant corpses were not allowed to be used. Last time, the 9-colored godly medicine he refined, including the ones he threw out this time, had consumed 40% of the 7-colored godly medicine. The remaining 60% had been consumed by Yi Xian himself and his subordinates. It was about half. In other words, he only had a total of 40% of the 9-colored divine medicine that he refined last time. Fortunately, it was not a problem to hold on until Yi Xian broke through to the universe supreme level. He did not need so much. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao, as the 7 pots of 9-colored godly medicine that were tens of thousands of cubic meters were taken out by Yi Xian and suspended in the air in front of him, a faint sound of breaking through the air was heard again. These 7 girls were clearly used to it, and they were not polite at all. With a wave of their snow-white arms, they instantly put these 7 canopies into the 9-colored godly medicine, which could make countless universe knights go crazy for it in the outside world, and they gently put it away. They entered their bodies. Then, as if what they had just done was a trivial matter, they turned their heads and looked around as if they did not know what to do. While looking at the surroundings of the valley, they continued to chatter incessantly. "Hey, where is this? Master, the scenery is not bad. There are so many violent apes. At least 70% of the beasts in the entire star are space violent apes. Master, are these all your cubs? They are so good at giving birth. Outside this star, there is a faint extraordinary aura. Hiss, there is a brilliant galaxy in the distance. It looks like the Milky Way star field where the mother planet is. No, it is not just similar. That is the Milky Way star field where the mother planet is. Back then, during the Great War of the Ancient Era, the entire Milky Way star field flew together with the mother planet. No one knows where it is. Who would have thought that it would appear again in this life? Hong Meng Void. It turns out that the Milky Way star field flew to Hong Meng Void. So many powerful auras. There is an extremely familiar aura in the deepest part of this star field. That's right. Although it is obscure, it is definitely that old man from back then. Sisters, we've found the culprit. Our great enemy is still alive. He's lived from the ancient era to the present, and he's been hiding in the deepest part of this starry sky. The 7 girls had all recovered their universe night level power. Out of curiosity, they extended their godly senses to the outside of this star and even to the outside world through the edge of this mosquito-forbidden land. They saw the right bank of the Milky Way star field in the distance. During this process, the 7 girls were exploring and discussing the things and sights they had found with their godly consciousness. Although it was inappropriate, they were still in the mosquito-forbidden land. However, Yi Xian didn't stop him too much. After all, this was a top-notch forbidden area. There were quite a few universe masters, and even more universe knights. Even if there were a few universe knights probing in the void with their divine senses, it was impossible for them to attract the attention of the mosquito-forbidden area. It would attract the attention of the 2 primordial beings in the deepest part of the forbidden land. Otherwise, even the great beings of the primordial era who paid close attention to these things would be exhausted both physically and mentally. They would have long since passed out from exhaustion. Besides, the 7 girls had been sleeping in the internal space of Yuluo, and it was rare for them to come out. Yi Xian knew that they were just looking for something new and would soon lose interest. Then, he would put them in Bao Luo, and everything would be peaceful. However, the development of the situation had clearly exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. An accident that he hadn't expected suddenly arrived without any warning. As the chatter of the 7 girls continued, they seemed to have caught a familiar aura in the void of this mosquito-forbidden area. According to the girls, this aura was very obscure and weak, but they were very familiar with it. It seemed that the aura had interacted with the 7 girls in their previous lives, and this kind of interaction was clearly not a friend but an enemy. According to the girls, the direction of this mysterious aura was in the deepest part of the starry sky, which was obviously the core area of the mosquito-forbidden land. If there was no accident, it should be the area where the primordial beings in the forbidden land were guarding. This was reasonable. This made perfect sense. After all, the 7 girls were all terrifying existences of the remote antiquity era in their previous lives. How could they be weak if they could become enemies with them at the same time and plot against them behind their backs? At the very least, it had to be a primordial being. It could even be a primordial supreme being or a half-step desolate master at the peak of the primordial level 9. After all, the 7 girls were reborn, and their power had not yet recovered. However, he had been alive all this time. He had lived from the distant desolate era all the way to the present. This was definitely an incomparably terrifying super-old monster. Even Yi Xian was shocked when he heard the words of the 7 girls. His eyes widened and his mouth slightly opened. For a moment, he seemed to be stunned. While he was in a daze, the 7 girls who had caught the familiar obscure aura in the deepest part of the mosquito-forbidden land were instantly enraged. After looking at each other and exchanging glances, they reached a consensus in an instant. They turned their heads to look at Yi Xian at the same time. The playfulness from before had long disappeared. The expressions on the faces of the 7 girls were incomparably solemn. Their eyes were filled with determination, and there was even a hint of coldness and sternness in them. "Master, you should leave now and leave this place." "That's right, we sisters have encountered a great enemy from our previous lives, and it is an unresolvable hatred. We must take revenge, but we can't implicate our master because of this. The other party is very strong, and we may not be their match. But we can't avoid this battle. Our master has given us a new lease of life. We can die and return to the ruins, but our master must leave. Master, please fulfill our wish." Chapter 45-30. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the 7 girls were a little dumbfounded. They looked at each other, and although their faces showed anger, they did not dare to say anything to Yi Xian. In their hearts, Yi Xian had given them a new lease on life, and this master was not a casual word. It was a form of address. Okay, let's enter the Bao Luo first, so as to avoid unnecessary attention when we were exploring with our divine sense. It would be troublesome if we were to attract the attention of a remote antiquity expert. As he spoke, Yi Xian raised his hand and pointed to the Yen Luo hanging in mid-air. What is the specific situation? After entering the Bao Luo, we will communicate with our divine sense. First, tell me in detail. Seeing this, the 7 girls did not insist. After nodding, they all turned into streaks of light and entered the Bao Luo in an instant. Yi Xian did not delay any longer. With a wave of his hand, the Bao Luo was stored in his undying world. Then, he extended his divine sense, rushed out of the atmosphere of the star under his feet, and entered the void of the universe outside the star. After investigating for a while and confirming that what had happened before had not disturbed any existences and attracted their attention, he was relieved. After withdrawing his divine sense, Yi Xian's figure flashed, and he turned around and walked to the green stone throne in the valley and sat down. It seemed that he was taking a nap, but in fact, he was secretly communicating with the 7 girls in the Bao Luo. Yi Xian was also very interested in the words of the 7 girls, and he was very concerned about them. This was related to the secret of a powerful existence in the depths of the mosquito-forbidden land. Perhaps it could uncover the mystery of his identity. He was not in a hurry to express his opinion, but asked the 7 girls in detail about what had happened that year. This time, the 7 girls did not chatter, and the other 6 girls all kept silent. Only the last to fall, Fairy Zi Xia, narrated everything that had happened that year. It turned out that when the War of the Primordial Era broke out, the 7 girls, who were the 7 beautiful cultivators of the Primordial Era, did not join any of the camps of the Headless Infant Corpse and the Primeval Heaven's Eye. In fact, they did not participate in that battle at all. They were not interested in it. But in the end, the 7 girls had all perished. Their bodies had either completely exploded, or because of some kind of secret technique or opportunity, they had left behind a damaged body. Only in this life were they retrieved by Yi Xian and rebuilt their precious bodies. In his previous life, the 7 girls were known as the 7 beautiful cultivators of the remote antiquity. But in fact, before they died, although some of them knew each other, they were not familiar with each other. Some of them did not have any relationship with each other at all. Intersection. As for why they were involved in the Battle of the Untainted Age, the reasons were different. Some of them had accidentally encountered a powerful enemy in the void. The other party attacked them first, and they were forced to fight back. In the end, they died. Some had suddenly received some news related to some secret treasures or resources in the starry sky, and couldn't help but set out to explore. In the end, accidents happened and they fell in battle. Because of this, the 7 girls did not have any doubts about all this. They thought that the reason why they died was because they were unlucky. Even the wisps of remnant souls that they left behind after their deaths were all absorbed into the ancient treasure, Yuyen's silk net, and sealed within it. The 7 girls did not suspect anything before. They thought that this should be a powerful existence in the Untainted Age, the owner of the desolate antiquity. When he was walking in the starry sky, he encountered the remnant souls left behind after they died, so he conveniently collected them in the treasure net. It was pure luck. In the end, they coincidentally collected all the remnant souls of the 7 beautiful cultivators of the remote antiquity. It wasn't until the end of the previous hibernation and they woke up that the 7 girls were chatting in the Bao Luozhong. They talked about how they had fallen in their previous lives. Only then did they suddenly realize that they had discovered a huge conspiracy. That was the 7 maidservants who had originally hidden away from the world and had no intention of participating in that great war. The reason why they all fell one after another was actually because there was a mysterious mastermind controlling everything behind the scenes, because when they talked about the process of their deaths in their previous lives, the 7 girls discovered that before they died, they were involved in a great battle and finally died because of it. It was all related to a mysterious existence. It could be said that the death of the 7 girls seemed to be unsuspicious, but in fact, it was all the result of this mysterious person's manipulation and guidance. Before they died, they all came into contact with a mysterious old man of the human clan. Whether it was deciding to set out to explore a certain starry sky relic, or accidentally wandering in the void, encountering a strong enemy, and then a great battle broke out. It was all related to that mysterious old man. From this point of view, if there was no accident, that mysterious old man of the human clan should be the person behind the scenes who caused their deaths, and the remnant souls left behind after their deaths were all collected by the mysterious old man of the human clan. Within the Yen Luo, there was no seal. However, the 7 girls didn't know how this Bao Luo ended up in the hands of Yi Xian and the 3 main planes of the starry sky. The 7 girls didn't know what happened during that time, so they couldn't guess or deduce it, but just now, when they used their divine senses to escape the atmosphere of the star under their feet and went to the void of the universe outside the star to investigate, they clearly captured a familiar aura from the deepest area of the ferocious mosquito forbidden area. It belonged to that mysterious old man of the human clan. With the cultivation level of the 7 girls in the primordial age, it was naturally impossible for them to make a mistake about this kind of thing. Besides, it was fine if 1 or 2 people made a mistake, but 7 people all made a mistake at the same time. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Basically, there was no such possibility. After understanding all of this, Yi Xian finally understood the feelings of the 7 girls at the moment. No wonder they were so excited just now. Even if they knew that the mysterious existence had a powerful cultivation level, they, who had only recovered their cultivation level of universe night in this life, were not a match for him at all. As long as they went, they would definitely die again. Pity. This kind of thing, no one would be able to stand it if it happened to them. In their previous life, they had been plotted against by the other party, but they had been kept in the dark all this time. It was only after they were reborn in this life that they unexpectedly found out the truth of the matter in an accidental chat. They suddenly realized that they had been deceived for endless years, and until their deaths, they had not realized the truth. They had died in such a muddle-headed and wronged manner, so it would be strange if they did not go berserk when they suddenly found out the truth. It's been hard on all of you. However, even if I understand your feelings now, I still want to stop you from taking revenge, at least not now. After all, it is also an opportunity to be reborn in this life. Shouldn't you cherish it? Chapter 45-31. After Yi Xian finished speaking, Bao Luo instantly fell into silence. It was obvious that the 7 girls were fighting with each other, and their hearts were conflicted. In the end, perhaps it was because they had told Yi Xian everything that had happened back then, the anger that had suddenly ignited in their hearts had subsided a little. Or perhaps it was because Yi Xian's persuasion had worked, making the 7 girls realize their impulsiveness and immediately go to him. Not only would they not be able to take revenge, but they would also be plotted against again. It was really not worth it. Therefore, after a short period of silence and internal conflict, the 7 girls all seemed to have thought it through. One after another, they expressed their views to Yi Xian. Master, we were wrong. Although this matter is indeed very frustrating, and no one can bear it, we were indeed a little too impulsive just now. If we rushed out so recklessly, not only would we implicate Master, we would also not be able to take revenge. Instead, we would be killed by him again. Wouldn't that be even more frustrating? Master is right. Since we have lived a second life, this is a great opportunity. As long as we are alive, we will be able to recover the peak cultivation of our previous lives one day. It is even possible to go one step further and enter the supreme ancient realm. When that time comes, we will definitely be able to kill that bastard. Only then can we take revenge. Don't worry, Master, we will not be impulsive again. In the future, we will do our best to recover our cultivation, and strive to recover the peak cultivation of our previous lives as soon as possible. After that, the 7 girls described the appearance of the mysterious human race expert they had met in their previous lives. They were very specific, and even Yi Xian could be sure that they had met the same person back then. However, as the 7 girls described the appearance of this person, Yi Xian sketched in his mind. When the 7 girls finished, the face that appeared in Yi Xian's mind made him tremble violently in an instant. He exclaimed in horror, "What? Xingbo? The human race's technological pioneer Xingbo? This is impossible." Although Xingbo had been dead for tens of thousands of years, as a technological pioneer of the human clan, his portrait had always been preserved and was widely circulated in the 3 main planes of the universe. In particular, Xingbo had become a godlike existence in the immortal dynasty of the human race's science and technology camp. This was because the seed of the human race's science and technology camp had sprouted in his hands. It had grown step by step and finally reached its current state. Yi Xian had seen Xingbo's portrait before. Not only had he seen it in the immortal dynasty's capital, but many of the technology faction's administrative planets also had Xingbo's portrait hanging there. In addition, as long as you enter the Starry Sky network and search for it, you will get the results. Furthermore, those portraits of Xingbo were most definitely real. They had been left behind from several tens of thousands of years ago, before Xingbo had died. Therefore, when Yi Xian sketched out the appearance of the mysterious old man in his mind according to the description of the 7 girls, he immediately recognized who he was. But this was completely impossible. Caught off guard, Yi Xian was so shocked and exclaimed on the spot. This change was so shocking that even Yi Xian was unable to recover for a long time. It was not until several breaths later that his body shook and he realized something. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled out a large number of images of Xingbo from the information database of the devouring system in his body. He copied them with his divine sense and then sent them to Bao Luo. His divine sense voice was also heard at this moment, revealing a sense of nervousness and anxiety. "Look, that mysterious old man from back then, is it him?" Without any delay, the 7 girls clearly recognized him at a glance. In an instant, a series of exclamations came from Bao Luo. "That damned old man, it's him. He was the one who gave me the ruins in the Starry Sky, tricked me into going there, and finally died. Yes, I'll recognize him even if he turns into ashes. Back then, when I was wandering in the Starry Sky, I accidentally came across him and a few of the clan's juniors and retainers by his side. We were just chatting for a while, but suddenly other strong enemies came, and I couldn't get away in time. And died. Master, why do you have his image? Do you know this old man? Xingbo. His name is Xingbo." Following these exclamations, Yi Xian's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. His face was gloomy, and his mind was in a complete mess. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled, and he immediately asked again, "Right, what did you say just now?" He was accompanied by a few of the younger generation of the clan, as well as a few retainer-like beasts. Yes, there were a total of 5 people. 3 of them were juniors like him, all middle-aged men of the human race. In addition, there were 2 ferocious beasts, a desolate fierce mosquito, and a weeping soul demon ape. What? There was a desolate fierce mosquito. Could Xingbo be that mysterious visitor from the home planet? This time, Yi Xian's exclamations were even more shocking. According to the 7 girls, the mysterious human race old man they met back then was not only the human race's Xingbo, it was very likely that he was the mysterious visitor from the home planet that Yi Xian had been looking for all this time. Because according to some of the information he learned from the demon emperor Mo Zhutian, and after entering the primordial void, the mysterious visitor from the home planet did indeed have 5 people following him. To be precise, it was 3 people and 2 beasts. Among the 3 juniors, one of them had left behind a demon race bloodline in the 3 main planes of the universe. In other words, one of the 3 was the true demon race bloodline progenitor. Of the other 2 retainers, the desolate era fierce mosquito had left behind its lineage in the 3 main planes of the universe. In other words, the desolate era fierce mosquito was actually Shui Ben's grandfather, the father of the mad mosquito emperor. As for the other retainer beast, a thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. He suddenly recalled the weeping soul demon ape he'd seen in the images of the Heavens Fall Bao's legacy in the Primordial War. Although that fellow was also a supreme of the primordial era, he hadn't participated in the primordial war. He'd merely watched from the back of a star in the celestial battlefield. Whether or not that fellow had died in the end was still unknown. However, Yi Xian had obtained a Weeping Soul blood horn, so it should be the bloodline of this Weeping Soul demon ape. At that time, within the desolate ancient cage, a Weeping Soul demon ape whose bloodline had returned to its ancestral roots wanted to escape, but in the end, it was annihilated by the green eye clone of the desolate heavenly Tao. Chapter 45-32. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's entire body once again fell into a daze. His mind rumbled and he was in complete chaos. The sudden discovery was too shocking. Everything seemed confusing, making him feel like he couldn't believe it. But the truth was right in front of him, and it was impossible not to believe it. The person who murdered the 7 girls back then was the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo. There was basically no doubt about this. It was impossible for the 7 girls to recognize the wrong person at the same time. And Xing Bo was also the mysterious guest from the mother planet that Yi Xian had been looking for. This was basically confirmed. On one hand, both sides had 3 people, 2 beasts, and 5 followers, and among them, there was an ancient fierce mosquito. This was completely consistent. However, it was unlikely that there was such a coincidence. On the other hand, Xue Ben had said before that in this fierce mosquito forbidden area, he felt a bloodline summoning power that surpassed that of the Mad Mosquito Emperor's true body. The Mad Mosquito Emperor's true body was Xue Ben's father, and the aura of the bloodline density was stronger than his. It was the primordial ancestor of the fierce mosquito lineage, which was Xue Ben's grandfather. From this point alone, it was basically certain that the mysterious guest from the mother planet was in the depths of this fierce mosquito forbidden area. And just now, the 7 girls also caught a familiar aura. It was their previous life's great enemy, and it was also in the depths of the fierce mosquito forbidden area in front of them. Could this be a coincidence? How could there be so many coincidences in the world? Without a doubt, the mysterious guest from the mother planet was Xing Bo. What shocked Yi Xian even more was that the other of the 2 fierce beasts following beside Xing Bo was actually a Weeping Soul demon ape. This kind of existence was rare, and Yi Xian had a bold guess in his heart. Perhaps, the Weeping Soul demon he saw in the heaven-falling Bao's inheritance scene was hiding behind a star and spying on them in the starry sky battlefield of the Great Desolate Era. The demon ape was the one beside Xing Bo. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. That Weeping Soul demon ape was an ancient supreme like the Golden Divine Dragon. If he was just a retainer beast by Xing Bo's side, then how strong was Xing Bo? Also, he sent his retainer beast into the starry sky battlefield of the Great Desolate Era to spy on them. What was he planning? Including murdering the 7 beautiful cultivators of the Great Desolate Era and sealing a wisp of their remnant souls into the Yen Luo. Right. This Yen Luo was in his hands in the end, and he happened to get the seed of the devouring system he created. Thinking of this, Yi Xian trembled. He had a feeling that he had been schemed against him. What made him even more uneasy was that he didn't even know about this matter. Just like the 7 great amorous cultivators, he had been kept in the dark. At the same time, the 7 great cultivators were probably confused as to why that mysterious human elder had plotted against them back then. As for Yi Xian, he felt the same way. He didn't know what Xing Bo was plotting, nor did he understand why all of this was related to him. It's a mess, a complete mess. As all of this flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt bad. His mind was buzzing, and he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. However, the more he thought about it, the stronger the fear in his heart became. For a long time, he had been thinking about the mysterious guest from the home planet. However, although he felt that he was mysterious, he was not comparable to the headless baby corpse and the primeval heavenly Tao's green eyes. But now, as he suddenly understood so many secrets today, the mystery of this visitor from the home planet, Xing Bo, instantly soared by several levels. In Yi Xian's heart, he had already reached a level that was comparable to the headless infant corpse and the great desolate heaven. Dao Qing Yen was on par with him. It could even be said that compared to the headless infant corpse and the primeval heaven's eye, Xing Bo now made Yi Xian feel like there was a dagger in his back. Although the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao was powerful, it definitely had various arrangements and would be fully activated very soon. At that time, the primordial world that had completely collapsed in that incomparable battle in the primordial era would completely descend into this world as a result, but all of this, although it involved Yi Xian, was not targeted at him. The same was true for the headless infant corpse. The reason why he chose to turn into a corpse lamp tattoo and attach to Yi Xian after meeting Yi Xian was because he saw that Yi Xian had a wisp of great desolate destiny. This was something that the headless infant corpse had already confessed to Yi Xian when he woke up the last time. To put it bluntly, he did not have any ulterior motives towards Yi Xian. He only wanted Yi Xian to be on the same side as him. With the help of Yi Xian's strand of luck that belonged to the primordial new era, he was able to defeat the primordial heavens in the final battle of the primordial world that had yet to truly end in the previous era and was about to descend upon the primordial world when the primordial new era began. Dao Qing Yan. That was all. But Xing Bo was different. He seemed to be plotting against Yi Xian. Otherwise, how could things be so coincidental? The Yen Luo that he had painstakingly created had fallen into Yi Xian's hands. The devouring system that he had created, the purpose of which was still unknown, had also fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Although all of this is too confusing, it seems like I can't analyze any results at all. I can't find any clues. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian took a deep breath and shook his head. He temporarily threw everything in his mind to the back of his mind. As he muttered softly, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the depths of the mosquito-forbidden ground outside the stars. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but all of this doesn't matter. At the very least, Xing Bo's whereabouts have been confirmed. He is in the deepest part of this mosquito-forbidden ground. In the depths. Even if he is very likely to be an incomparably powerful existence, I can still grow quickly. Moreover, right now, he is in the light, and I am in the dark. I know of his existence, but he does not know that I have arrived. As long as I have time and find an opportunity, all of these mysteries will be solved one day. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. In an instant, it burned to the extreme. Even the words that came out of his mouth were filled with endless coldness. If he had never schemed, it would have been fine. On the contrary, even if he is already a terrifying existence on the same level as the headless infant corpse and the primeval heaven's eye, this time I will still kill him. Yi Xian's words were not empty words. He had the confidence. Because the new primordial era was about to begin, and in this new primordial era, among the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were still being nurtured, the strongest demon god that possessed the laws of primordial era was a seed that Yi Xian had planted, his strongest clone. Even before the new primordial era began, everything that belonged to the previous era would return to dust, to earth, and come to an end. Only a few terrifying existences like Xing Bo, the headless infant corpse, the primeval heaven's eye, and the void giant tortoise could survive because of their own strength and various arrangements. Even Yi Xian's devouring treasured body and his original body had completely fallen the moment the new primordial era began. Chapter 45-33. Things are getting a little complicated now. After temporarily putting aside all the messy thoughts in his mind, Yi Xian once again sent a message to the 7 girls in the Bao Luo. Then he said, "The mysterious human elder who schemed against you all back then is very likely to be the human race's technological pioneer Xing Bo. You all know that I have the devouring system he created in my body, and the Bao Luo is also in my hands now. It seems that his final target is very likely to be me. Moreover, he has another identity, and that is a mysterious guest from the home planet. It is said that he walked out from the home planet and came to the 3 main dimensions of the universe, and not only did he leave behind the identity of the human race's technological pioneer Xing Bo, even the 3 people, 2 beasts, and 5 followers who followed him left behind 2 bloodlines of the demon and 2 bloodlines of the ferocious mosquito beasts in the 3 main dimensions of the universe. In short, everything is confusing, and I'm afraid that things are not as simple as we think." At this point, Yi Xian changed the topic, but don't worry, I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. You all don't have to worry about it for the time being, and first calm down and restore your cultivation. When you can restore your cultivation to the peak of the primordial age in your previous life, then you can help me. Of course, if you can go one step further than in your previous life and reach the supreme primordial age, then it will be even more perfect, and we will have more confidence. Hearing these words, the 7 girls fell into a short period of silence. Clearly, the shock in their hearts was also very intense. Previously, they had thought that the mysterious human old man had only plotted against the 7 of them and nothing more. But now it seemed that the other party's plot was far more than that, and they could not even guess what it was. Just as Yi Xian had said, he wasn't in a hurry to pursue all of this. Because even if they found out the truth, so what? Without the corresponding strength, even if they knew everything, there was nothing they could do. No matter what, in the end, one's own strength was the most important. And the 7 of them, if they wanted to help Yi Xian, the only choice was to enter a deep sleep again and restore their cultivation to the peak of the primordial age in their previous life as soon as possible, or even go one step further and reach the supreme primordial age. Thinking of this, the 7 girls did not hesitate anymore. After greeting Yi Xian, they quickly fell into a deep sleep one after another. There was no more sound coming from the Bao Luo. At this point, Yi Xian also let out a sigh of relief. He was very confident in the potential of these 7 girls. He believed that the next time they woke up from their slumber, their power as primordial antiquity knight would have improved again. It was very likely that they would return to the level of universe master. In this way, after 2 more hibernation, he would be able to return to the peak of the primordial era. After Bao Luo Zhong left the consciousness, Yi Xian immediately fell into deep thought again. He was thinking about his next step. Of course, the breakthrough and improvement of one's strength were extremely important. But he had just experienced a breakthrough. In a short time, if there was no unexpected improvement in his state of mind, he was afraid that it would not be good for him to break through again. Besides, after a few big battles, he had completely digested and integrated all the gains from the previous breakthrough into his body. It seemed that this star under his feet was not suitable for him to continue staying here. If he stayed here and could not break through, wouldn't it be a waste of time? After thinking for a while, Yi Xian quickly made a decision. He decided to leave this place and head to the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land, Hong. Hong Long Long. Right at this moment, the star beneath his feet suddenly shook violently, and a series of earth-shattering rumbles resounded incessantly, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. Yi Xian stood up in shock. He didn't hesitate in the slightest. With a flash of his body, he instantly arrived in the void of the universe outside the atmosphere of the stars. In fact, it was not the star he was on that was shaking. Instead, it was the entire cosmic void that was shaking. And the source of this violent shaking was in the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land. There was no doubt that some kind of shocking change had happened. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian's shoulders shook, and his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light, shooting forward. At this moment, he had a strong intuition that he had to rush over, or else he would miss something. Even if there were at least 2 primordial age almighties in the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land, and there was even a possibility that there was an existence stronger than the primordial age almighties. Crouching. He did not hesitate. In fact, it was not only him. In this vast and boundless fierce mosquito forbidden land, there were many existences who made this decision at the same time. At this moment, it could be said that the clouds were moving in all directions. Within this mosquito forbidden area, there were all sorts of different races of space beasts, as well as a large number of ferocious mosquito beasts, as well as ancient survivors. Today, within these races, the level of small leader and above, that is, the level of emperor and above, all belonged to their own races. They rushed out from the planets that they were guarding. As if they had made an agreement, they shot forward toward the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land. From a gigantic life planet, 2 human figures shot out. One was an old man, and the other was a middle-aged man. However, The auras of cultivation that emanated from their bodies were extremely powerful. They were actually late-stage universe supremes at the 7th level. In addition, in a few other fierce beast planets in another direction, there were several fierce beast planets with huge bodies roaring as they shot toward the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land. These fierce beast planets were also universe supremes. The most powerful one was at the 8th level of universe supremes, and the weakest one was at the 2nd level of universe supremes. In addition, several powerful fierce mosquito beasts also rushed out of the planets that they were guarding and shot in the same direction. These few powerful fierce mosquito beasts, without exception, were all universe supremes. He glanced around and saw a total of 20 universe supreme beings darting toward the deepest part of the mosquito forbidden land. There were survivors of the primordial era, ferocious mosquito beasts, and space beasts of other races. Other than these 20 universe supremes, there were also quite a number of universe masters and universe knights. Yi Xian, who had transformed into a 1,000-foot-tall violent space ape, was not at all eye-catching among them. As for emperors and emperors, they were as numerous as carps crossing the river. At a glance, there were at least hundreds and thousands of them. This was indeed a top-tier forbidden land, and it was one of the best of the best. It was very likely that it could even be compared with the supreme forbidden lands that stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid of space powers, Hong. Chapter 45-34. Hong. Hong, long, long, at the end of the void space ahead, the thunderous sounds continued, and they became even more violent. It was as if the primordial void space was about to be torn apart. Such a shocking change had never happened before, even in a top-tier forbidden land like the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. The entire boundless void space of the forbidden land was alarmed, and thousands of undying emperors and above were swarming forward like a swarm of bees. Pouncing forward was proof of that. As for the undying emperors and above, whether it was the primordial survivors, the ferocious mosquito beasts, or the various space beasts of other races, even if they had the power of a 9th-level emperor at pinnacle, they were only half-emperors. At this moment, without exception, all of them were lying down extremely silently within their respective stars, and they didn't dare make the slightest movement while shivering. In fact, it wasn't just this ferocious mosquito forbidden land that was affected. The huge movement here had already spread to the outside of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. It was unknown whether the left bank of the Milky Way had sensed it. Even if they sensed it, it wouldn't be too strong. Besides, even if they sensed it, they couldn't do anything because they were separated by the law of primordial void space. It was impossible to cross the Milky Way star field that was protected by the law of primordial void space. On the right bank of the Milky Way, all the supreme forbidden lands and star fields of different levels all sensed the disturbance within the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. At this moment, countless gazes in the supreme forbidden lands and the supreme starfields were fixed on the deadly mosquito forbidden land as if they had agreed to it beforehand. Among them, there were many powerful godly consciousnesses that rushed out from the supreme forbidden lands and star fields where they were guarding. They looked toward the ferocious mosquito forbidden land across the endless void space. They were all shocked and uncertain. Among them, there were both survivors of the primordial era and all kinds of space beasts, but without exception, they were all beings with cultivation levels above universe knights. Otherwise, under such a shocking change, they wouldn't have had the courage to extend their spirit consciousness and carry out a little investigation. They weren't qualified at all. There were too many godly consciousnesses like this, at least hundreds of thousands of them. Most of them were universe knights, and quite a few universe masters, but there were a lot fewer of them at universe supreme level. However, some of the godly consciousnesses clearly showed the aura of great beings and supreme masters from the primordial era, and there were many of them. However, these divine consciousnesses were only looking into the distance across the endless void. None of them entered the fierce mosquito forbidden land, which was the focus of everyone's attention at this moment. Even the closest ones only extended their godly consciousnesses to the edge of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land and wandered outside the forbidden land. They didn't go in at all, as if they had realized something. At the same time, in the forbidden area for mosquitoes. This supreme forbidden land was simply too vast, and the void was boundless. Even at this moment, the tens of thousands of silhouettes rushing out from the life stars were all emperors, and the strongest were all emperors. His power had even reached the 8th level of the Universe Supreme. He was only one step away from becoming a Universe Supreme at Pinnacle Level 9, which was equivalent to a great being from the primordial era. However, at this moment, no one had arrived at the source of this sudden disturbance. Hong! Hong! Long! Long! Howl! Screech! It was also at this moment that the thunderous rumbling that had been going on in the depths of the forbidden land of ferocious mosquitoes, which was already extremely shocking, suddenly sounded again. This time, as the thunderous sound resounded again, a few shocking roars and screeches came from the deepest part of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, which was the source of this sudden disturbance. At this moment, the tens of thousands of figures, including Yi Xian, that were shooting towards the deepest part of the forbidden land of ferocious mosquitoes, all trembled violently as they trembled. There were a total of 4 roars and whistles coming from the depths of the void in front of them. As these 4 roars and whistles sounded, 4 incomparably terrifying oppressive auras spread out from the depths of the void at this moment and pounced towards them. Among the 4 forces, 2 of them were great beings from the primordial era, and they should be mid-stage great beings between level 4 and level 5. This was basically the same as what Yi Xian had guessed before. However, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that the 2 mid-stage great beings from the primordial era weren't the most powerful beings in this top-tier forbidden land at all. To be more precise, this wasn't a top-tier forbidden land guarded by a great being from the primordial era. In a top-tier forbidden land, the most powerful being guarding it was a great being from the primordial era. And in the top-tier forbidden lands and star regions of the universe, the supreme beings guarding them were the supreme beings from the primordial era, who were at the same level as the golden godly dragon, the void tortoise, and the primordial yaksha. The ferocious mosquito forbidden land that Yi Xian was in was a top-tier forbidden land. This was because among the 4 powerful forces in front of him, apart from the 2 mid-stage great beings from the primordial era, the other 2 were even more powerful, supreme beings from the primordial era. Although they were only at the early stage of the first and second stage of the primordial era, they were far from being comparable to the primordial yaksha, the golden godly dragon, and the void tortoise, who had reached the late stage of the primordial era. But no matter how weak they were still supreme beings from the primordial era. Even in the distant primitive world, they were the most powerful beings. Their cultivation level was second only to the headless infant corpse and the primeval heaven's eye. Yi Xian couldn't afford to offend such an existence right now. In the other party's eyes, he probably wasn't even an ant. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's slightly trembling body suddenly stopped in the void space as if it was a conditioned reflex. Then, completely out of instinct, he immediately performed the blood sea technique and shrunk the 1,000 zhang tall violent ape to the size of a drop of weak blood. That wasn't all. At the same time, he even performed the perfect vibration spiritual power technique to the extreme to hide his own force as much as possible. Xiao, at this moment, the 1,000 zhang tall violent ape disappeared. Even the force of the 7th stage universe master that had been extremely violent just now disappeared as if it had evaporated into thin air. Without a sound, a tiny drop of blood that had concealed all of its presence fled in the direction it had come from with a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of light. Almost at the same time, at the end of the void space in the depths of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, 4 beings suddenly shot up into the sky. The forces of cultivation coming out of their bodies belonged to 2 great beings from the primordial era and 2 supreme beings from the primordial era. Of the 4 beings, 3 were from the human race, and the other was a gigantic primordial mosquito. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian came to a sudden realization. This was obviously one of the 3 people and 2 beasts that followed Xing Bo. Chapter 45-35. Xing Bo had a total of 3 people and 2 beasts as his followers. However, only 3 people and 1 beast had appeared. The weeping soul demon ape that Yi Xian was most concerned about was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, Xing Bo himself was not present. Among the 3 people and 1 beast that appeared at this moment, the desolate ancient fierce mosquito and one of the old men of the human clan emitted the aura of the ancient supreme. This old man's face was quite similar to that of old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. If there was no accident, he should be, old Ghost Mosquito Butcher was the father of his original body. As for the other two human clan experts, they were both middle-aged men in their 40s. Of course, this was just their appearance. Their real age was probably an astronomical figure. No one knew how long they had lived. They were truly super old monsters. The auras of these two people belonged to the primordial era. If nothing unexpected happened, then the weeping soul demon ape that was nowhere to be seen should also be the ancient sovereign. If that was really the case, then this ape must be the devil ape that Yi Xian had seen in the inheritance of the heavenly fallen bow that was spying on the battlefield. Yes. This proved that Xing Bo surely had some sort of shocking scheme. Otherwise, why would he send that weeping soul devil ape to the battlefield in the starry sky where the primeval and unparalleled battle that destroyed the primeval times all those years ago? Looking at the scenery. 2 of his 5 followers were primordial masters and 3 were supreme masters of the primordial era. So, how strong was Xing Bo himself? It was definitely on par with the primeval Heaven's Eye and the headless infant corpse. This was also the reason why Yi Xian had suddenly retreated. If it were just the primordial era, he might be able to escape unscathed. However, the primordial era supreme was here. This was a terrifying existence that was on par with the golden divine dragon, primordial Yiksha, and spatial giant tortoise. What's more, there was still a Xing Bo who was more powerful than the primordial supreme and comparable to the primeval Heaven's Eye and the headless infant corpse in the dark. That's right, the headless infant's corpse was still on his body, but this guy had been sleeping the entire time. Although Yi Xian could feel that the headless infant's corpse was recovering its strength in this way, his cultivation was slowly becoming stronger. However, when he met Xing Bo, Yi Xian was not sure if he would attack this level of existence. The safest way to deal with it was to escape. The primordial era supreme and the primordial supreme had both appeared. This was definitely not an ordinary big event. If something went wrong, someone would definitely die. Boom! Rumble, crack. Just as Yi Xian transformed into a tiny drop of blood and retreated with a perfectly oscillating mental energy secret technique, an earth-shattering rumble suddenly sounded out from the depths of the forbidden mosquito area in front of him. What followed after was the extremely clear sound of ripping silk. A crack appeared high up in the void. It was extremely wide, bigger than the size of a giant star. Even the Shenong cauldron in its full form could easily fit in this crack. At this moment, Yi Xian's scalp went numb. He suddenly had an extremely bad feeling. The scene in front of him seemed to be the rhythm of an extremely terrifying existence that was about to descend. Yi Xian did not know who or what was descending, but he was sure of one thing, and that was that the other party was definitely not to be trifled with. In fact, it was very likely that they were not to be trifled with. After all, there were already 2 primordial era supreme and 2 primordial supreme here, but the other party was still descending in such a domineering manner without the slightest hint of concealment. It was easy to imagine how powerful the other party's cultivation was. Clatter, just as Yi Xian's mind was spinning as he tried to guess who the descending existence was, the sound of rattling chains suddenly came from the huge spatial rift in the sky above the vicious mosquito forbidden area. It was so familiar that he instantly understood everything. Netherworld furnace. It was actually the Netherworld furnace. The existence that was rushing out of the huge crack in the void was actually the Netherworld furnace. At this moment, a sense of alarm rose in Yi Xian's heart. An incomparably strong sense of danger instantly arose. He had always been very wary of the Netherworld furnace. Every time it appeared, it represented endless slaughter. Of course, what Yi Xian was really wary of was not the Netherworld furnace itself, but the heavenly Tao's green eye that stood behind it. This was the primordial void. Although he already knew that the Netherworld furnace had entered the primordial void through the forbidden land of rising sun, Yi Xian knew nothing about the Netherworld furnace's true purpose in coming here. He did not even know whether it was the Netherworld furnace's own actions or the result of someone manipulating it behind the scenes. If it was the latter, the primeval Heaven's Eye, which Yi Xian had always regarded as his greatest enemy and whom he did not dare to face even after he had grown to such a high level, would most likely suddenly appear here. Because the primeval Heaven's Eye was behind the netherworld furnace. Clatter! At this moment, the clatter of chains was heard, and a huge cauldron like a star rushed out of the crack in the void high above the primordial void in the primordial void. On the surface of the cauldron, 20,000 huge rune chains were waving like spiritual snakes and giant pythons, emitting endless ferocious aura. Facing all this, the tens of thousands of emperor-level and above great beings of the primordial void forbidden land, who were swarming forward, were all shocked. At this moment, finally, some of them began to retreat in horror like Yi Xian. Yi Xian could not be sure whether these fellows knew the origin of the netherworld furnace, but even if they did not, just the ferocious aura they sensed in front of them was enough to make them realize that the netherworld furnace was not to be trifled with. The reason why these powerful beings all retreated one after another was because they realized that something was wrong. The four supreme beings who appeared in the void at the end of the primordial void forbidden land did not react at all to all this. A huge primordial mosquito the size of a star and three great beings of the human race, a total of 4 figures, all stood quietly in the void. They slightly raised their heads and focused their gazes on the netherworld furnace that had just rushed out of the crack in the void. In the void. This scene seemed to be waiting for something, or rather, welcoming the arrival of someone. At this moment, a light flashed in Yi Xian's mind, and his entire body trembled slightly. The primeval Heaven's Eye. The 4 supreme beings who appeared in the void at the end of the primordial void forbidden land were waiting for the arrival of the primeval Heaven's Eye. What? What is their relationship? A murmur that sounded like a dream came out of Yi Xian's mouth. At this moment, the speed at which he retreated became even faster. At this moment, in the sky above the deepest part of the primordial void forbidden land, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Hong. Hong Long Long. Chapter 45-36. Hong. Hong Long Long, Kacha. Along with rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth, a second rift silently appeared high up in the sky at this moment. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was pounding madly. His heartstrings were taut, and his breathing seemed to have stopped. He realized who the being that was tearing through the void and descending was. As expected, almost in the next moment, his guess was confirmed. Xiao. A faint sound of breaking through the void was heard, and a figure rushed out of the huge void crack. To be precise, it was a vertical eye. A vertical eye that was several times larger than a giant star, and it was green and misty. It was still closed, but it was already emitting a terrifying aura. Roar. Screech. In the surrounding void, the tens of thousands of ferocious mosquito beasts with cultivation levels above emperor level, the various races of ferocious beasts, and a small number of ancient survivors all roared in shock and fear. Yi Xian wasn't sure if they knew the identity and origin of this giant vertical eye, but even if they didn't, they could roughly guess based on the terrifying aura that was emitted from it. This should be the original body of the Heaven Path Green Eye, because the aura that was emitted from its body had already surpassed that of ancient Desolation Supreme. It was more powerful than the Golden Godly Dragon, the Void Tortoise, and the Desolate Ancient Yiksha, and it wasn't just a little bit stronger. It had a crushing advantage, and it was extremely clear. Previously, in the Desolate Ancient Prison Void, Yi Xian had also encountered a blood-red Heaven's Eye. Even when he was still so weak, he had already joined forces with the headless infant corpse to battle it and severely injured it. The difference in strength between that blood-red Heaven's Eye and this giant green eye was like heaven and earth. The former was earth, so it should only be a clone, and most of it was incomplete. Otherwise, how could it be so weak? As for the latter, which was the giant green eye in front of him, it should be the original body of the primeval Heaven's Eye. Its aura was too strong, even though Yi Xian had already grown to such a height. He, who had transformed into a tiny drop of blood, had already performed the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation demon ape to the 9th transformation, and had the terrifying battle power of a 3rd-level universe supreme. However, in front of this giant green eye, Yi Xian still felt inferior to an ant. One had to know that this giant green eye was still closed. It had never opened at all. Once it opened its eyes, its own pressure would be completely mobilized and spread out. At that time, what kind of scene would it be? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian instantly felt a chill down his back. And his scalp went numb. Although he had always feared the green eyes of the desolate heavenly Tao and knew how powerful the other party was, and he had always thought that this kind of understanding was very profound, it was only now that he truly faced the green eyes of the desolate heavenly Tao. In the end, he still underestimated the other party. Its strength was far beyond Yi Xian's expectations. It was no wonder that it could experience the Great War of the Primordial Era and emerge victorious at the final stage. After that, it set up various arrangements and survived until now. It was the master of the Primordial Era. It was the god of the Primordial Era. How could it not be strong? After realizing this, Yi Xian shot backward even faster. Although it was invisible and traceless, it was faster than the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled hundreds of millions of miles. He was already close to the area where the netherworld furnace and the primeval heaven's eye would descend. More than 10 billion miles away, in the next instant, his figure came to an abrupt halt. Yi Xian did not want to, but he had no choice. This part of the void was instantly imprisoned. It was like flowing water had instantly turned into solid ice. Buzz, a weak and incomparably low buzzing sound was heard. At this moment, the giant green eye that rushed out of the huge void fissure in front of them suddenly opened. A green light burst forth, instantly enveloping the void within a radius of 1 trillion miles. In this area enveloped by the green light, all the ferocious star beasts that were retreating, including Yi Xian who had used the perfect oscillation secret technique to restrain his aura. However, without exception, all of them came to an abrupt halt. At this moment, Yi Xian felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He was completely sure that the perfect oscillation secret technique would not be able to escape the illumination and detection of this green light. The moment the green light enveloped his body, despair had already surfaced in his heart. This was because once the perfect oscillation secret technique lost its effect, his sudden appearance would most likely attract the attention of the primeval heaven's eye. At that time, he might really be exposed. In a moment of desperation, he even directly issued an order to the devouring system in his body to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability as quickly as possible. He only wanted to leave this place immediately. However, when the order was issued, the devouring system in his body did not respond at all. On the contrary, he felt a burning sensation in his chest, a slight heat spreading through his body. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly felt a warm current flowing from his chest to the surface of his body in an instant. It was at this moment that the green light finally came into contact with his body. However, it passed through his body as if there was nothing there. There was no abnormal reaction. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that at the critical moment, the headless corpse still made its move in the end. A strange energy flowed out from the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest, protecting Yi Xian's body. It even prevented him from being detected by the mysterious green light of the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes, as expected of the headless infant corpse who could fight head-on with the primeval heaven's eye back then, and although it was defeated, it did not completely perish. It was definitely in existence on the same level as the primeval heaven's eye. Just this move alone was enough to prove this point. Unfortunately, after the warm current flowed out from the zombie lantern tattoo on his chest, there was no other reaction. Although Yi Xian was not exposed, even if the green light still shone on him, it did not affect him at all. It seemed to be the effect of the warm current flowing through his chest. As a result, it lasted. At least, this effect did not disappear in a short period of time. However, that was all. Yi Xian was still unable to move, imprisoned in this area of 1 trillion miles that was enveloped by the green light. In front of him, the distance between the netherworld furnace and the primeval heavens was only slightly more than 10 billion miles. For the terrifying existences of the primordial era and above, this distance was simply no different from being right next to them. In other words, Yi Xian was still not safe, and danger could still befall him at any time. Buzz. At this moment, within the primeval heaven's eye, a misty green light suddenly flashed, and an incomparably deep buzzing sound sounded, as if it was transmitting some kind of order. Whoosh! Chapter 45-37. Hua la la. Hua la, at this moment, the netherworld cauldron began to move. The 20,000 rune chains on the cauldron began to move, and they charged forward. It was so fast that in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the group of space beasts and the survivors of the primordial era who were closest to the netherworld cauldron. These guys were all universe supreme beings, and they were the ones who were the fastest, dashing toward the forbidden mosquito zone ahead. Then, with the arrival of the netherworld cauldron, they realized that something was wrong and immediately turned to flee. However, the primeval heaven's eye arrived almost immediately. After it opened, under the illumination of the green light, the void space within a radius of 1,000,000,000,000 miles he was imprisoned. All the survivors of the primordial era and space beasts couldn't escape at all. Just like Yi Xian, who had turned into a drop of blood and completely concealed his aura, they could only stop abruptly in the void space, unable to move, and now, as the netherworld cauldron dashed toward them, those who were the fastest and had the strongest cultivation instantly became the first victims. Hua la! Hua la la! The sound of the chains was earth-shattering, and the netherworld cauldron rushed into the crowd of people and beasts. The 20,000 rune chains were as agile as snakes, and they were like ferocious space pythons. After sweeping up the survivors of the primordial era and space beasts, they were directly thrown into the mouth of the cauldron. This scene looked like a giant spider with countless legs hunting in the void space, and the mouth of the netherworld cauldron was the ferocious bloody mouth of this strange spider. Creak creak creak, kacha kacha. In the netherworld cauldron, the sound of the huge flesh millstone rotating quietly rang out, accompanied by countless fine cracking sounds of bones breaking. The moment it entered one's ears, it made one's whole body feel cold, and one's hair stood on end. Yi Xian had already raised his vigilance to the extreme, and he was paying close attention to the netherworld cauldron. Fortunately, the netherworld cauldron hadn't rushed toward him for the time being. It was still far away, and judging from the direction it was heading, it didn't seem to be heading toward Yi Xian. After calming down, he looked into the depths of the forbidden mosquito ground. In their line of sight, the primeval heaven's eye, which had torn through the void and arrived, was still suspended high in the sky of that region. Its green eyes were open, and within them was an incomparably deep green light that shot out and enveloped the cosmic void that was billions of miles away. Beneath the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao, 3 people and 1 beast, as well as Xing Bo's followers, stood in the void as well, quietly watching all of this. The 2 of them were at peace. Although these 3 people and 1 beast were the strongest people in this mosquito-forbidden ground, and the netherworld furnace summoned by the primeval heavens I was slaughtering the ferocious beasts and the higher-ups of the survivors in the mosquito-forbidden ground, they were completely indifferent. This scene was too strange. Yi Xian's heart was filled with doubt as he watched, and he almost doubted his own eyes. In the next moment, a thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly had a bold guess: they were on the same side. The primeval heavens I was definitely on the same side as these 4 people. If that was really the case, then the relationship between Xing Bo and the primeval heavens I was probably even more unusual. After all, according to Yi Xian's speculation, Xing Bo should be in existence on the same level as the primeval heaven's eye. Since they were on the same level, and they were on the same side, then the relationship between Xing Bo and the primeval heavens I was definitely not that of a subordinate and a superior. They were either partners, or they were even closer. This discovery was so shocking that even Yi Xian himself was shocked. He had thought about it many times, but he never expected that Xing Bo was on the same side as the primeval heaven's eye. In other words, he was in existence on the opposite side, and he was a big boss. The crux of the problem was that Yi Xian still had the devouring system that Xing Bo had created in his body. Right now, the devouring system in his body had obviously not evolved to its final stage. Even now, Yi Xian was extremely suspicious of the purpose of Xing Bo's creation of the devouring system. This was definitely not good news. His body had a powerful system created by a big boss of the opposite side, and he still had no idea what the ultimate purpose of this system was, at this moment, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt a chill run down his spine, and he didn't feel good at all. Whoosh! Walala, creak creak creak. Kacha kacha. During this process, the dark cauldron didn't stop for a single moment. It waved the 20,000 rune chains outside the cauldron, wandering in the void ahead. Every time it approached a group of primeval survivors and cosmic beasts, the rune chains outside the cauldron would be like a giant cosmic python. In an instant, they would be wrapped around and sent into the cauldron. Then, they would be crushed through the huge millstone inside the cauldron. However, Yi Xian had an extremely strong intuition that this time, the dark cauldron was definitely not like before, where it hunted the flesh of these powerful beings just to refine the all-evil origin elixir. This was because in the deepest void of the forbidden mosquito grounds ahead, the 3 people and 1 beast that followed Xing Bo were still quietly standing there. This was clearly a rhythm of waiting. The Dark Cauldron's current massacre must have something to do with this. Including the sudden arrival of the primeval Heaven's Eye, it must also have something to do with this. Everything that happened today was definitely not just for the sake of refining the all-evil origin elixir. If that was really the case, there was no need to alarm the primeval Heaven's Eye and make it come personally. What are they planning? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian muttered softly. His heart grew heavier, and a bad feeling grew stronger and stronger. Boom! Rumble! Right at this moment, at the end of the void in the forbidden mosquito grounds, a shocking rumble suddenly sounded again. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously looked into the distance. In his line of sight, high up in the void, another void fissure appeared. However, the spatial rift that appeared this time was not very large. It was only about 3 feet tall, and could only allow a single human to walk out from it. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart instantly beat wildly. Who else but Xing Bo would be able to descend at such a time and in such a place? Sure enough, almost as soon as he guessed this possibility in his mind, a figure walked out of the void crack in the distance in front of him. This was an elder of the human clan. He was thin and tall, and he wore a gray robe. He looked very kind and had a faint smile on his face. However, the light in his eyes was very cold. This person was Xing Bo, and Yi Xian recognized him at a glance. As soon as he walked out of the spatial crack, Xing Bo's gaze swept around the spatial crack. Facing the merciless slaughter that was unfolding in the netherworld furnace, he acted as if he did not see it. There was still an amiable smile on his face, as if all of this was insignificant. Chapter 45-38. With the sudden appearance of Xing Bo, Yi Xian fell into a state of extreme shock. Although he had already mentally prepared himself, guessing that the existence that was about to walk out of this void crack at this moment was most likely Xing Bo. But guesses were guesses. When everything became reality, when he saw the guesses in his heart come true with his own eyes, the feeling was different. In fact, although he had already guessed that Xing Bo was still alive through various clues, and that he was the mysterious visitor from the mother planet. Not only did he send the weeping soul demon ape following him to sneak into the place of the great battle of the primordial world, but he also spied on something. Furthermore, there must be all kinds of unknown schemes. Their arrangements and means had even extended to the 3 main starry skies of the current era, leaving behind the bloodline of the demons and the ferocious mosquito beasts. Moreover, he had left behind the legend of the pioneer of the human race in the human race. In the end, he had successfully escaped with the excuse of being betrayed and killed by De. All of this proved that Xing Bo's scheme was not small, and it made Yi Xian extremely vigilant. But in fact, in his heart, he had always hoped that all of this was fake, that it was just his own private conjecture. After all, in his heart, the image and status of Xing Bo, the pioneer of the human race's technology, was still quite high and glorious. The devouring system in Yi Xian's body, as well as the life fortress in Long Yi Xian's wild dragon ship, were all left behind by Xing Bo. It could be said that Yi Xian had received a lot of favors from him. It could even be said that without Xing Bo, without the devouring system he left behind, there would be no Yi Xian today. It was also because of this reason that Yi Xian was actually unwilling to believe and accept that Xing Bo was the mastermind behind all of this. Although he had speculated the general truth from various clues, in his heart, there was still a trace of luck. But now, with the appearance of Xing Bo, the last trace of luck in Yi Xian's heart was completely extinguished. The shock that all of this brought to him was too intense. For a moment, Yi Xian wasn't able to recover from this extreme shock. It was also at this moment that Xing Bo, who had just descended, seemed to have sensed something. He subconsciously turned his head in the direction of Yi Xian and looked over from afar. At this moment, Yi Xian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He felt as if a life-and-death crisis had finally descended upon him. Xing Bo was different from primeval Heaven's Eye. Even though the two of them were on the same level, this could be seen from Xing Bo's position in the void after he descended and stood on the same level as the primeval Heaven's Eye, who had descended before him. Meanwhile, the other three people and one beast were clearly below him, which could be seen clearly. However, Yi Xian had the devouring system that Xing Bo had created in his body. Therefore, even though the primeval Heavens I was unable to detect Yi Xian's existence despite both of them being at the same level, this did not mean that Xing Bo could not sense it either. Perhaps what he sensed was not Yi Xian, but the devouring system in Yi Xian's body. Wang. Just as Yi Xian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave and did not know how to react, the zombie lantern tattoo on the left side of his chest suddenly heated up again. A second, more intense current instantly flowed out and completely enveloped his body. This kind of change caused Yi Xian's heart to relax. However, his heart hadn't completely calmed down and was still hanging in his throat. After all, Xing Bo was different from the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes. Yi Xian's body contained the devouring system created by Xing Bo. The final result made him feel relieved. The headless infant corpse did not disappoint him in the end. After all, it was also an existence on the same level as the primeval Heaven's Eye. In fact, it was even more mysterious than the primeval Heaven's Eye. After all, when the primeval war that destroyed the entire primeval age broke out, the headless infant corpse had actually just been born. It was still a baby and was far from being fully grown. Even so, although he was defeated in this great battle, he still survived. Furthermore, in this life, before the start of the new primordial era, he would start a new battle with the green eye of the primordial era. He would settle the unresolved issue back then. TSK, it would be settled in this world. Just from this point alone, one could see how strong the headless infant corpse was. Although Yi Xian still did not know Xing Bo's true identity and origin, he always had a feeling that the headless infant corpse was definitely stronger than him. At this moment, as the zombie lantern tattoo formed by the headless infant corpse transmitted a second current that flowed out and enveloped Yi Xian's body, Xing Bo, who was originally looking in this direction from afar, had an obvious look of confusion on his face. The feeling that he suddenly caught earlier had clearly disappeared, and there was no trace to follow. This feeling should have given Xing Bo the idea that it was an illusion. Therefore, after shaking his head slightly, he quickly turned his head away and no longer paid attention to Yi Xian. This was completely understandable. After all, at their level, what other methods could they possibly use to evade their detection? Perhaps Xing Bo was too confident. When he realized that there was nothing here, he subconsciously judged the weak feeling from before as his own illusion. As for Yi Xian, it was this confidence of his that allowed him to survive another calamity that almost befell him. Hua! Walala, creak! Creak! Kacha, kacha! In the void, the netherworld cauldron did not stop for a moment. It was still waving the 20,000 rune chains outside the cauldron, wandering around. Every time it approached a group of ancient survivors and space beasts, the rune chains outside the cauldron, like a giant space python, would instantly move. They would coil around the cauldron. It was wrapped up and sent into the mouth of the cauldron. Then, it was crushed by the huge millstone inside the cauldron. There were not many ancient survivors and space beasts in the void. Although all of them were terrifying existences with the cultivation of emperors and above, the total number was only in the tens of thousands. The netherworld furnace was enormous, and there were 20,000 talisman marking chains that danced in the air at the same time. They were like enormous pythons in the starry sky that unfolded to sweep and slaughter. There were only a few tens of thousands of survivors of the primordial era and ferocious beasts in the starry sky, and they were truly unable to endure for long. In fact, only less than half an incense stick of time had passed since the netherworld furnace was activated. Yet more than 90% of these few tens of thousands of survivors and ferocious beasts had been swept away into the mouth of the netherworld furnace and crushed into nothingness. After a short while, the last 10% of the ancient survivors and space beasts had completely disappeared. The void leading to the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land was already empty. Chapter 45-39. In just a little more than half an hour, tens of thousands of primordial remnants and space beasts at Emperor level and above were completely annihilated. They were all wrapped up and sent into the mouth of the netherworld cauldron. Along with a series of hair-raising creaking and cracking sounds, they turned into flesh and blood under the huge millstone. In front of them, the vast void with a radius of 10 billion miles was completely empty. In the void, other than the netherworld cauldron, there were only the 3 humans and 1 beast, Xingbo, and primeval heaven's eye left. Yi Xian was at the outermost periphery of this 10 billion mile area, and he still couldn't move. However, at this moment, his heart was in his throat again. Because he didn't know what was going to happen next, but he could guess that it was definitely not a small matter, and definitely not a good thing. And as long as Xingbo and primeval heaven's eye were here, there was still a possibility that Yi Xian would be discovered. It could become a reality at any time, huh? There's actually someone who dares to spy in the dark. Just at this moment, just as Yi Xian was feeling anxious and uncertain, Xingbo suddenly let out a soft sound of surprise. He turned his head and looked toward the end of the void in the distance to the right. At this moment, primeval heaven's eye and the 3 humans and 1 beast standing in the void below all turned their heads and looked in the same direction. Yi Xian naturally did the same. Very quickly, several 100 billion miles to the right, 2 ripples appeared in the void, and 2 figures quietly appeared. They were in a rather sorry state. Obviously, Xingbo had used some kind of technique to force them to reveal themselves. This was a distance of several 100 billion miles, but Xingbo still managed to discover them. This showed how powerful and terrifying he was. This also made Yi Xian, who was only about 10 billion miles away, feel lucky. Fortunately, the headless infant corpse was more powerful. Otherwise, without his technique, Yi Xian would most likely be the first to be discovered, and he would be directly pulled out like those 2 fellows in the void hundreds of billion miles away. It was really hard to predict what would happen to him at that time. After all, Yi Xian's body contained the devouring system that was created by Xingbo. His current scheme and purpose were still unknown, and he also had an extremely deep relationship with the netherworld furnace and the primordial heavenly Tao green eyes. But in short, one thing was certain, and that was the outcome. It was definitely not a good thing. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, the figures of the 2 fellows who were forced to appear from the ripples in the void hundreds of billions of miles away on the right were finally clearly visible. When he saw who they were, even Yi Xian's level took a deep breath. Yi Shueben's power. The other person was an old man from the human clan. Judging from his appearance, he was 90% similar to old Devil Mosquito Butcher. The cultivation aura emitted from his body was also extremely powerful. He had actually reached the level of a powerful being from the remote antiquity era. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He instantly knew the identity of this old man from the human clan. Without a doubt, this guy was the original body of old Devil Mosquito Butcher. He had disappeared for countless years and even sealed the memory of his clone, which was old Devil Mosquito Butcher. Who would have thought that he would come to this primordial void as expected? However, Yi Xian had previously obtained information from old Devil Mosquito Butcher that his original body should have gone to look for his father, who had left behind his bloodline. That was the group of mysterious visitors from the mother planet. But now, it seemed that he had clearly come here, but he was hiding thousands of miles away and had not shown himself. If he was not mistaken, old devil mosquito butcher's original body should have seen through some secrets and had doubts in his heart. Therefore, although he had found his father, he chose not to show himself. Back then, Xingbo had a total of 3 people and 2 beasts following him. Now, apart from the weeping soul demon ape who had not shown himself and whose whereabouts were unknown, the other 3 people and 1 beast were in the void ahead. Among them, the desolate ancient ferocious mosquito had left behind the ferocious mosquito beast race in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. The mad mosquito emperor's true body was his son, but now he had entered a source hive star, after the start of the new primordial era. He would appear in the world as a chaos demon god. As for Shui Ben, he was the grandson of this desolate ancient mosquito. Of the other 3 people, 2 had left behind their bloodlines in the 3 main starry sky planes. One of them had left behind the demon clan, and the demon emperor was his son. The other person had left behind Mosquito Butcher's original body, which was the old fellow who had been discovered now, and the one who had left behind Mosquito Butcher's original body should be the strongest of the 3, the human clan elder who had reached the same level as the desolate ancient mosquito, the supreme primordial expert. This was because when old devil Mosquito Butcher's original body was pulled out of the void hundreds of billions of miles to the right, among the 3 of them, only this supreme primordial human clan elder's expression changed the most. Of course, the other 2 people were also stunned, including the desolate ancient mosquito. The aura in his body also stagnated, obviously also sensing the bloodline aura in Shui Ben's body that was passed down from his bloodline. Even Xingbo seemed to be surprised by all this. After a dim light flashed in his eyes, he grinned. "You're quite capable, actually chasing me here." Speaking of this, Xingbo paused, but still had a smile on his face. He turned his head to look at the 3 people and 1 beast. Then he said, "Back then, among the 5 of you, 3 of you left your bloodlines in the 3 main planes of the current universe. I didn't expect that 2 of you would find this place. Among you, 1 of you has reached the supreme primordial expert level. I really don't know how he did it. Not bad at all. As for the other one, Mosquito, you have a good grandson. Although he's still young and his cultivation is a bit weak, only reaching the supreme primordial immortal level, he has a good foundation. He actually has the bloodline of the desolate ancient mosquito like you. This is truly great news. In this way, the problems of the 2 of you have been perfectly resolved. The only ones that this old man is still worried about are the 2 of them." As he spoke, Xingbo turned his head to look at the other 2 middle-aged men who were only supreme primordial immortals. Whoosh! Whoosh! A faint air-breaking sound was heard. Just as Xingbo said these words, no one among them moved at all. However, in the void thousands of miles to the right, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body, who had just been pulled out of the void by the 2 ripples, seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. It was as if an invisible force was pulling them. They turned into 2 fine lights and shot over at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in the void in front of them, between Yi Xian and Xingbo, and suddenly stopped. Chapter 45-40. As soon as Xingbo finished his words, the 3 men and 1 beast looked at Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher at the same time. Their gazes were complicated, especially the elder with the supreme power of the remote antiquity and the desolate ancient fierce Mosquito Butcher. Their eyes flashed, and they seemed to be struggling and hesitating. Could it be, you haven't thought it through? At this moment, Xingbo had already turned around and walked deeper into the fierce mosquito forbidden land. However, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, he saw everything behind him. His cold voice was heard again. This time, they could vaguely feel a trace of sternness in his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingbo had already reached the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land. He seemed to be walking slowly, but he was actually very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to 100 billion miles away. In the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land, he sat down cross-legged and turned around again. His cold eyes fell on the 3 men and 1 beast. Xiao! The green eyes of the way of the heavens in the untainted land also shook slightly. In the blink of an eye, it had also arrived at the deepest part of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land that was close to 100 billion miles away. It stood in the void with Xingbo on the left and right. However, there was no movement at all, as if it was waiting for something quietly. Wah la la, the sound of chains came. The netherworld furnace was still floating in the center of the void 10 billion miles away, but the sound of the grinding stone and the cracking of bones had stopped. Without a doubt, the tens of thousands of ancient survivors and space beasts above the Emperor level had all been crushed by the grinding stone and turned into a pile of flesh and blood. At this moment, the netherworld furnace stood there quietly. The 20,000 rune chains outside the furnace moved slowly with the wind, giving people the feeling that they were waiting for something too. At this moment, it seemed that everyone's eyes were focused on the 3 men and 1 beast in the center of the void. Even Yi Xian was the same. His heart was filled with doubts, and his heartstrings were tight. His mind was spinning rapidly, guessing what was going to happen next. At this moment, the 3 men and 1 beast were looking at each other, communicating with their eyes. Finally, they seemed to have made some kind of decision and nodded at the same time. What happened next caught Yi Xian off guard. His entire body was instantly stunned. He was stupefied by lightning. Hong! 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 3 earth-shattering booms rang out. 3 of the 3 humans and 1 beast had self-detonated at the same time. Before Yi Xian could react, the bodies of the 3 of them had already completely exploded, turning into a bloody mist that spread out in the void 10 billion kilometers in front of them. 2 primordial experts and 1 primordial supreme had self-destructed at the same time. One could easily imagine the destructive force. Even if they were in the primordial chaos, a huge black hole would be blasted out of the void. However, such a scene didn't appear. In the core area where the 3 of them had self-detonated, although the void had shattered inch by inch due to the raging majestic and terrifying energy, it had not completely collapsed and formed a black hole. This was clearly the result of the power of self-destruction being controlled, and although they suspected that Xing Bo and his followers had some kind of shocking conspiracy, they couldn't be sure of what it was. But now, they thought that the answer would be revealed immediately. Unexpectedly, such a scene happened in front of them. Self-destruct. 3 of the 3 men and 1 beast actually self-destructed. What the hell was going on? At this moment, these thoughts appeared in Yi Xian's mind, but his heart immediately sank. He had a very strong intuition that the real conspiracy would be revealed soon. And the implementation of this conspiracy required 2 great beings from the remote antiquity and a supreme being from the remote antiquity to sacrifice themselves and self-destruct. From this, one could see how shocking it was absolutely heaven-defying. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, while Yi Xian was shocked by the scene in front of him, and his mind was in a complete mess, a faint sound of air breaking suddenly came from the majestic aura spreading out in front of him. 3 figures rushed out and shot out. They only stopped when they were 10 billion miles away from the right side of the void. They turned around and looked at the desolate fierce mosquito that was still there. These 3 figures were the 3 guys who self-destructed just now. 2 great beings from the remote antiquity and 1 supreme being from the remote antiquity. They didn't die just like that. Their godly souls were preserved. It was only their physical bodies that self-destructed just now. At this moment, the 3 of them stood there side by side. They looked completely the same as before, as if the self-destruction just now didn't happen at all. The only difference was that they had flesh and blood before. They were complete life forms of flesh and blood. But now, they were in an energy form. Only their godly souls were left, and their physical bodies were gone. This directly caused their energies to weaken, and they even dropped by a realm. The 2 great beings from the remote antiquity were now supreme beings of the universe. And the other supreme being from the remote antiquity had become a great being from the remote antiquity. Of course, if they could find the most compatible physical bodies, they could quickly recover their cultivation and strength after tempering their new physical bodies. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian reflexively turned to look at Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. At this moment, he suddenly understood something. If there was no accident, the original bodies of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher were most likely the targets of that elder and the desolate fierce mosquito to possess them. They were related by blood to begin with. Shui Ben's bloodline had even undergone ancestral awakening, giving him the same pure constitution as the primordial fierce mosquito. With them as the bodies for the old man and the primordial fierce mosquito to possess, they would be able to improve their cultivation at the fastest speed possible. Speed recovery. Just as this thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, causing him to be extremely shocked, a new change occurred in the space in front of him. Screech, the desolate fierce mosquito that was still in place suddenly raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. As this screech sounded, the 3 streams of vital energy and blood that were spreading out in the void not far in front of it were instantly sucked in by an invisible force. They kept rolling and moving at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, all of them drilled into the desolate fierce mosquito's huge mouth. It was swallowed by it in the blink of an eye. After doing all this, the desolate fierce mosquito turned its head and looked at Shui Ben, who was also dumbfounded, but seemed to have guessed something, and his expression changed greatly. It raised its head again and let out another screech. Its incomparably huge blood-colored physical body suddenly exploded. Chapter 45-41. Bang! With a loud boom, the desolate ancient fierce mosquito self-detonated right after the 3 of them. Its huge body instantly turned into an even more majestic blood mist and spread out. Kachacha, this time, the space where the desolate mosquito was still in didn't directly collapse into a black hole. It only shattered inch by inch. The power of laws in the primordial chaos was extremely strong, so this level of damage was quickly repaired. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was stunned again. He didn't understand what these guys were doing, but he knew that this had to be a necessary procedure. Otherwise, why didn't they just self-detonate at the same time? Why did it have to be so troublesome and split it into 2? If there were no accidents, the majestic qi and blood formed by the explosion of the bodies of the 3 people before was swallowed by this ancient fierce mosquito. It should have gone through some kind of unique bloodline talent, or it should have been mastered by this ancient fierce mosquito. Some kind of powerful secret technique should have undergone some kind of qualitative change. And now, after everything was completed, the desolate mosquito also self-detonated. The majestic blood and qi that was formed when its body exploded should have some kind of use. Whoosh! Just as Yi Xian was deducing all this in his mind and guessing what would happen next, a figure suddenly rushed out of the majestic blood and qi. It looked like the desolate mosquito from before, but it was only its soul. Its body had also exploded and ceased to exist. After this energy soul body rushed out of the blood mist, it directly went to the place where the 3 people had been standing. It did not do anything else, and just like the 3 people, it quietly watched everything from the side, as if it was an outsider. It was clearly waiting for the next step to unfold. They were equally concerned about the final result, even more so than the important matter of possession. Whoosh! At this moment, as the desolate mosquito's soul flew out and rushed to the side, the dark cauldron suddenly moved. On the outer walls of the cauldron, the 20,000 rune chains suddenly waved rapidly, each one like a giant python. In the blink of an eye, as the dark cauldron approached, the 20,000 rune chains all reached into the majestic blood mist formed by the desolate mosquito's self-detonation. Then, without exception, the dense and obscure runes on the 20,000 rune chains all lit up and bloomed with blood-red light. And the majestic blood mist formed by the desolate mosquito's self-detonation began to rapidly decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was very clear that the blood mist was completely absorbed by the 20,000 rune chains. Through the chains, the blood mist was sent into the netherworld furnace. During this process, as the blood mist was sent into the netherworld furnace along with the rune chains, a light shone on the chains. This blood-red rune should also have some kind of mysterious power effect. But what exactly it was, Yi Xian wasn't sure. Very quickly, after less than half an incense stick of time, the void became empty again. The majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the ancient mosquito was all sucked away and sent into the netherworld cauldron along the seal pattern chains. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, the rumbling sound of thunder came from the dark cauldron again. Yi Xian was very familiar with this sound. It was the sound of that huge millstone starting to rotate again. However, the tens of thousands of desolate survivors and space beasts that were above the Emperor level that were thrown into the dark cauldron had long been crushed into minced meat. Therefore, this time, there was no sound of bones breaking at all. But the hair on Yi Xian's back immediately stood up. He had entered the dark cauldron for internal treatment before, so he knew everything inside. Therefore, even though he couldn't see the situation inside, he could clearly imagine. There was no doubt that the space in the center of that huge millstone was already filled with the half-liquid meat that was crushed by the tens of thousands of desolate survivors and space beasts. And now, as the huge millstone rotated again, this half-liquid meat was stirred up again in an instant. The reason for this was undoubtedly to mix the blood mist that was absorbed and swallowed by the rune chains. Mix. What were they trying to do? All these actions were becoming more and more strange and unpredictable. Yi Xian's mind raced as he made all kinds of guesses, but he still couldn't figure it out. Wang. Right at this moment, a low buzzing sound rang out. The dense and obscure runes on the 20,000 chains outside the netherworld cauldron's walls all dimmed at this moment. However, on the huge cauldron's walls, there were also countless runes that were densely packed and innumerable. But all of a sudden, they all lit up, emitting a blazing blood light. At this moment, the rotating sound of the enormous millstone in the netherworld furnace disappeared. Obviously, the millstone had stopped rotating, and the flesh formed from the crushing of the bodies of the tens of thousands of survivors of the primordial era and the ferocious beasts of the starry sky had already been absorbed and swallowed by the blood mist by the runic chains. It had become a fusion. And at this moment, the countless runes that suddenly lit up on the outer wall of the cauldron should be some kind of final blessing to the blood mist and meat in the holes of the millstone. All of this was very mysterious. Perhaps only the creator of the netherworld furnace, the green eyes of the way of the heavens in the untainted land, would know what the meaning of these dense blood-colored runes was and what the effects of these runes were. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian subconsciously looked at the primeval heaven's eye that was even further away in the void. Whoosh! At this moment, the green eye of the way of the heavens in untainted land, which had been silent since it arrived, suddenly shone with a green light beam. A green energy beam shot out from the green eye of the way of the heavens, which was even larger than a star. It shot out and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was extremely far away in the void above his head. Boom! Rumble! Hiss! A rumble that shook the heavens and the earth resounded, and it was closely followed by the extremely clear and melodious sound of ripping silk. High above his head, a crack was torn open in the primordial void. However, behind the crack, there was no darkness or darkness. Instead, there was a dreamlike starlight pouring out from it. At this moment, Yi Xian was stunned, and his expression changed wildly. Although he could only see a small corner of the Milky Way through this crack, he still recognized it at a glance. It was the Milky Way star field. That's right, the other end of this void crack that was torn open actually led to the Milky Way star domain. But of course, this was only the periphery. From this angle, this corner of the Milky Way star domain was still enveloped by a translucent light curtain. No matter how powerful the primeval heaven's eye was, it couldn't be compared to the primordial void laws. He could. Chapter 45-42. This old man's plan to steal the heavens is finally at its final step. Rising to his feet, a smile appeared on Xing Bo's face, but his eyes were shining brightly. He turned his head and glanced at the souls of the three people and one beast who were standing in the void in the distance as if they were spectators. He nodded slightly and then glanced at the netherworld furnace that was covered with countless blood-red runes. Finally, he turned his eyes to the primeval heaven's eye and said, "Don't hesitate. Don't worry, I'll find a way to get to the homeworld after we get in. As long as I can do that and get that thing, I'll be able to get all of you. Lure them in. Qing Yan, only I can do this. What are you still hesitating for? The new primordial era is about to begin. This is your last chance. Otherwise, when the new primordial era begins, everything that survived the last primordial era will turn to dust. Even if you were once the will of the heavenly Tao of the primordial world, you will still die. It's the same. You don't have the time or the opportunity. You can only join hands with this old man and fight one last time. Swish. These words clearly had an effect. Just as Xingbo finished speaking, the primeval heaven's eye once again shot out a beam of green light, but this time, it didn't shoot towards the sky, but towards the netherworld furnace. An incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out as the green light shot out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the outer wall of the netherworld cauldron and directly came out of it. Shio. Almost in the next instant, the second sound of something breaking through the air rang out. This time, it was even sharper and resonated with the void. A low buzzing sound that caused one's soul to tremble could be heard. At this moment, the countless blood-colored runes on the outer walls of the netherworld cauldron suddenly shone brightly before extinguishing at the same time. Even the aura of the cauldron dimmed. A beam of blood-green light shot out from the mouth of the netherworld furnace. It was only about half an inch in diameter, and could be said to be insignificant. However, its radiance was incomparably bright. It was obviously a dark blood-green color, but it made people unable to look at it directly. Moreover, the speed of this tiny blood-green light beam was extremely fast. It seemed that as soon as it shot out from the mouth of the netherworld furnace, it had already reached the void crack high up in the sky. Swish! Xingbo did not hesitate in the slightest. His figure disappeared without a sign and turned into an even fainter gray light. He followed closely behind the blood-green light pillar that shot out. Seeing this, Yi Xian understood everything. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The entire Milky Way star field was not open yet. It was protected by the powerful primordial chaos void law, just like the nearly 3,000 nesting stars that gave birth to a chaos demon god. Originally, all of these would only be released and revealed after the new primordial era officially began. But now, Xingbo was going to enter the Milky Way ahead of time. His purpose was obviously not as simple as entering the Milky Way star sector ahead of time and setting up his arrangements. Based on what he said to Primeval Heaven's Eye, Xingbo's ultimate goal in entering the Milky Way star field seemed to be to infiltrate the mother planet and look for something. Through that thing, he would have the ability to take the Primeval Heaven's Eye from the mother planet, as well as the followers around him who had sacrificed a lot for this stealing the heavens plan. They had even self-destructed their physical bodies and dropped their realms. This was definitely a blatant attempt to steal the heavens. Yi Xian did not know what he was looking for. He did not know Xingbo's true identity and origin. He did not know why the Primeval Heaven's Eye could not do this and only he could do it, but there was one thing that Yi Xian was clear about, and that was, if Xingbo entered the Milky Way star field, the result would be no different from him stealing the heavens. The new primordial era that would officially begin soon would most likely be affected because of this, and the consequences would be immeasurable. Unfortunately, although Yi Xian had the intention to stop or destroy this matter, he did not have the ability to do so. Not to mention Xingbo or the Primeval Heaven's Eye. Even the 3 people and 1 beast who had self-destructed their physical bodies and were only left with a wisp of soul could destroy him. Although Yi Xian was anxious, he was not a reckless and impulsive person. If this matter was not stopped, the impact would be too great and far-reaching, and the consequences would be immeasurable. But at least there was still a chance. But if he showed up now on impulse and disappeared here, then there would be no chance at all. He was very clear about the importance of this matter. Therefore, even though his heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley, Yi Xian was still restraining himself. He forced himself to calm down and become calm. He didn't want to be careless and really rush out. That would be a bad dish, in fact, not to mention him, even the headless baby corpse that had turned into a corpse lamp tattoo and was attached to Yi Xian's left chest did not move at all at this moment. This showed the problem from another perspective. Although the headless baby corpse did not move, Yi Xian believed that he must have been paying close attention to everything that was happening. He was as clear as Yi Xian about what was happening in the outside world. In fact, due to the gap between the two of them, which was like a heavenly abyss, perhaps the headless baby corpse could see more things and understand more secrets. even he did not have any intention of making a move, so Yi Xian really did not have to make the most stupid and impulsive choice in this situation. Whoosh! The sharp sound of breaking through the air disappeared in a flash. The extremely thin blood-green light beam, along with the gray light that Xing Bo had transformed into, entered the void crack high in the sky above in the blink of an eye. It directly shot into the Milky Way that was shrouded in it. On the layer of primordial void law light screen in the star domain, there was no suspense in what happened next. The protective light screen formed by the power of the primordial law was indeed powerful. Even primeval Heaven's Eye and Xing Bo were unable to break through it. However, this blood-green beam of light was too thin, less than half an inch long. Moreover, it was created by the combined efforts of primeval Heaven's Eye and Xing Bo, using all sorts of mysterious methods that Yi Xian could not understand. With all of these factors added together, it was obviously not a problem to pierce a small hole in the thin light screen formed by the power of the primordial law. And this small hole did not need to exist for too long. A 10,000th of an instant was enough. It was enough for the faint light formed by Xing Bo's figure, who was following closely behind the blood-green beam of light, to take advantage of the critical moment to rush in. The next scene was exactly like this. A small hole was pierced through that thin layer of light screen. The blood-green light pillar's energy was exhausted and disappeared directly. The faint light that was Xing Bo's body also smoothly passed through the light screen and rushed in. In less than a 10,000th of an instant, the small hole that was pierced through by the blood-green light screen closed again. At this moment, the void crack that was torn apart by the beam of light shot out by primeval Heaven's Eye was also slowly repairing itself. Chapter 45-43 Hong. Hong long long, Sila. Without waiting for Yi Xian to recover from his shock, an earth-shattering explosion sounded out once again. Following closely behind was an incomparably clear sound of silk ripping apart. This time, it was still primeval Heaven's Eye who made a move and tore open a crack in the Hongmeng void. However, this time, behind the crack was no longer a corner of the Milky Way star field filled with dreamy starlight. Instead, it was dark and deep, and no one knew where it led to. Obviously, Xing Bo had entered the Milky Way star field. This time, the first step of his plan to steal the sky with primeval Heaven's Eye had succeeded. Since that was the case, there was no need for primeval Heaven's Eye to stay here any longer. He must have other arrangements, so he wouldn't have so much free time. Sure enough, almost at the moment when this void crack appeared, the green eyes of the Way of Heaven flashed, and it turned into a green light. It went into the void crack and disappeared. Hua la la! Immediately after that, the netherworld furnace, whose aura had become much weaker, also waved the 20,000 rune chains outside the furnace and rushed into the void crack as well. Soon, the crack closed and disappeared, leaving only Xue Ben, Mosquito Butcher's original body, and the 3 people and 1 beast with only their soul bodies left in the void. These 3 people and 1 beast were originally 2 supreme beings and 2 supreme beings of the primordial era. But now, because of the self-destruction of their physical bodies, their cultivations had all dropped by 1 realm. They were now 2 supreme beings and 2 supreme beings of the primordial era. Although their overall combat power was like heaven and earth compared to before, to Yi Xian, it was still not something he could shake. At this moment, he was extremely anxious, and there was a strong sense of depression in his heart. Since leaving the 3 main star planes of the current era, Yi Xian's cultivation power had improved rapidly. Now, he had already become a 2nd-level universe master. If he unleashed the 9th transformation of the demon ape bloodline, he could even possess the terrifying battle power of a 3rd-level universe supreme. Coupled with the majestic power of blood and chi within his body that was 60 million miles long, his true battle power was comparable to that of a 4th-level universe supreme. Even so, he was still unable to deal with the 4 fellows in front of him. Even the 2 weakest universe supreme beings were at the later stage of this level, not to mention the other 2 supreme beings at the middle stage of the ancient era. Previously, Xingbo wanted to steal the sky and successfully entered the Milky Way star field ahead of time. Yi Xian was powerless to stop him. But now, when he saw that Shui Ben and old bastard mosquito butcher were about to be possessed, he was still unable to stop it. What was the point of all the hardships he had gone through to reach this cultivation level after so many years? Swish! Swish! Just as 100 thoughts were running through his mind, he suddenly became frustrated and angry. Two whistling sounds came from the void in front of him. It was the two most powerful people among the 3 people and 1 beast. It was the primordial fierce mosquito, who still had the cultivation level of a supreme being from the ancient era, and the soul body of the other elder from the human race, who suddenly moved at the same time. Their targets were precisely Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. This was simply too cruel. In order to have a body that was the most compatible with the soul body, they wanted to use this opportunity to recover their peak power as quickly as possible. These 3 people and 1 beast didn't even care about their blood ties. One had to know that to this elder from the human race, Mosquito Butcher's original body was his own son. Even Shui Ben was the grandson of that primordial fierce mosquito. But now, as an elder, he actually wanted to possess the body of the first and second generation descendants of his direct bloodline. This was simply cold-blooded and heartless. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian rushed out immediately. In the process, he directly performed the bloodline power of 9 changes of demonic ape to the 9th transformation. In addition, he also used the secret blood technique and the power of his clone. Howl! 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 In an instant, a small drop of blood transformed into 3 bloody sea raging apes that were 60 million miles in size. Their bodies were different, but the auras they emitted from their bodies were all 3rd-level Universe Supremes. They also had the same fierce aura of anger. Like a river, they roared and transformed into 3 streaks of light in the blink of an eye and shot forward. This brat has the aura of my clone. Second brother. Hurry up and leave, you're not their match. At this moment, perhaps because Xing Bo had already left, Mosquito Butcher's original body and Shui Ben were still unable to move, but they could speak. Shui Ben recognized Yi Xian immediately. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He reminded Yi Xian to leave. As for Mosquito Butcher's original body, he was stunned for a moment. He had captured a faint aura of old devil Mosquito Butcher from Yi Xian's body. He was caught off guard and was stunned. There's actually an ant here. Forget it. Regardless of whether it's compatible or not, I'll just borrow his body first. At most, I'll just exchange for it while looking for it. At this moment, one of the 2 middle-aged men who hadn't moved before had a gleam in his eyes. With a flash of his body, he charged toward Yi Xian. Judging from his words, he was planning to possess Yi Xian's body. At most, he would just find a body that was most compatible with his soul in the future and exchange for it at any time. Howl! Screech! Ant, how dare you stop me from possessing your body? If it weren't for the fact that your body is still somewhat useful, I would have torn your soul apart. At the same time, the human elder who still had the terrifying power of a primordial great being raised his head and roared angrily. He turned to look at Yi Xian, and his eyes glinted coldly as he issued a stern warning. Although the desolate fierce mosquito, who had the same cultivation level and was now at the 6th level of the primordial great being, did not send out a sound of divine sense, it raised its head and let out an extremely cold and ruthless howl. However, during this process, the 2 of them did not slow down at all as they charged toward Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. The speed of a primordial great being was naturally terrifying. In the blink of an eye, when Yi Xian was still 6 or 7 billion miles away, the human elder and the desolate fierce mosquito had already arrived in front of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. At this moment, both Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body were still turning their heads to look at Yi Xian. The speed of a primordial great being was simply too fast for them to react. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 extremely weak sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The souls of the human elder and the desolate fierce mosquito directly rushed into the bodies of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body respectively. They entered at an extremely fast speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ah! Screech! At this moment, the bodies of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body instantly stiffened, as if they were having a spasm. Their bodies twitched violently, and there were even painful groans and violent howls coming out of their mouths. Chapter 45-44. Screech. Seeing Shui Ben and Old Devil Mosquito's original bodies being invaded by the powerful godly souls of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, Yi Xian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He raised his head and let out a screech. He was about to flee. Although the two old men's realms had dropped, they were still powerful beings of the primordial era even though they were only left with godly souls. They were also at level 6 of the primordial era, only one step away from becoming a late-stage powerful being. Although Old Devil Mosquito Butcher's original body had also become a powerful being of the primordial era, he was only at the initial stage of the primordial era. He was definitely no match for the human elder's godly soul. As for Shui Ben, his strength was only at the emperor level. Compared to the ancient fierce mosquito, he was even less than an ant. Yi Xian was no match for these two old men. Even if he used all his skills, he would never be able to defeat a level 6 powerful being of the primordial era. Besides, these two old men had lived from the primordial era to the present. How could they not have powerful godly powers and secret techniques? However, he couldn't care less at this moment. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he had to rush forward. A real man had his reasons. If he considered the consequences of everything, what was the point of living? Mosquito Butcher's original body was fine, but Yi Xian couldn't just ignore Shui Ben. When he took Shui Ben away from the fierce mosquito planet, Yi Xian had promised Mad Mosquito Emperor that he would protect Shui Ben. Even if he didn't consider how to explain this to Mad Mosquito Emperor, if something really happened to Shui Ben, he couldn't even get past his own conscience. At this moment, Yi Xian was on the verge of going crazy. He pushed the vital essence in his body to the limit, and blood dripped from the corners of his eyes. He shot forward like a madman. At this moment, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on the left side of his chest. This was the sign that the headless infant was about to make a move. Perhaps he hadn't planned to make a move, but now he felt Yi Xian's madness and had no choice but to change his mind. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time, two blood-red lights smaller than fireflies shot out from the left side of Yi Xian's chest and shot forward at high speed. To be more precise, these two almost imperceptible dots of light actually shot out from the corpse lantern tattoo on Yi Xian's chest. This was the power of the headless infant corpse. It looked insignificant and weak, but even Yi Xian did not dare to underestimate its power. At this moment, his frenzied emotions finally calmed down a little, and the expression on his face eased slightly. This was because he knew that Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and Shui Ben should be fine. He dared not say that they could escape this calamity of possession, but at least they could protect their own lives. There was absolutely no problem. If Xingbo or Primeval Heavens I were still here, Yi Xian might still be worried. However, these three people and one beast were definitely no match for the headless infant corpse, not to mention that their cultivation had dropped by a large realm. Even if they did not, they still had peak battle strength. The two weak dots of light shot out at an unimaginably fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they drilled into the glabellas of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Between the glabellas was the sea of consciousness of the spirit. Possession would involve a battle of the spirit, and it would take place in the sea of consciousness. There was no doubt that these two dots of light had drilled into the sea of consciousness of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher respectively. Poof! Poof! This aura, it's him. Run! Almost in the next moment, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher spat out blood arrows at the same time. They turned to look at Yi Xian, their eyes filled with endless horror. They were not afraid of Yi Xian, but the headless infant corpse. Obviously, they had already captured the aura of the headless infant corpse in the faint blood light that drilled into their glabellas. That was why they were so shocked. Just by relying on a faint blood light, they could instantly determine the identity of the headless infant corpse. It was enough to prove that the two of them were extremely familiar with the headless infant corpse. Perhaps they had even dealt with it in the past. It was unknown. Boom. Boom. Rip. Hiss. Almost in the next moment, there was a rumbling thunder in the distance, followed by a crisp sound of tearing silk. Two cracks were torn open in the void. Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who were extremely shocked, turned into two rays of light and rushed in without looking back. Among them, in less than half a breath of time, the two spatial rifts were quickly mended by the power of the Hong Meng void. After all, they weren't big to begin with, only half a foot wide, so mending them was naturally much faster. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed again, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Before escaping at the last moment, the voices that came from Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's mouths were clearly different from before. It was not the voices of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butchers at all, but the voices of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito. This meant that the two of them had won the battle for the divine soul. In other words, the possession was successful. This result was completely unacceptable to Yi Xian. The headless infant corpse had already been used, but it still could not turn the situation around. This psychological gap caught him off guard. At this moment, Yi Xian's left chest burned again. This time, a message entered his mind. It was from the headless infant corpse. Seeing this message, Yi Xian's heart finally settled down, but his expression was still gloomy, and he looked extremely worried. The infant corpse did have the strength to kill the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, but the situation just now was different. The two old guys were both in their divine soul state, and had already entered the sea of consciousness of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. If the headless infant corpse directly attacked, although the two old guys would definitely die, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body would not be able to survive and would be destroyed in body and soul with them. For fear of harming the innocent, the headless infant corpse could not even trap them before they escaped. After all, everything had happened too quickly. Faced with this situation, he could only take a step back and protect the divine souls of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body first. The two weak blood lights that had shot out just now were not for attacking, but for protection. After they entered the sea of consciousness of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body, they instantly wrapped around their divine souls and protected them. Although the blood lights seemed very weak, the headless infant corpse's level was there. With the strength of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, it was impossible for them to break through. In other words, although Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body had been seized and their entire bodies had fallen into the control of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, the possession of these two old guys had not succeeded. This was because the divine souls of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher were still in their sea of consciousness and were protected. One day, as long as Yi Xian found them and tried to trap them, the headless infant corpse would have enough time to attack and protect Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Chapter 45-45. The two of them can leave, but the two of you must stay. Yi Xian immediately turned his head to look at the souls of the other two middle-aged men as soon as the human elder and the desolate ancient mosquito fled. His expression was incomparably gloomy, and his voice was filled with a dense baleful intent. This time, his anger had really been provoked. Must only by killing someone would he be able to calm down a little. Before these two fellows self-destructed their bodies, they were at the level of a late-stage primordial universe supreme. Now, after self-destructing their bodies, their power had dropped by a whole realm. Although, he was still stronger than Yi Xian. Even if Yi Xian used the Blood Sea secret technique and the power of his clones to split into three Universe Supremes, who were comparable to fourth-stage Universe Supremes, were still far from being a match for two late-stage Supremes at the 7th and 8th stage. But in reality, as Yi Xian turned his head with an unfriendly gaze, the divine souls of the two that were originally shooting towards Yi Xian seemed to have seen a ghost in an instant. Their mouths emitted a mournful howl as they quickly retreated. Like the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, they were not afraid of Yi Xian. Instead, they were afraid of the headless infant body. Although, the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito did not call out the headless infant body's name, but these fellows had been together for a long time. Just from the reaction of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, the two middle-aged men could guess the headless infant body's name. Unfortunately, they were only late-stage universe supremes, so there was no chance for them to escape from the headless infant corpse. Not even the slightest chance. Xiao. You can't run away. Surrender obediently, and you can still live. Hu. As Yi Xian made his move, a beam of 9-colored light shot out. It was so fast that it was faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the two men. Immediately afterward, under the violent wind, this seemingly weak 9-color light suddenly soared in the wind. In less than half a breath, it had turned into a vast 9-color sea of fire, enveloping the souls of the two in it. All the paths around them were sealed by the sea of fire. Dante speaking of universe supremes, even the primordial great beings did not dare to touch the 9-colored sea of fire. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Xian's current strength was still too weak and was only at the early stage of the universe supreme realm, the power of this 9-colored sea of flames would be even more terrifying in his hands. He could also temporarily trap the primordial era supreme beings. Wang! Wang! Almost at the same moment when their bodies were trapped by the boundless 9-colored sea of fire, a blood-red light shield appeared in the godly souls of the two men. It resisted the power of the 9-colored sea of fire and protected their godly souls. However, although the two men were safe for the time being, they were still trapped in the 9-colored sea of fire. There was no way to escape. In the end, they would most likely die here. Yi Xian was very certain of this. Seeing that the two of them were trapped by the 9-colored sea of flames, his heart, which was originally in his throat, instantly returned to normal. With a flash of his body, the 3 blood sea clones instantly entered the 9-colored sea of flames and surrounded the 2 light barriers within the sea of flames. Shenong 9-colored flame. This is impossible. How could it be in your hands? Your body has the aura of the system. You can only be a human. Where did the devil-ape bloodline come from? Not only did you form 3 devil-ape bodies, but you also mastered the blood sea secret technique. Who are you? At this moment, as Yi Xian's 3 blood sea bodies approached, the 2 middle-aged men in the 2 light shields seemed to have sensed something in an instant. Their expressions changed dramatically, and they rebuked him harshly. The suspicion on their faces was so thick that it couldn't be dissipated. It was obvious that they had all sorts of doubts about Yi Xian's identity and background. They didn't understand why everything they saw just now would be gathered on Yi Xian. All of this was originally unrelated to each other. Don't you understand the situation? Now, only I am asking you. You are not qualified to rebuke me. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Among the 3 blood sea bodies, the violent ape body and the black fog body remained motionless. However, the hideous skeleton body raised its left arm at this moment. Wang! A weak low buzzing sound rang out. On the skeleton body's left arm, a hideous energy bow rapidly condensed. The shape of the bow was rather ancient and mysterious. The bow body was made up of 3 parts. In the middle of the bow body was a 2-headed monster. Its wide-open mouths were facing up and down, while the upper and lower parts of the bow body were 2 bowed humanoid creatures. The 2-headed monster's wide-open mouths swallowed the 2 humanoid creatures' legs and a part of their calves. The bow. The ends of the bow were connected to their painfully raised heads. Their mouths were where the bowstring was. Their hands were at the sides of their mouths, as if they were howling. Their expressions were inexplicably strange. A bowstring that was clearly made up of countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the wide mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures. Then, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. At this moment, the skeleton body's eyes also emitted a strange golden brilliance. He reached out his right hand and directly pinched the energy arrow on the bowstring of the giant energy bow in his left hand. He slowly pulled the bowstring. Wang, the buzzing sound of energy vibrating to the extreme suddenly rang out. At this moment, even the surrounding void seemed to have an invisible wave. It was as if this arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted had already caused the void to tremble. Whoosh! In the next moment, an extremely sharp sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The next moment, the skeleton body directly let go of the golden energy arrow in his right hand. The energy arrow that had already been filled with the power of the bowstring instantly shot out. The void instantly broke open. As the golden arrow burst out, a black wave like a tail flame appeared behind it. Almost at the same time, the golden arrow whistled out at an extremely fast speed, as if directly ignoring the distance of space, and instantly arrived in front of 100,000 feet light shield. Destroy. It directly pierced through and rushed into the light shield as if it was rotten wood. Fallen sky bow. This is impossible. Screech. As the light barrier was instantly penetrated, the expression of the middle-aged man who was protected within it changed. After crying out involuntarily, he raised his head and let out an incomparably shrill and ruthless howl. His voice revealed a wisp of endless despair. This was the bloodline ability of the supreme great being, desolate ancient Yiksha. Originally, the inheritance should have been lost, but now, in the hands of a human, it had reappeared. Desolate ancient Yiksha. Back in the incomparable battle of the primordial ages long ago, this bloodline ability had been used to shoot the heaven's eye with the bow. Even the primeval heaven's eye was incomparably fearful of this bloodline ability. Even though Yi Xian's current cultivation level was still weak, he was at least a universe supreme on the same level as his opponent. It was only natural that he would be able to use such a powerful ultimate technique to kill this late-stage human, Hong. Chapter 45-46. Boom. Before the middle-aged man's voice died away, the golden arrow of the fallen sky bow had already hit his soul body. An earth-shattering boom was heard, and his soul body instantly turned into a rain of light and dissipated. It was just an arrow, but a late-stage 8th Order Universe Supreme was completely killed. While his godly soul was completely destroyed, and not even a trace of his soul was left behind. This was the effect that Xian wanted. With his current cultivation level, even if he could form Bloody Sea Body, which was comparable to a 4th stage Supreme Master, he could only rely on the power of 9-colored flame sea to trap and seal these two Universe Supremes at the later stage. But this matter couldn't be delayed for too long. The change in the ferocious mosquito Forbidden Land this time was too big, and it was hard to say whether the powerful beings of the ancient times or even the Supreme Masters of the ancient times in the surrounding Forbidden Lands would come to see what was going on. More besides, although Xingbo had entered the Milky Way star field, the primeval heavens I was still in the chaos void, and no one could be sure whether it would suddenly turn around and kill them. After all, two powerful beings of the ancient times had already escaped, and they might have a secret method to contact the primeval heaven's eye. So, Xian was left with no choice. He had to get rid of these two guys as soon as possible. Yi Xian didn't have much time. More importantly, he wanted to get all the information about Xingbo, the primeval heaven's eye, and the Milky Way star field from these two middle-aged humans. Originally, all of this could be done easily by the headless baby corpse. But ever since the two faint blood-red lights shot out, the corpse lamp tattoo on Yi Xian's chest fell silent again. No matter how he called, there was no response. Yi Xian couldn't even be sure whether the headless baby corpse had really fallen into a deep sleep or if it was doing it on purpose. It didn't want Yi Xian to prematurely learn some of the ancient secrets of the past and the present through these two middle-aged humans. In the face of all this, and time was extremely tight, so he could only rely on himself. Choosing the fallen sky bow to kill one of the middle-aged humans in a flash was the purpose of intimidating the other one. Here at this moment, after the fallen sky bow had succeeded in killing that late-stage supreme being at the 8th level, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He turned his head and looked at the middle-aged human who was at the 7th level of the Universe Supreme in the other light shield. Language. His voice was extremely cold as he warned, "I don't have much patience left. I'll give you 10 breaths. Surrender immediately and tell me everything you know with your divine sense. Then, I'll guarantee your safety for the time being. It seems that you don't know much." As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, a smile instantly appeared on the face of the middle-aged man within the light barrier. "This sovereign is very strange, you and him. What kind of relationship do you have right now?" Since even he didn't tell you all of this, it's absolutely impossible for you to learn about it from me. The new primordial era is about to begin. Everything in the past will return to dust. If you can't enter it, you'll just turn into nothingness. What does it matter if it's a little earlier or later? However, if he succeeds, even if we fall now, when the new primordial era begins, we can still return. So, your threat is useless against me. Pang. As soon as he finished speaking, before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, the middle-aged human's soul completely exploded. Just like the middle-aged human from before, it transformed into a resplendent rain of light, specks of stars, and then dissipated, self-destruct. And it was a godly soul explosion. This result was no different from having one's body and soul destroyed. This middle-aged human also didn't leave behind a single strand of his soul. Even if Yi Xian wanted to capture a strand of his soul and search it to obtain some secret information, it was impossible. Yi Xian subconsciously opened his mouth wide as he stared blankly at the specks of light that were rapidly dissipating. His face was filled with a dumbfounded expression, as if he'd just been struck by lightning. He was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that the final result would be like this. This middle-aged human actually didn't hesitate to self-destruct his godly soul and end up with his body and soul destroyed. He was unwilling to be captured and revealed all the secrets he knew. Again, or, as he said just now, as long as he had entered the star field of the Milky Way, he could infiltrate the mother planet and obtain the thing he was looking for. Then, when the new primordial era fully begins in the future, he, and the other middle-aged human who was blown up by Yi Xian's arrow just now, could still return in the new primordial era as if they had been reborn? What is the truth behind all of this? He didn't even hesitate to self-destruct his godly soul and wasn't willing to reveal the slightest bit of his secret. How shocking would that be? Also, what is the headless infant corpse afraid of? Why is he unwilling to confess all of this? Hundreds of thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind. He stood in the sea of blood with a blank expression on his face. He murmured softly, as if he was sleep-talking. At this moment, he was once again at a loss. He originally thought that this time, in this fierce mosquito-forbidden area, he had accidentally seen the appearance of Xing Bo and the primeval Heaven's Eye, and even witnessed their plan of stealing the heavens with his own eyes, which would allow him to more or less understand the secrets of the primordial era. The various doubts that had been tangled in his heart for many years would more or less be solved, but in fact, all of this had temporarily come to an end again. However, for Yi Xian, the final result was exactly the opposite of what he had expected. Originally, his doubts had not been solved. Instead, more and more puzzles and doubts had been added. This Star Master would like to see how long you can hold it in. After a moment of depression, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He murmured softly, vaguely revealing a strong aura of resentment. At this moment, what he was referring to was, of course, the headless infant corpse. Regarding all of this, the headless infant corpse obviously knew about all of this, but for some reason, he had never confessed to Yi Xian. Over time, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Xian not to have any resentment in his heart. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about the headless infant corpse. No matter how deep the resentment in his heart was, he could only hold it in himself. Xiao. After briefly sorting out the chaotic thoughts in his heart, Yi Xian temporarily put all of this to the back of his mind. He no longer thought about it and felt conflicted. Then, suddenly, he waved his hand. A faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. In front of him, the vast and boundless nine-colored sea of flames spread across the vast void space of the universe rapidly shrank in an instant. In the end, it transformed into a tiny light spot, like a firefly, and shot toward Yi Xian's glabella, disappearing. There was still some pure energy remaining in the air. It was left behind after the godly souls of the two middle-aged humans exploded into a rain of light. After all, it was the godly soul energy of a late-stage universe supreme being, which was extremely precious. Even Yi Xian would not waste it easily. Chapter 45-47 He collected the pure energy left behind by the self-destruction of the two middle-aged human souls, condensed it into a dazzling ball of light the size of a human head, and put it into his body. Yi Xian removed the Blood Sea secret technique, and his 3 clones merged into one, turning into a star-raging ape that was only 10 feet tall. Then, he fell into deep thought. The primordial era almighties and the supreme primordial era of the Forbidden Land had all left, and even Xing Bo had quietly entered the Milky Way star field. In fact, this place was still not safe for Yi Xian. What happened here today was too big, and it was hard to guarantee that the primordial era almighties and the supreme primordial era of the other Forbidden Lands and star fields in the surrounding areas would not come personally to see what was going on. Even more moreover, the primeval heavens I could suddenly return at any time. The same was true for the human elder who had escaped earlier and the primordial mosquito. Both of them were primordial era almighties, and they were at the late stage of this realm. Yi Xian was no match for them at all. Deng, however, for the sake of Xue Ben and the mosquito butcher, Yi Xian would definitely look for them in the future, but that was a matter for the future. He had to wait until Yi Xian had at least the battle strength of the primordial era almighties. Until right now, the most important thing for Yi Xian was still to increase his cultivation strength as soon as possible. This forbidden land of the primordial era was not the best place for seclusion. After making up his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. With a thought, he instantly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body. Previously, the system in his body had not reacted at all, and Yi Xian could not find the reason. But, now, everything seemed to have returned to normal, which made Yi Xian even more suspicious. Only yes, although Yi Xian no longer trusted the devouring system in his body as much as before because of Xing Bo, since the system was still in his body, he still had to use the various system abilities that were beneficial to him. Whoosh! At this moment, as the interstellar coordinate jump ability was activated, Yi Xian's figure instantly turned into an imperceptible ray of light and disappeared on the spot. This time, the jump point he had locked onto was still near the source hive star that nurtured his strongest avatar. Dang! After a weak flash of light, Yi Xian's figure appeared and arrived at his destination in the blink of an eye. With some hesitation, his figure flickered and immediately rushed to the giant abandoned star in the distance. After entering the core of the star, he waved his hand and directly took out the Shenong cauldron. He wanted to break through again. This time, in the ferocious mosquito forbidden grounds, Yi Xian's state of mind had experienced a few ups and downs. The conditions for another breakthrough were ripe. And this time, he had also obtained the pure energy left behind by the exploding divine souls of the 2 late-stage supreme beings. After swallowing them, he would smoothly break through to the next level of cultivation. There was no doubt that he would succeed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Stepping into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, Yi Xian sat down cross-legged. Then, with a wave of his hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and suspended in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body. Bao, including the pure energy left behind by the exploding divine souls of the 2 late-stage supreme beings, he also took them out and swallowed them as cultivation resources. This way, he could ensure a smooth breakthrough this time. Soon, Yi Xian activated the power of the Shenong cauldron's field. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Clang! 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 As expected, the earth-shattering sound of chains instantly rang out in his body. However, this time, there was still only one shackle that appeared. Yi Xian focused his mind and activated the large river of energy that had just formed in his body. He circulated it through the 100 meridians in his body over and over again, accumulating strength. The familiar heart-wrenching pain came very quickly, enveloping Yi Xian's entire body and mind. However, to him, this was no longer a problem. As time passed slowly, Yi Xian concentrated all his energy and started to circulate his meridians with all his might. This time, perhaps because of the pure energy left behind by the exploding divine souls of the two late-stage supreme beings, it only took him about a day to completely refine the huge river of energy that had formed in his body. Tight. Then, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already been broken. Dang! When this shackle completely broke, the anticipated system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind, ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, level 3 Universe Master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, level 3 Universe Master. Level 3 Universe Master. This breakthrough allowed Yi Xian's battle power to soar again. Previously, his original body's battle power was at level 2 Universe Master. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could rise to level 3 Universe Master. But, if he used the 9 devil ape transformations again and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to level 3 Universe Master. With the addition of the majestic blood energy of his physical body, it would be comparable to a level 4 Universe Master. Now, with another breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the power of a level 4 Universe Master after activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 devil ape transformations again and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to a level 4 Universe Master. End. He had stepped into the middle stage of the Universe Master level. In fact, if one were to include the terrifying energy and blood within the 60 million kilometer body of the 9th transformation of the violent ape, Yi Xian's true combat strength would basically be on par with a universe sovereign of the 5th step. From then on, any universe supreme being at the initial level could only flee or even be killed if they encountered him. Even if it was a level 5 or level 6 universe master, Yi Xian would be able to fight head-on and not lose. Because once he used the Blood Sea secret technique and activated the power of his avatar, Yi Xian would be able to instantly split into 3 and condense 3 Blood Sea avatars that possessed the power of the 5th step. When they joined forces to fight, even a 6th-step universe sovereign would have no choice but to dodge. Level 3 Universe Master. But this is still far from enough. Yi Xian opened his eyes, and a light flashed through them. He muttered to himself, if I want to have the combat power of at least the 1st or 2nd level of the Desolation era under the 9th form of the demonic ape, then my true cultivation level must reach the 1st level of the Universe Supreme Realm. Only when my strongest battle power is at level 1 or 2 Universe Master can I have more confidence and walk freely in the Chaos Void. Even if I encounter a Universe Master of the Primordial Era, I can at least be sure to escape unscathed. As for level 3 Universe Master, there are still 6 levels to break through before I reach level 9 Universe Master Pinnacle, but now, it's obviously not suitable for me to continue in the short term. Chapter 45-48. A level 28 Supreme Being's pill could help a 9th level Universe Supreme become a Supreme Being in the Primordial Era. In other words, this level 28 pill could only be consumed when one's cultivation base had reached the 9th level Universe Supreme Being. Yi Xian's current cultivation level was only at 3rd level Universe Master. He hadn't even reached Universe Supreme yet. From a certain point of view, he wasn't that desperate for the level 28 Supreme Being's pill. But even so, after a period of careful consideration, Yi Xian still decided to immediately start deducing the level 28 pill formula with all his might. Because with the appearance of Xing Bo and the primeval Heaven's Eye, Yi Xian had a strong feeling that the time when the untainted universe era would come soon. The formula of the level 28 Supreme Being's pill would take more time to deduce. If the untainted universe era was coming, Yi Xian would have to deal with a lot of things. He wouldn't be able to find time to deduce the formula. Therefore, this matter had to be completed now. The level 28 Supreme Being's pill was very important to him. If this pill was successfully refined, Yi Xian could guarantee that he would become a Supreme Being in the Primordial Era. Then, when he performed the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of Demonic Ape, his actual combat power would reach the Supreme Being in the Primordial Era. At that time, even if the subsequent level 29 sovereign treasure pills couldn't be deduced, for Yi Xian, possessing the true battle prowess of the primordial sovereign would be able to ensure that he would be safe and sound during the Great Desolate Era. If he couldn't become a supreme being in the primordial era without the level 28 pill, then his cultivation level would be stuck at 9th level universe supreme. Under such circumstances, even if he performed the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of demonic ape, he would only have the power of a supreme being in the primordial era. Only this wasn't enough to ensure his safety, therefore, no matter what, he had to succeed in refining the level 28 supreme being's pill formula. What he had to do now was to deduce the perfect formula. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and instantly performed the 9 transformation demonic ape bloodline ability to the 9th transformation. Tong He also performed the Blood Sea secret technique at the same time. That was why he sat cross-legged at the mouth of the Shin Nong cauldron. He was still 30 meters tall, but his power had reached the level of a 4th level universe supreme. After adjusting his state of mind, he quickly collected his thoughts and combined with the devouring system in his body, pushing the system's calculation and deduction ability to the maximum. Tight then, with the help of a 4th-order universe supremacy's terrifying divine sense, he started to deduce the perfect formula for the level 28 supreme pellet. First previously, Yi Xian had spent more than 3 months deriving the perfect pill formula for the level 27 supreme pill. But this time, Yi Xian's cultivation base had reached the 4th-order universe supremacy, and his divine sense was much stronger than before. On the other hand, it was because he had already instructed the devouring system in his body to deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 28 supreme pill at full speed. It was already in its embryonic form. The final result was that he only used a little more than 5 months to deduce the perfect formula for the level 28 supreme pill. 5 months later, Yi Xian opened his eyes, and they shone with excitement. The perfect formula for the level 28 supreme pellet has finally been successfully completed. Yi Xian exhaled and murmured softly. There was an unconcealable excitement and joy in his voice. More than 3 months have passed. Even if someone is paying attention to the ferocious mosquito forbidden area, it should be over by now. So, it's time to go back and take a look. After calming down, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly, and he deliberately moved. Previously, he had left the ferocious mosquito forbidden area because, on one hand, it was indeed not safe there. There were all kinds of unknown factors. But, now, he suddenly wanted to go back. Other than the fact that more than 3 months had passed, more importantly, the perfect formula for the level 28 supreme pellet had been successfully deduced. TWO level 18 was a supreme being treasure pill that could help a 9th order universe supreme being to break through to the primordial supreme being level. However, the main material required to make this pill was the supreme being blood essence condensed from the blood essence of the supreme being after the body of a supreme beast exploded. Moreover, to refine a level 28 supreme pellet, at least 5 pieces of supreme blood essence were required. If he had 6 sovereign blood essences, then Yi Xian had a certain amount of confidence that he would be able to refine 2 level 28 supreme expert pellets. However, every single supreme expert's treasure pill represented a supreme expert of the primordial era. The degree of preciousness surpassed all the treasure pills that Yi Xian had refined before. Therefore, if possible, he naturally chose to wait until the supreme blood essence in his hands reached as much as possible before opening the furnace to refine it. Although Yi Xian was only a level 3 universe master and was still quite a distance away from becoming a level 9 universe supreme, it was difficult to kill a supreme being. Therefore, from now on, he had to put killing supreme beings and storing supreme blood essence on a daily basis. Don't he talk about it? No matter what, he had to collect 5 first. There are no more supreme beings of the primordial great power realm in the ferocious mosquito forbidden area, but there are still many supreme beings. After all, it's a super forbidden area. Even if the dark furnace had killed 80% of the undying emperors and above, there were still some who were in seclusion. Thinking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. His eyes glinted as he murmured again, if I'm not wrong, there should be about 10 supreme beings in the entire ferocious mosquito forbidden area. Even if I only kill half of them, I'll be able to achieve the minimum goal of 5 supreme blood essences. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately stood up. With a wave of his hand, he put the Shen Nong cauldron into his body. Then he soared up and rushed out of the core of the star under his feet. He activated the power in his body and rushed toward the ferocious mosquito forbidden area at an extremely fast speed. It was a long journey, but Yi Xian had already performed the 9th transformation of the 9 demon ape transformation bloodline in his body. He also activated the blood sea technique to shrink his body to a height of about 3 feet. His speed was extremely fast. It took him less than a month to reach the edge of the ferocious mosquito forbidden area. He was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he used the perfect vibration of his spiritual power to conceal his body and all his aura. Then he flew around the edge of the ferocious mosquito forbidden area at an extremely fast speed. He did this out of caution. He had to confirm whether there were any supreme beings or supreme beings of the primordial great power realm watching the ferocious mosquito forbidden area in secret. If the answer was yes, then he had to make other plans. It took him a few more days to verify this matter. In the end, Yi Xian did not find anything unusual. Just as he had predicted, so much time had passed. Even if there were people watching the ferocious mosquito forbidden area, they should have left by now. Chapter 45-49. Swoosh. With a weak sound of breaking through the air, an imperceptible ray of light streaked across the void, shooting toward the depths of the mosquito forbidden grounds. Not long after, the entire vicious mosquito forbidden area had returned to its usual calm. However, Yi Xian wasn't sure if the 2 human clan elders who'd possessed the bodies of Shui Ben and the mosquito butcher, as well as the desolate ancient fierce mosquitoes, had returned. Perhaps, it would be more appropriate to call them Shui Ben and mosquito butcher. After all, they were originally their physical bodies. Now, Shui Ben and mosquito butcher both had the terrifying cultivation of the desolate ancient realm, and they were at the 6th level of this realm. They were only 1 step away from the late stage of the desolate ancient realm. With Yi Xian's cultivation strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to deal with it at the moment. However, if he saw the opportunity early, it would not be a problem for him to retreat smoothly. Of course. He had already discovered that the devouring system in his body would only be completely paralyzed and not have any reaction when Xing Bo appeared. However, this did not include Shui Ben and mosquito butcher. As long as the devouring system in his body was fine, then, once Shui Ben and mosquito butcher appeared, Yi Xian would immediately activate the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system and smoothly withdraw. It should not be a big problem. Even more. Moreover, those 2 fellows had already known that Yi Xian was related to the headless baby corpse. At that time, the 2 weak blood rays that shot into their sea of consciousness and protected the souls of Shui Ben and mosquito butcher were shot from Yi Xian's body. In this case, even if Shui Ben and mosquito butcher had returned to the mosquito forbidden grounds and discovered Yi Xian's whereabouts, they would most likely turn a blind eye and choose to hibernate. They would not dare to provoke him easily. In fact, even if they attacked, Yi Xian was not afraid. He was sure that when a life and death crisis came, the headless baby corpse that had turned into a corpse lamp tattoo attached to his left chest would definitely not sit idly by. Although this guy hadn't made a sound or made a move, Yi Xian suspected that he had left a strand of his divine sense to monitor the outside world. Otherwise, why would the zombie lantern tattoo on his left chest suddenly emit a burning sensation when Yi Xian needed him the most? If Shui Ben and mosquito butcher were really here and had immediately attacked after discovering Yi Xian, it would be a good thing for him. Positive he could use this opportunity to verify the conjecture in his heart and see if the headless infant's corpse was true. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's courage was instantly boosted. He threw his previous caution to the back of his mind and activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. After accumulating energy to the point where it could be activated at any time, he was no longer afraid and directly pushed his divine sense to the limit. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying divine sense of a fourth-order universe supreme radiated in all directions, enveloping the entire ferocious mosquito forbidden area. Then, it retracted in an instant. Although, It was only for a moment, but Yi Xian had a rough understanding of the current situation in the entire ferocious mosquito forbidden area. According to his divine sense just now, he didn't find any powerful beings or supreme beings of the primordial era in the entire ferocious mosquito forbidden area. Of course, it was highly possible that they had concealed their auras. After all, if they were stronger than Yi Xian deliberately concealed their auras, it would be no problem for them to avoid the detection of his divine sense. As for supreme beings of the universe, there were currently 9 supreme beings in the entire ferocious mosquito forbidden area. 3 supreme beings of the first level to the 3rd level. 3 supreme beings of the middle level from the 4th level to the 6th level. The last 3 supreme beings were all at the 7th level and had just stepped into the late stage of the 7th level. Yi Xian's current strength was at the 3rd level of the Universe Master, and after activating the Demon Ape bloodline in his body, he would be at the 4th level of the Universe Master. If he performed the 9th transformation of the Demon Ape bloodline to the 9th transformation, he would be at the 4th level of the Universe Supreme. Of course, with the majestic power of blood and vitality in his huge body of 60 million miles, his actual combat strength would be boosted by a small level, which was equivalent to a 5th level of the Universe Supreme. If he performed the Blood Sea secret technique and activated the power of his other bodies, he would have 3 Blood Sea bodies in an instant, and all of them would have the terrifying combat strength of a 5th level Universe Supreme. With 3 against 1, even a supreme being of the middle level of the 6th level might be killed by him. Until supreme beings of the late level of the 7th level, it was hard to say. Even if he surrounded them and fought 3 against 1, he might only be able to injure them severely. It seems that I have to give up on the 3 supreme beings of the late level of the 7th level. Otherwise, if I can't kill them, it'll be a waste of energy no matter how hard I try. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian made up his mind. He targeted the 6 supreme beings of the 1st level to the 6th level. However, besides, his minimum target was merely 5 pieces of supreme blood essence. That was why he allowed one of the 6 beginner and intermediate Universe Supremes to escape. I'll kill the 2 middle supreme beings first, then deal with the 3 early supreme beings. Also, I have to act quickly and catch them off guard. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he moved his shoulders and shot toward the void space on the right. Dang! However, he still activated the perfect vibration mental power secret technique, perfectly hiding his body and all of his aura. Bye! It was not easy to kill a supreme being of the remote ancient era. If he was prepared in advance, even a supreme being of the middle level would be able to escape. Xiao! With a faint sound, Yi Xian sped up. His body streaked across the void space of the universe, and in the blink of an eye, he was already a few billion miles away. The first target he'd locked onto was not too far ahead in this direction. Presently, it was less than 1 billion kilometers away from him. It was a blood leopard with the power of a 5th-level Universe Supreme. It was as powerful as Yi Xian after activating the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of demonic ape bloodline. This opponent was obviously not easy to deal with. Even if he used the Blood Sea secret technique to instantly condense 3 5th-order Supreme Being Blood Sea doppelgangers, he still had to assassinate him in secret. Only then could he have a chance of killing him, and the chances of that happening were not very high. At most, it was 50%. Hence, Yi Xian could only choose to attack him first. Otherwise, if he killed the other targets first, this blood leopard would be on guard, and it would be difficult to succeed. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had left behind the distance of less than 100 million miles. At this moment, he had arrived outside the nest of this blood leopard and was standing above the atmosphere. After pondering for a while, he no longer hesitated. His figure flickered and rushed into the atmosphere. His figure turned into an invisible flowing arrow, quietly entering a boundless mountain range. Xiao! A faint whistling sound rang out as a tiny 9-colored flame sprout, which was as small as a firefly, shot out. It expanded against the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a vast sea of flames that was over 1 million miles wide, enveloping the entire mountain range within it. Chapter 45-50. Everything happened too quickly. The nine-colored flame sea, which enveloped the entire mountain range, appeared almost instantaneously. And at this time, 3 huge figures that were hundreds of thousands of miles long rose from the nine-colored flame sea. They waved their fists at the same time and attacked the center of the flame sea with all their might. The reason why the flame sea was summoned first was to prevent the target from escaping. After all, even the powerful beings of the primordial era and the supreme beings of the remote antiquity didn't dare to touch the Shinlong nine-colored flame, let alone a mere 5th-stage supreme being. Yes, with the existence of this nine-colored flame sea, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. The only suspense was whether Yi Xian could take advantage of the fact that the target was completely unprepared to catch him off guard and successfully kill him in the end. The center of the flames was where the void-ripping blood leopard was located. Perhaps it was because of the shocking incident that happened 3 months ago in the ferocious mosquito forbidden grounds, but the void-tearing blood leopard was not only hiding in the star nest, it was not even outside. Instead, it was hiding in the belly of one of the giant peaks in the middle of the boundless mountain range. This dignified universe supreme being was hiding in his own star nest. It was indeed a little strange. But thinking about the shocking incident in the mosquito forbidden area, it was understandable. More than 80% of the higher-ups above the emperor level in the mosquito forbidden area were killed in one battle. The lucky survivors were only able to escape because they were in seclusion at that time and didn't rush to the depths of the forbidden area. Only just this point alone was enough to make people feel terrified and uneasy. What's more, the ones who caused this shocking tragedy were actually the strongest beings in the mosquito forbidden area. This was even more chilling, and it directly led to the surviving ferocious beasts and people of the remote antiquity to feel insecure. It was impossible for them to have the trust they had in the past. Under such circumstances, it wasn't difficult to understand why the blood leopard, who had the cultivation of a 5th-stage universe supreme, would carefully hide in the belly of the mountain in his nest star. Unfortunately, even if he was so careful, he was destined to be unable to escape today. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and what happened next was without suspense. The 3 blood sea avatars swayed and threw a punch. The towering mountain in the center of the blood sea was directly crushed into powder. To bet the void-tearing blood leopard didn't even have the chance to let out a wail before its enormous body instantly exploded with a bang. Ching, in the blink of an eye, its enormous body exploded into a brilliant bloody mist and spread out. Swish! Yi Xian was overjoyed at the success of his attack. Immediately after, the Blood Sea doppelganger of the 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of millions of miles. The blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into Yi Xian's body. Then, it was immediately sent into the farmer god cauldron by Yi Xian for the blood essence condensation. After finishing all of this, he felt a sense of disbelief in his heart. He was too lucky. Originally, he would have needed to fight for a while before he could completely kill his opponent. Who would have thought that he would be able to obtain a 5th-order sovereign blood essence in a single strike? Of course. Therefore, this could be considered a coincidence. Only when the violent power of the 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers had destroyed the entire towering peak into powder did Yi Xian suddenly react. The other party didn't resist at all. This was clearly enclosed-door cultivation. Even if it felt the spread of the 9-colored flame sea in an instant and the danger was approaching, this void-tearing blood leopard would still need at least 2 to 3 breaths of time to react if it wanted to resist. While Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers attacked at the same time. It only took half a breath to smash the void-tearing blood leopard and the towering peak where it was in closed-door cultivation into powder with a single punch. The difference in time was so great that the void-tearing blood leopard's tragic end was destined. Even if the 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers had attacked a little slower, he wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. That's good too. I'll finish off the opponent in an instant. This way, the possibility of being detected by the other Supremes in the ferocious mosquito forbidden area will be minimized. After calming down his excited heart, Yi Xian murmured softly, since that's the case, I'll strike while the iron is hot. I'll immediately rush to the second target and kill the other mid-stage Supremes first. If I can succeed this time, the remaining 3 early-stage Supremes will be easy to deal with. At this point, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, the 3 blood sea doppelgangers completely collapsed, turning into 3 majestic and endless blood rain that merged into the 9-colored flame sea under his feet. Same as at this moment, the vast and boundless 9-colored flame sea also rapidly shrank. In less than half a breath, it had turned into a 9-colored light that was as small as a firefly. In the next moment, a violent ape that was about 10 feet tall appeared in the sky above this boundless mountain range. The 9-colored light shot out and entered between the violent ape's eyebrows, disappearing. Swoosh! After doing all this, Yi Xian's figure flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Clang! However, before they could charge out of the ferocious beast star, the ferocious ape's figure that had just appeared also disappeared. Yi Xian once again activated the perfect vibration mental energy secret technique, concealing his figure and restraining all of his aura. The second target was also a mid-stage Supremes, but his cultivation level was 1 level lower than this blood leopard's. He was only a 4th stage Universe Supremes. Thus, as long as there were no accidents, Yi Xian's chances of successfully killing him were at least above 60%. This fellow was a ferocious bird, and his bloodline should be quite mixed. He looked like a phoenix and a green swan, and he even had a terrifying beak like a large eagle. Perhaps it was possible that he had all 3 types of ferocious bird bloodlines. 1. This mixed-blood ferocious bird with such a mixed bloodline could actually cultivate to such a high level and become a 4th stage Supremes. Other than proving that he was diligent enough, his talent was obviously extremely extraordinary. Thus, although he was certain and felt more confident, Yi Xian still didn't dare to be careless. This 4th-grade mixed-blood ferocious bird's nest was over 16 billion miles away from the space-ripping blood leopard's nest. For a Universe Supremes, a distance of more than 10 billion miles wasn't beyond the range of detection of their divine consciousness. However, the current ferocious mosquito forbidden land was still considered peaceful. This mixed-blood ferocious bird couldn't continuously pay attention to the nest of the blood leopard, and Yi Xian had previously made his move within the atmosphere of the star and killed his opponent instantly. The degree of leakage of his aura wasn't very serious. Thus, according to his speculation, this mixed-blood ferocious bird was most likely still in the dark. It didn't even know that the blood leopard, which was only slightly more than 10 billion miles away from it, had just died a moment ago. If this was really the case, the chances of Yi Xian successfully killing the blood leopard in one strike would skyrocket again, reaching more than 80%. Swoosh! Chapter 45-51. Whoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian, who had concealed his body with the perfect vibration of his spiritual power, turned into a ray of light. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the atmosphere of the ferocious beast star in front of him and headed to the right. He rushed to the side of a giant mountain. This giant mountain was an active volcano. It seemed to be quite active. Right now, the ring-shaped crater that towered into the clouds was spewing out fiery red magma. Inside the crater was the nest of the mixed-blood ferocious bird. This mixed-blood ferocious bird had at least 3 bloodlines of powerful ferocious birds in its body. One of them was the true phoenix. The true phoenix clan was an ancient species. According to legend, they were born in fire. Even if they died, they could be reborn in the raging fire. Therefore, the mixed-blood ferocious bird with the true phoenix clan's bloodline was not afraid of the high temperature of the volcano. Instead, it was in the boiling magma. It was understandable that it would be like a fish in water. It was also understandable that it would use the magma as its nest. As soon as Yi Xian entered this ferocious beast star, he had already captured the aura of this mixed-blood ferocious bird. Because it did not hide at all, even if Yi Xian did not activate his divine sense to investigate, he could still sense it clearly in an instant. Whoosh! The moment Yi Xian's figure arrived above the active volcano, he did not hesitate and immediately attacked. A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard. A tiny 9-colored flame, like a firefly, shot out from between Yi Xian's eyebrows. It shot out and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a vast sea of flames that was 1,000,000 miles wide, enveloping the active volcano. Almost at the same time, 3 huge figures that were hundreds of thousands of miles wide also rose from the 9-colored sea of flames. At the same time, they waved their fists and blasted toward the center of the sea of flames with all their strength. Screech! In the ring-shaped crater, an earth-shattering roar sounded. At this moment, the mixed-blood ferocious bird finally realized that it was not good. Its roar was filled with despair that could not be dispersed. Whoosh! As soon as the violent howl sounded, a sharp sound of breaking through the air came from the belly of the volcano. A rather mottled figure flapped its wings and flew out. The feathers on its body had at least 6 colors. Your bloodline is so heterogeneous, yet you were able to become a universe supreme. Even I, the Star Master, am impressed by your talent. What a pity. Today, I'm going to fall as well, and my blood will be shed here. Bang! Before he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. The 3 Blood Sea avatars attacked at the same time. What happened next was obvious. In the blink of an eye, the 3 figures swayed and threw a punch. The towering mountain in the center of the Blood Sea was directly shattered into powder. Countless rain of fire sputtered in the air. This mixed-blood ferocious bird didn't even have the chance to wail before its enormous body exploded with a loud bang. In an instant, its enormous body exploded into a dazzling mist of blood and spread out. Swish! With one successful attack, Yi Xian was relieved. The flesh avatar of the 3 Blood Sea avatars immediately waved its hand. An incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from its body and covered a radius of millions of miles. The majestic bloody mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into its body. It was immediately sent into the Shinnon cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. Swish! After doing all this, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He immediately put away the 9-colored flame sea, and the 3 Blood Sea avatars collapsed in an instant. A raging star ape that was about 3 meters tall appeared. Its body swayed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he rushed out of the ferocious beast star under his feet at an extremely fast speed. The raging star ape that had just appeared also disappeared because it had activated the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique again. It hid its body and restrained all its aura. In the blink of an eye, the second supreme blood essence was in his hands. Yi Xian's set goal was only 5 supreme blood essences. It could be said that he had already achieved a small part of his goal. In fact, strictly speaking, the 2 supreme blood essences that he had already obtained were, compared to the 5 that Yi Xian had set, at least half of them had been achieved, even if he had not achieved half of them. After all, the 2 supreme beings that he had already killed were both at the middle stage of this realm. The remaining 3 targets were all at the early stage of Universe Supreme. The most powerful one was only at the 3-star level of this realm, and one of them was only at the 1-star level. For Yi Xian, who was currently in the 9th change of demon ape state, relying on the majestic force in his enormous body to gain an additional level of combat power, his final combat power was comparable to that of a 5th stage supreme. Even if he did not use the power of the Blood Sea avatars, he would still be able to kill all of them. However, if he were to attack alone, he would be able to easily kill him. Next, his 3rd target was the most powerful of the 3 supreme beings at the initial stage. However, his cultivation level was only at the 3rd stage of Universe Supreme. The 3rd target was an 8-horned crocodile. It was an extremely rare type of space bug, and its bloodline was not considered to be an undan. Although its appearance was that of a beetle, its entire body was covered with crocodile scales, and there were 8 long tentacles on its head that were covered with barbs. It was very ferocious. Yi Xian hated bugs the most, but at the same time, due to the fact that the space bug race was too mysterious and had all sorts of unique abilities that no one would have expected, he almost unexpectedly suffered a great loss. Basically, it was because of the space bug race. Because of this, Yi Xian did not dare to let his guard down, even though this third target was only at the initial stage of the Supreme Being level, and its cultivation level had only reached the third stage of this realm. Moreover, he had an extremely strong intuition that this third-stage Supreme Space Bug race would most likely bring him unexpected trouble, just like the few powerful space bugs that Yi Xian had encountered previously. The previous 2 consecutive hunts could be said to be extremely smooth. This was because the 2 intermediate Supreme Beings had already been killed and were gradually being refined into Supreme Blood Essence in the Shenong Cauldron inside Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian had taken them by surprise and successfully killed them in the atmosphere of the star nest. Moreover, when killing these 2 intermediate Supreme Beings, Yi Xian's speed was very fast. There was no stalemate at all, and he killed them in one strike. Because of this, even though he had successfully killed 2 intermediate Supreme Beings in this ferocious mosquito-forbidden land, in fact, Yi Xian's traces were still not exposed. However, this third target, although it was only a third-stage Supreme Being at the initial stage, considering that it was from the space bug race, it was very likely that Yi Xian's traces would be exposed in this hunt if there were no accidents. Even if the location chosen for the attack was still within the atmosphere of the target nest star, this result was most likely unavoidable. In terms of transmitting information, the space Zerg had all kinds of mysterious means, and it was simply impossible to guard against them. Chapter 45-52 Xiao. The sound of breaking air resounded. Yi Xian, who had concealed his figure, rushed directly into the star nest of this 8-horned crocodile. His target was hibernating in the hinterland of the largest continent in the star. It was a humid valley with a vast terrain. Without the slightest pause, Yi Xian directly shot forward. During the entire process, he used a perfect mental energy secret technique to conceal his presence. When he arrived in the sky above the valley, he lowered his head and instantly saw a black arachnid that was tens of thousands of feet in size lying dormant in a quiet pool in the valley. Now is the time. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yi Xian directly shot forward. This time, he did not even activate the power of the clone of the Blood Sea secret technique. Alone, he threw a punch. After all, this was only a space bug of the 3rd level Universe Supreme level. As for Yi Xian, even though he was only around 3 meters tall and had given up on the 1st level bonus from his enormous body of 60 million kilometers, he still possessed the battle prowess of a 4th order sovereign. Now that he was caught off guard and suddenly attacked, killing this 8-horned crocodile in an instant was a sure thing. Screech! Almost at the same time, the 8 antennae on the head of the 8-horned crocodile, whose body was half submerged in the quiet pool below, suddenly trembled violently and at a high frequency. He did not even see him open his mouth, but there was an incomparably sharp screech at this moment. Even after Yi Xian appeared and fully activated the powerful consciousness of a 4th level Supreme level master, he was completely unable to block it. There was no effect at all. The punch of Bao Yuan had not even touched the body of this 8-horned crocodile when this incomparably sharp screech had already spread out in all directions. The atmosphere of this life star under his feet violently surged. Without a doubt, the screech had already penetrated the atmosphere and transmitted to the void of the universe outside the star. This meant that Yi Xian's trace was finally exposed. At least, the fact that this 8-horned crocodile was suddenly attacked and in danger could no longer be concealed. It was completely exposed. Damned bug, I knew it would cause trouble this time. Yi Xian was speechless. He muttered under his breath and rolled his eyes. It was also at this instant that Bao Yuan's full-force punch arrived at its target, bang. When the majestic and mighty fist hit its body, the huge body of the 8-horned crocodile instantly exploded. Amidst the earth-shattering sound, its huge body, which was tens of thousands of feet long, completely exploded into a brilliant blood mist in the blink of an eye and spread out. Swish! Letting out a light breath, Bao Yuan immediately waved his hand. In an instant, an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was completely swept over. After being absorbed into his body, it was immediately sent into the Shenong Cauldron by Yi Xian to be refined with blood essence. The last two targets, and both of them are only level 1 Universe Supremes, so they can be easily dealt with. After ending all of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. This time, he was too lazy to even conceal his figure and aura. After absorbing the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the octagonal alligator into his body, he immediately turned around and rushed towards the vicious beast star beneath his feet. Celestial's atmosphere, a soft murmur came from his mouth, revealing an incomparable determination. As long as I can be a little faster and attack consecutively, after killing these two first-grade supreme beings, I will be able to withdraw and retreat with success. Swish! Before his voice died away, his figure had already rushed through the atmosphere of this ferocious beast star and arrived at the universe void outside the star. Howl! Ruthless! The moment he rushed out of the atmosphere, he heard a series of violent roars and ruthless howls, all of which were filled with uneasiness. Indeed, the ruthless howl that the eight-horned crocodile let out before its death had already spread beyond the atmosphere of the star. The originally quiet ferocious mosquito forbidden land was instantly boiling. A large number of ferocious beasts that were hibernating within the ferocious beast stars were all roaring and howling uneasily. Yi Xian immediately turned his head and looked to the right. This was because the nest stars of his last two targets were on the right side, and they were not far apart, only a few 100 million miles away. It gave him a feeling of huddling together for warmth. At this moment, as he shifted his gaze, within the two ferocious beast stars that Yi Xian had already locked onto in his mind, there were clearly two figures that were rushing out at an extremely fast speed. They were the two ferocious beasts that were the targets of the first-level Universe Supremes. These two fellows were quite clever. From the desperate howl of the eight-horned crocodile, who was at the third level of this realm, they had obviously determined the strength of their unknown opponent. Hence, not only did they not have the slightest intention of resisting, they even tried their best to shrink their bodies. Now, their bodies were only about 300 meters tall. After rushing out of the two ferocious beast stars in the void space in front of them on the right side, one on the left and one on the right, they expanded to the extreme. They quickly split up and fled. You can't escape. Swish! Swish! There was a flash of coldness in the eyes of the ferocious ape. Just as he spoke, he had already waved his hand abruptly. Along with the faint sound of breaking through the air, a tiny nine-colored ray of light, like a firefly, instantly shot out. As it soared in the wind, it had turned into an incomparably dazzling nine-colored flame sea in the blink of an eye, enveloping the universe void space within a radius of 10,000 miles. Its speed was even faster to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the first-level Supreme Master on the left. While blocking his escape route, it circled around him from all directions. Within half a breath, it had already trapped him within the nine-colored flame sea. At the same time, the ferocious ape's figure directly collapsed on the spot, turning into a crimson sea of blood. It was like a waterfall piercing through the sky. Its speed was also extremely fast. Within half a breath, it had already arrived on the right side of the first-level Supreme Master on the right. As the blood-colored waterfall soared in the wind, it instantly turned into a sea of blood of 10,000 miles, blocking all directions of the first-level Supreme Master. Roar! Roar, roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out. Just as the majestic sea of blood that enveloped the void space of 10,000 miles was formed, three huge figures rose from the ground in the sea of blood, each occupying a side, forming a triangle, trapping the first-level Supreme Master who was trapped by the sea of blood. In the middle of the encirclement. The next scene was without a doubt. Before the roar had even faded away, the three blood sea avatars that had just risen from the ground had already punched at the center of the encirclement with all their might. Bam! An earth-shattering boom rang out. This first-level Supreme Master had almost no resistance at all. He didn't even have the chance to wail. Under the joint attack of the three blood sea avatars, his body, which was only about 1,000 feet tall, turned into a bloody mist with a strong smell and spread out. Boom! At the same time, in the void hundreds of millions of miles away on the left, a second earth-shattering explosion quietly exploded. Chapter 45-53 In the blink of an eye, the last two first-stage Supreme Beings were killed almost at the same time. Their bodies, which had shrunk to a size of about 1,000 feet, exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Hua la la, shio. Shio. In the next moment, the three Blood Sea clones crumbled at the same time and merged into the majestic Blood Sea under their feet. Then, a figure of a raging ape appeared from the Blood Sea. It was only about 3 feet tall, but the aura emitted from its body had already reached the level of a terrifying fourth-stage Universe Supreme. Two faint sounds were heard, and the majestic Blood Sea under their feet shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a faint bloody light and shot out from between Yi Xian's eyebrows and disappeared. As for the bloody mist that had just spread out from the Blood Sea, with a wave of the raging ape's hand, an incomparably majestic and shapeless force instantly spread out from it. It enveloped an area of tens of thousands of miles and swept everything into its body. It immediately sent it into the Shen Nong cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. After doing all this, Yi Xian turned to look at the 9-colored flame sea that was thousands of miles away. With a thought, the flame sea shrank into a 9-colored light the size of a firefly and entered Yi Xian's body. At the same time, the bloody mist formed by the explosion of the other first-stage Supreme Being's body also whizzed toward him. The raging ape waved his hand and sent it into the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the Shen Nong cauldron to start the blood essence condensation at full speed. In the blink of an eye, the last two first-stage Supreme Beings were killed. At this point, Yi Xian had 5 pieces of Supreme Blood Essence, which was the minimum requirement to make a batch of level 28 Supreme Being pills. However, with only 5 pieces of Supreme Blood Essence, even with Yi Xian's attainment in the art of pills and the full power of the Shen Nong 9-colored flame, he could only make one level 28 Supreme Being pill at most. The probability of making 2 pills was less than 10%. It was almost impossible. Right now, Yi Xian's own cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Universe Master Realm. He still had 6 small levels to break through before he could swallow a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill and step into the Universe Supreme Realm. After becoming a Universe Supreme, he still had to go through 9 more minor breakthroughs. Only when he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Universe Supreme would he be qualified to swallow a level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill. In other words, Yi Xian still needed to break through 15 levels before he could take a level 28 Supreme Being Pill. There was no need to rush, so there was no need to start the condensation now. I've already obtained the minimum requirement of 5 pieces of Supreme Being Blood Essence, Yi Xian thought. Yi Xian's eyes. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's eyes shone with a bright light as he muttered to himself, with my current cultivation level, I still need to break through 15 small stages before I can swallow a level 28 Supreme Expert's pellet. In other words, after this, the Supreme Blood Essence would still be hunted and collected, trying to maximize the amount of Supreme Blood Essence as much as possible. Transform. And there are still 4 Universe Supreme Beings in this mosquito forbidden land. Speaking of which, Raging Ape turned around and gazed into the distance at a gigantic star of ferocious beasts in the distance. Previously, there were still 9 Universe Supreme Beings in this huge ferocious mosquito forbidden land. Among them, 3 were early-stage Supreme Beings from level 1 to level 3, and 3 were mid-stage Supreme Beings from level 4 to level 6. The last 3 were level 7 Universe Supreme Beings, and they had just stepped into this level. Late-stage Supreme Beings. Yi Xian was now a level 3 Universe Master, and if he activated the Demon Ape bloodline in his body, he would be a level 4 Universe Master. If he could unleash the 9th transformation of the 9 transformation demonic ape bloodline technique, he would become a 4th level Universe Supreme. Of course, with the addition of the boundless energy and blood within his 60 million miles long body, his actual combat power would be boosted by another small level. That meant he would be as strong as a level 5 Universe Supreme. And if he performed the Blood Sea technique and activated the power of his other bodies, he would have 3 Blood Sea bodies instantly. And all of them would have the terrifying combat power of a level 5 Universe Supreme. Under such circumstances, even a level 6 Intermediate Supreme Being would be killed by him in a 3-on-1 battle. As for a level 7 Advanced Supreme Being, it was hard to say. Even if he besieged him and fought him in a 3-on-1 battle, he would only be severely injured. It was because of this reason that Yi Xian did not think too much before he took action. He gave up on the 3 level 7 advanced supreme beings. He even gritted his teeth and gave up on the strongest rank 6 supremes among the 6 remaining early middle supremes. His only goal was to ensure that he had at least 5 supremes blood essences to refine a rank 28 supreme elixir pellet. To be able to get them safely. And now, he had achieved this minimum goal. And due to the different circumstances, Yi Xian changed his original plan. He would not refuse any supreme blood essences, and the more the better. There were still 4 universe supreme beings in this ferocious mosquito forbidden land. Those 3 late-stage sovereigns of the 7th step had also fallen. Even if Yi Xian were to use the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline and activate the power of the Blood Sea secret techniques clone, 3 Blood Sea bodies with the combat power of a level 5 universe supreme being besieged by a level 7 advanced supreme being, the chances of successfully killing him were less than 30%. At most, they would only injure him severely. There was no point in doing so. He could only give up on the 3 level 7 advanced supreme beings. Perhaps he would have a chance to kill them after he had broken through 1 or 2 levels in the future. On the other hand, it was a different story for a peak mid-level feral supreme at rank 6. If the 3 Blood Sea clones with level 5 battle prowess fought together, there was a 40% chance of successfully killing the Blood Sea clones. 40% was already very tempting. It was worth the risk. Of course, the most important thing was that as Yi Xian extended his spirit consciousness, he could clearly sense that the level 6 supreme being had not escaped at all. He was still hiding in his star nest. Since you are courting death, then don't blame me for it. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he instantly gritted his teeth and made a decision. He would take advantage of the fact that there were no other unforeseen events to take the risk of making a final attack. He would try and see if he could kill this 6th order sovereign and obtain another sovereign blood essence. Howl! After making the decision, the ferocious ape no longer hesitated. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Anyway, he had already exposed himself in the previous battle. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide anymore. It was only the last battle. If he wanted to fight, he would fight to his heart's content. Who? Chapter 45-54. At this moment, Yi Xian was finally recognized. When he killed the 2 first-stage supremes earlier, he had summoned the 9-colored sea of flames and even used the power of the Blood Sea secret technique to form 3 Blood Sea clones. However, at that time, the 3 Blood Sea clones were only 10,000 feet in size. Because their targets were supremes, their size had shrunk to about 1,000 feet. Being too big was inconvenient. It was because of this that the ferocious beasts in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land did not recognize him immediately. Now, Yi Xian had used the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape in his body. Moreover, he did not use the Blood Sea secret technique to control his size. As soon as his terrifying size of 60 million miles appeared, he was recognized immediately. After all, such a terrifying size was too unique. When the ferocious mosquito forbidden land had undergone a shocking change, Yi Xian had revealed his terrifying size of 60 million miles. That scene had long been deeply imprinted in the memories of the countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden areas who were lying on the ground and shivering in the surrounding voids and stars at that time. It was almost impossible to erase. This was a terrifying existence that could fight the 4 supremes in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land head-on. He had even scared away the 2 most powerful beings in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, the human elder and the desolate ancient mosquito. Although their cultivation had dropped by a whole realm because of the self-destruction of their bodies, they were still primordial supremes after all. None of the ferocious beasts in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land could forget that it was Yi Xian who had scared away the 2 supremes as soon as he appeared. Moreover, they had not hesitated to turn around and flee in panic. Even now, they had not returned. Although they did not understand why, facts were facts. From that moment on, the ferocious ape had left a deep impression in the hearts of the countless ferocious beasts in the ferocious mosquito-forbidden land that they could not provoke. Moreover, after the two powerhouses fled in panic, the remaining two powerhouses were the two middle-aged men of the human race, who were originally at the primordial era. However, their cultivation dropped by an entire realm, and they were reduced to sixth-order supremes. Under his confinement, one of them was instantly killed, and the other was forced to self-destruct his divine soul, and thus perished. All of this was sufficient to prove the terror of this ferocious ape, and no one was willing to provoke such an existence. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. Almost at the next moment, countless sharp whistling sounds rang out. A large number of ferocious mosquito beasts and ferocious beasts of other races shot out from the atmosphere of the ferocious beasts in the nearby void. Without the slightest hesitation, they rushed to the void of the universe outside the atmosphere of the star and fled in all directions. They rushed to the edge of the forbidden mosquito land. It was clear that they were trying to escape from this place. These ferocious beasts were all scared, because today, this was the second time this devil-like violent ape had come to the vicious mosquito-forbidden area. This place was clearly being targeted. Last time, he was entangled with the four supreme experts of the ferocious mosquito-forbidden land. This time, he was making things difficult for those universe supremes. Who knew if he would vent his anger on ordinary ferocious beasts below the supreme being level the next time he came? In short, since he was targeted by such a terrifying demon god, he obviously couldn't stay in the ferocious mosquito-forbidden land anymore. The only choice was to take advantage of the fact that the great calamity had not fallen on his head and quickly escape from here. Anyway, in this supreme forbidden area, there were no beings above the level of primordial supremes guarding it. This place didn't live up to its name, and it could collapse at any time. Swish, swish, swish. With this thought in mind, a large number of ferocious beasts rushed out of the atmosphere of the ferocious beasts in the surrounding void one after another and fled in panic. This scene was like the spreading of a plague. From near to far, it rapidly radiated towards the entire vast and boundless forbidden area of mosquitoes. It was really like the old saying, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Shio! Right at this time, a figure shot out from the target star in front of them. He was also only 1,000 feet tall, and he had concealed his aura. He blended in with the large number of ferocious beasts rushing out from the star's atmosphere and shot into the distance. This guy was obviously trying to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the chaos to escape. This was an ironback blue wolf with a full body of gray fur. He didn't look very eye-catching, but in reality, he was a powerful sixth-order supreme being. He was only one step away from stepping into the late-stage universe supreme being level. It was obvious that this fellow was also afraid of Yi Xian. This was because during a shocking turn of events in the forbidden area of the ferocious mosquitoes, Yi Xian had single-handedly sealed the two middle-aged men of the human clan, whose cultivation had fallen to the sixth-order sovereign level. In the end, they died one after another. Because of this, the ironback blue wolf didn't dare to take any chances, even though Yi Xian's strength was lower than his, being only a fourth-order supreme being. In any case, there was no benefit in staying, so he might as well not take the risk and take advantage of the chaos to escape. Unfortunately, his aura had already been locked onto by Yi Xian. Even if he concealed his strength, his figure was like a candle in the dark night in Yi Xian's perception. He was too eye-catching, and there was no way he could escape. You want to leave now? It's too late. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and he didn't hesitate. With a thought, a ray of 9-colored light shot out from between his eyebrows. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a vast sea of 9-colored flames, covering a radius of 10,000 miles, blocking the ironback blue wolf's path. The ironback blue wolf and its surroundings were all sealed. Blood Sea secret technique. In the next moment, Yi Xian roared softly, and the 60 million miles long giant ape collapsed in an instant, turning into a sea of blood that merged into the sea of 9-colored flames. Almost at the same time, from this vast sea of 9-colored flames, 3 huge figures that were at least 10,000 feet tall rose from the ground at the same time, surrounding the ironback blue wolf in a triangle formation, trapping it in the middle. Go to hell. Boom boom boom, bang. Before the roar fell, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The 3 Blood Sea avatars attacked at the same time, and there was no suspense in what happened next. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Blood Sea avatars swayed, and directly punched the ironback blue wolf in the middle of the sea of blood, directly disintegrated into powder. The huge body completely exploded into a brilliant bloody mist, and then spread out. Shio! A faint whistling sound rang out, and the Blood Sea avatars waved their hands at the same time. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably majestic invisible chi rolled out from their bodies, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. The majestic bloody mist that had just spread out was all swept up and absorbed into their bodies, and immediately sent into the Shinnon cauldron to spread out the blood.